In no way, Oraheim. Affection 50, bond energy 220. Is death. Affection 84, bond energy 490. One college entrance exam, and my numbers had shot up this much. I felt pretty good about it. If his death's affection climbed just a little higher, she and I could finally, take things to the next level. Just thinking about it got me a little excited. By the time we got back to the cave, the sky had gone pitch black. Isdeath waved her hand, and a wall of ice sealed the entrance shut, leaving only a few small holes for air. Hidden enough. Safe enough. We'll take turns keeping watch. I'll go first, I said, looking for a corner to sit down in. Isdeath stopped me and pointed to the open patch of ground at the very back. No need to waste your energy. There's just enough room for 3 people to lie down here. She walked straight over, lay down on her side, and looked at me with those blue eyes. You sleep in the middle. Oh, what? I was completely dumbfounded. I instinctively glanced at Inoue Oraheim. Her face flushed bright red in an instant, and her fingers twisted the hem of her clothes. That doesn't seem like a good idea. What's wrong with it? Isdeath shot me a look. Or do you think he's actually capable of pulling something? That's not what I meant. I quickly waved my hands. Then lie down, she said, her tone leaving no room for argument. There's a fight ahead of us tomorrow. Getting proper rest is what matters most. Inoue Oraheim hesitated for a long while. She looked at me, then at Isdeath, and finally lay down on the outermost side with her face red, her back turned to me. I just stood there, stuck between a rock and a hard place. Isdeath's gaze settled on me, playful and pressuring all at once. Hurry up. I looked at the 2 peerless beauties lying there, at those figures, and my mind went blank for a second. Wasn't this exactly the kind of scene guys dream about? Who could possibly hold out against this? It looked like an affection level of 85 had brought out every bit of her domineering streak. I'd lived 2 lives, and I was a real man in both of them. Was I really going to chicken out now? I steeled myself and laid down in the middle. Cold as ice on my left, warm as a spring on my right. 2 fragrances mingled at the tip of my nose. Yeah, it smelled amazing. The lights dimmed until nothing was left in the cave but the sound of breathing. I lay there with my eyes open, staring at the ceiling, my mind a tangled mess. There wasn't a trace of sleepiness in me. I don't know how much time passed, but eventually Inoue Oraheim's breathing on my right grew steady. She'd fallen asleep. Isdeath closed her eyes too, her expression calm. Only then did I slowly start to relax. The warmth from both sides seeped into me. Even in a place as awful as this, I felt strangely settled. Well, I thought, this wasn't so bad either. I shifted my position, closed my eyes, and drifted off to sleep. When the sky was just beginning to lighten, I opened my eyes in a daze, and the first thing that hit me was a cool, clear fragrance. I moved and realized I was locked tightly inside someone's embrace. I looked up. Isdeath. My head was buried against her chest. This couldn't be a dream, could it? Her hand still rested on my head, absently stroking my hair. But that wasn't even the worst part. There was someone tucked into my arms too. Inoue Oraheim was curled up into a ball, her face pressed against my chest, clinging to me like an octopus. I froze instantly, not daring to breathe. How on earth had our sleeping positions ended up like this? I couldn't move, but I couldn't stay still either. My face was hot enough to fry an egg. Just then, the girl in my arms stirred. Her small hand rubbed against my chest, as if confirming something. When she finally opened her eyes and saw where she was sprawled, her pupils shrank. Our eyes met. I gave her an awkward smile. Inoue morning. She let out a scream that split the whole cave. Inoue Oraheim shot up and scrambled backward, her face as red as a ripe apple, steam practically pouring from her ears. The commotion woke Isdeath. She slowly opened her eyes and lazily swept her gaze over the 2 of us in our panic. What's all this noise so early in the morning? I took the chance to try and pull away. I just pushed her hand off my head, and before I could even sit up, she yanked me right back in. Warmth and fragrance filled my arms again. What's the rush? Her voice carried a smile, her breath brushing against my ear. Are you not comfortable in my arms? You want to leave that badly? I was being squeezed so tight I could barely breathe, and I quickly waved my hands. No, I just noticed it's getting late. We should eat something and get moving. Oh, she raised an eyebrow, then finally let go and sat up unhurriedly. Her white military uniform made her skin look whiter than snow. Fine. I'm hungry too. I felt like a prisoner granted a pardon. I scrambled up, turned my back to the 2 of them to straighten my clothes, my heart pounding like a drum. I pulled milk, bread, and fruit out of my storage and handed some to Inoue Oraheim first. Inoue, have a little to eat. She kept her head down, not daring to look at me. When she took it, her fingertips brushed against my hand, and she pulled back in a hurry, her voice trembling. Thank you. My palms were burning too. When I looked up, I caught her stealing a glance at me. The two of us were like startled deer, looking away at the exact same moment. Ding. Inoue Oraheim's affection plus 10. Currently 60. I collected myself and handed a portion to his death. She took it with a smile, her fingertip tracing across the back of my hand, whether on purpose or not. What's this? Too scared to look at me now. No, it's nothing. I cleared my throat and turned my head away. Ding. Isteth's affection plus 3. Currently 87. I marveled to myself. One night of sleep, and the affection levels had climbed like a rocket. The three of us ate breakfast in silence. I could feel two pairs of eyes glued to my back. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so I said nothing. After last night, the atmosphere had definitely changed. There was an added closeness I couldn't quite put into words. Once we finished, I looked at the two of them. Rested enough? Let's go. Isteth stood up and rolled her wrists. Let's go. Let's see which lucky souls we run into today and hand out a randomly assigned death package. We walked out of the cave just as the morning light broke through the clouds. I lifted my wrist to check the band. The map had updated. Not far off, a blue teleport point was flashing, marked passage to stage 3. The teleport point has refreshed. Next level. We'd just rounded a ridge when more than a dozen figures suddenly popped up ahead, blocking the middle of the path. At the front stood a burly man holding a spiked club polished to a shine, his face full of arrogance. I built this road. If you want to pass, pay the toll. The men behind him spread out to surround us. Be smart and hand over your points. A tall, skinny guy beside him shouted. We're with the Justice League. Don't push your luck. I was a little speechless. The Justice League again? How many of them were there? I couldn't go anywhere without running into them. I didn't waste words. I slowly drew my orange-grade weapon, the sky-splitting sword. You actually dare to fight? The burly man sneered and charged at me, swinging his club. Brothers, take him down. More than a dozen of them attacked at once. Flashing blades, swinging fists, energy blasts, all of it filling the air. Instant kill, single flash. I turned into a streak of orange light and cut straight through the crowd. A few soft sounds, and then screams broke out one after another. The ones charging in front shattered into points of light on the spot. The rest hadn't even reacted before my blade reached them. They didn't even see how I moved before they lost consciousness. In the blink of an eye, all dozen or so who'd blocked our path had dissolved into light. All that was left on the ground was a few pieces of broken equipment. The burly man kept his eyes wide open even in death, never understanding how he'd been finished off. How is this possible? You bastard. The Justice League won't let you get away with this. I sheathed my sword. This orange weapon felt perfectly balanced in my grip. This league sure has no shortage of small fry. Inoue Oraheim caught up, looking a little worried. If we kill them, won't it draw even more people? A pack of nobodies, Isteth said flatly. If more come, we deal with them all the same. Don't worry about them, I said, walking forward. Let's get to the teleport point first. The area around the teleport point was eerily quiet. No examinees, no monsters. It went so smoothly it made me a little suspicious. Blue light wrapped around us. Everything blurred, and when I opened my eyes again, it had all changed. Towering skyscrapers, but with mottled walls, shattered glass, and exposed steel rebar. It was an abandoned, ruined city. Where is this? A city in ruins? Inoue Oraheim looked around. It's like a great battle was fought here. I pushed open the warped glass door of a convenience store. It creaked. The shelves were toppled over, scattered with a few dented cans. I scanned with my wristband. Common supplies acquired. Points plus 30. The points here are higher than before. My eyes lit up. Searched the place. We ducked into a large shopping mall and dug up plenty of high-value supplies. I was just storing away some compressed biscuits when suddenly there came heavy footsteps, mixed with the ear-piercing screech of scraping metal. A humanoid robot over 2 meters tall came charging out from deep within, rusted all over, its two eyes glowing crimson. It let out a burst of garbled electronic noise. It was an abandoned guard that had been reactivated. Look out. I grabbed Inoue Oraheim and dodged aside. A laser struck the shelf beside us, instantly melting the metal into a lump of scrap. This kind of power was far greater than the monsters back in Stage 2. The robot popped out several shells from its waist, all of them flying straight at us. Inoue Oraheim was quick. She formed a seal with both hands. 3 Sacred Link Shield. I reject. An orange triangular light shield spread open. The shells were all blocked. The red light in the robot's eyes grew brighter. A laser blade shot out from its waist, and it leapt up with a burst of thrust, slashing down at me hard. I didn't dodge. I drew my sword and met it head-on. Orange light collided with the laser blade, the impact forcing both of us back half a step. My eyes narrowed, and the orange light surged. Instant kill, single flash. The mechanical arm snapped off with a crack, and the laser blade clattered to the ground. It swung its left arm again, and I dodged to the side, then countered with another strike. The left arm came off too. Before it could retreat, I closed the distance, brought my sword straight down, and took off its head. The headless body swayed, spewing black smoke, and crashed to the ground. Abandoned mechanical guard defeated. Points plus 50. I raised an eyebrow. The monsters in Stage 3 are pretty generous with points. Inoue Orihime looked at the wreckage, still a little shaken. These robots are strong. Isteth kicked at the severed head. A bit stronger than before. That's all. Deeper in, we ran into a few more, and I cleared them out quickly. My points kept climbing. When we left the mall, I checked. 35,882, firmly in first place. Right then, a voice came from above. Cold, bone-chilling, like countless insect wings shrieking in my ears. Humans. How delicious. I snapped my head up. Coiled on a beam at the top floor of the mall was a creature. Pitch black all over, its body shaped like a mantis magnified dozens of times, wrapped in a jointed exoskeleton. The most unsettling part was its head. No facial features, just a ring of teeth lined around a circular mouth that dripped green slime as it opened and closed. 6 blood-red compound eyes locked onto us, greedy and making no effort to hide it. What kind of monster is that? Inoue Orihime took a step back, her shield spreading open on instinct. The thing let out a shrill, mocking laugh and crawled down from the beam, its claws scraping against the floor with a grating sound. Monster? I'm no such lowly thing. I come from the Void Rift. I am of the noble Void race. Standard Planet E86, the exam's highest council chamber. Beside a long table, several senior officials stared at a holographic screen. A report on anomalies from the abandoned planet scrolled across it. We investigated through the night, and it's confirmed. What's causing the real killings is a void creature, the analyzing officer said, his voice heavy. The Void race. Someone's brow furrowed into a knot. How did they get onto the planet? How did they bypass the restrictions and truly kill the examinees? The analyst pulled up a blurry image. It was that very monster. Based on the energy trail, we estimate it broke in through some unmonitored void rift. He paused. As for the true kill ability, void creatures can ignore the rules by nature and act directly upon living beings. The chamber fell silent. Should we terminate the exam immediately and evacuate everyone? Evacuate? Someone slammed the table in protest. How are we supposed to pull out millions of examinees in a short time? And the teleport array works on elimination then teleport. To leave by force, an examinee has to actively take their own life. Millions of people committing mass suicide? You want the whole star system to laugh at us? Arguments broke out on all sides. In the end, every gaze turned to the elder seated in the very center. His hair and beard were entirely white, but his eyes were sharp. Report this to the higher stars, he said slowly, his voice calm, yet commanding enough to settle the room. But before that, the exam continues. Continues, someone cried out. But those void creatures. Those who can fight their way out of this exam will one day face a far wider world. The elder cut him off. If they can't even handle a few void creatures, how far can they really go, even if they survive? Life and death are part of the trial. Let each meet their fate. He added one more thing. Notify all examinees. Tell them of the void creature's existence and danger, and let them judge for themselves. This is both a crisis and an opportunity to filter out the strong. The order was passed down. Moments later, every examinee's wristband on the abandoned planet flashed with an emergency notice. Warning. Void creature invasion detected. Its attacks can cause real death. Please exercise extreme caution. If you fear for your life, you may take your own life. Death will remove you from the exam. The moment the news broke, the entire planet erupted. Void creatures? How could there be one of those here? This is insane. You have to face the void race just to take a college entrance exam. So if it kills you, that's real death. How are we supposed to focus on the exam now? Exam my foot. I don't want to die. In the final universe, planets ranked high and low, and there were tens of millions of species. But the void race alone was the shared taboo of every civilization. They belonged to no star region, dwelling in the rifts of the cosmos, taking pleasure in killing and devouring, leaving nothing but silence in their wake. Powerful and impossible to shake. The broadcast blew up too. A void rift appeared at an exam site. This is a massive accident. Those examinees are probably done for. The authorities are actually doing nothing? Ridiculous. So the lives of us standard planet students are worth nothing. Is that it? You know what? In their eyes, maybe they really are worth nothing. Ouch. That one hurt. In the viewing sections of every school, the mood was tense to the breaking point. Parents clenched their fists, staring at the screens. Teachers went pale, contacting the higher-ups over and over, only to get the same 4 cold words in return. The exam continues. Yongjiang City Number 2 High School Viewing Section. A glass shattered on the floor, its sharp crack breaking the dead silence. Zhu Debiao stared hard at the screen, his fingers digging into his palms. That line on the screen can cause real death, burned so badly it made his eyes ache. And on the screen, I was in a standoff with that ferocious void hunter. What do we do? His voice trembled, all his usual composure gone. A void creature. If they die, they really die. Beside him, Teacher Li had gone frighteningly pale, both hands clenched into fists. Why aren't the authorities doing anything? This isn't an exam, it's murder. Zhu Debiao's eyes stayed glued to me, his lips quivering, as if talking to himself and screaming at the screen all at once. Retreat. Qixia, retreat now. If you can't, then take yourself out. Suicide will get you transported out of there. He knew how absurd it sounded. With my personality, I'd never back down mid-fight. But he couldn't help himself anymore. What was a college entrance exam, really? Worst case, you take it again next year. But if your life was gone, everything was gone. Qixia, listen to me, retreat. He slammed the table, sending documents scattering across the floor. No matter how strong his death is, no matter how well Inoue can defend, that's still a void creature. Teacher Li turned her head away, unable to watch, her eyes rimmed red. Principal, will Qixia and the others be okay? Zhu Debiao didn't answer. He just stared hard at that streak of orange sword light. In his whole life, he'd never hated his own helplessness this much. As the principal, all he could do was sit here and watch, powerless to do anything. Across the entire viewing section, everyone's heart was in their throat. I stared at the void creature before me, my brow slightly furrowed. I'd heard the rumors about the void race long ago. In the final universe, humans were low tier. Above them came the mid-tier, the high tier, the special tier. But the void race had never been listed among them. Not because they weren't qualified. Quite the opposite. No one dared to give them a rank. These things existed outside the rules, and their savagery was carved into the taboo records of every civilization. I gripped the sky-splitting sword tighter. Be careful. This thing is no pushover. The void hunter let out a mocking laugh, its ring-shaped mouth opening and closing. Don't be nervous. I'll let you die easy. Before it finished speaking, it lunged, claws splitting the air. I swung my sword to block, but its body suddenly turned transparent in midair and slipped straight into the void, vanishing. Look out! I barked. The next second, it appeared beside Isdeath and spat out a mouthful of green fluid, its stench sharp and pungent. Isdeath swept her hand, conjuring a massive ice shield. The green fluid struck the ice shield, white smoke rising, and I could see with my own eyes as it corroded a hole clean through the layer of ice. Interesting. Her eyes narrowed, and with her other hand she flung out several ice spikes. The void creature swept its tail, batting all the spikes away, and used the momentum to leap. In that instant, I'd already closed in on it. Instant kill, single flash. Orange light cut toward its chest, but just before my blade landed, its body dissolved into nothingness again. My strike cut through empty air. This ability. My heart sank. It can slip into the void anytime to dodge attacks. No wonder the whole final universe has never been able to deal with them. It reappeared a short distance away, a faint white scratch left on the shell of its chest. It seemed a little surprised. You're quite a bit stronger than those students I killed before. Killed. My gaze went ice cold. I didn't need to check my terminal to understand. The kill it spoke of was definitely not the kind of elimination that happened between examinees. What void creature would be bored enough to come kill humans who wouldn't actually die? Don't let it touch you. I immediately warned them, gripping my sword even tighter. The void hunter seemed amused by my reaction, its 6 compound eyes flashing with excited red. Interesting. Looks like you figured it out. That's right. Die by my hand, and you'll never wake up again. It slipped into the void once more. This time it didn't reappear, leaving behind only a suffocating sense of pressure. The 3 of us stood back to back in a circle, warily scanning our surroundings. I channeled my killing intent, trying to sense some kind of clue. Nothing. Even my killing intent couldn't pin it down. This was a tough one. TCH, useless thing. All it knows is how to hide. Isdeath scoffed, frost swirling around her as she prepared to strike, but in no way Orheim stopped her. Miss Isdeath, I think I can leave it with nowhere to hide. I looked at the determination in her eyes and nodded. Inoue, I'm counting on you. She took a deep breath, her hands rapidly forming seals, and murmured softly. Twin heaven returning shield. Void I reject. An orange triangular light shield burst into being. First it wrapped around us, then it violently exploded outward, blanketing a vast area. Ripples spread across its edges. In a spot that had held nothing at all, the void creature's form slowly surfaced. Half of its body was still ghosted out, but now it was as if it had slammed into an invisible wall. It could no longer slip away. How is this possible? It shrieked, its 6 compound eyes full of disbelief. My void phasing has been blocked. It thrashed wildly, but the void around it seemed to no longer exist. No matter how it tried to channel it, it couldn't hide. The void, an ability that bordered on a law of nature itself, had been forcibly sealed off by a little girl's power of rejection. Its whole understanding of reality had shattered. Isteth had planned to wait for the instant it attacked, then use her ultimate technique to freeze time and space and cut it down. She hadn't expected Inoue to simply leave it with nowhere to run, which saved her the trouble. I was stunned too. She could even reject the void. If this ability was pushed further, what was there that it couldn't reject? Over on the broadcast, the moment Inoue rejected the void, the viewing platform went wild. Holy crap, what kind of divine bug is this, sealing off the void phasing like that? The most annoying thing about void creatures is that invisibility, and now it's useless? Then what's there to fear? Is there any chance we could send her to hunt down the void race's nest? Right? If she can reject the void itself, maybe she could pinpoint the rifts directly. You think it's that easy? The rifts drift around unpredictably. Blocking one local area doesn't mean she can find the nest. And besides, would the void race hold a grudge against her? This ability is basically their natural counter. Assassinating her isn't likely. She's a heroic spirit. If they want to kill anyone, it'd be Qixia. Wait, then isn't Qixia in danger? Relax. Ordinary planets have tight defenses. The void race can't get in. Only places like abandoned planets have gaps they can exploit. Once the exam's over and he's back on a safe planet, there won't be so much trouble. That's true, but he still needs to be careful. Sweat beaded at Inoue Oraheim's temples. This move was clearly draining her heavily. I can only hold it for a few seconds. That's enough. I had long been ready, cold light flashing in my eyes. Instant kill, single flash. Orange light shot like lightning, crossing the few meters in the blink of an eye, cutting straight at its chest. It roared and swung a claw up to block. The claw was severed clean at the base, green blood spraying everywhere. Damn it, it fully panicked, turning to bolt out of the rejection zone. There was no way I'd give it the chance. I moved again, bringing down a vertical slash. This time it couldn't dodge. Its body was cleaved in two. No. How is this possible? Its ring-shaped mouth opened and closed, the red light rapidly fading. I actually die at the hands of a human brat. I didn't let it ramble any further. I swept my sword sideways and took off its head. Inoue Oraheim swayed, as if drained of all strength. I caught her at once. Are you all right? I'm fine. She shook her head and let out a breath of relief as she looked at the wreckage on the ground. Thank goodness. It worked. I looked down at her and smiled. That move of yours was crucial. I'm just glad I could help. Her cheeks flushed a little. Isteth walked over and looked at Inoue Oraheim, a rare flicker of approval crossing her eyes. I acknowledge you now, she said suddenly. From now on, you'll join me as one of Qixia's wives. I froze, instinctively looking down at Inoue Oraheim in my arms. She happened to look up at that exact moment. Our eyes met, and both our faces flushed red in an instant. She stepped back half a pace out of my arms in embarrassment, fingers twisting the hem of her clothes. But she didn't say a single no. Those reddened ears, those lowered eyes, made it obvious she was accepting it. Isteth's words left me stunned, but a strange feeling stirred in my heart. Well, it didn't seem so bad. Before I could think it through, Isteth had already smiled and wrapped herself around one of my arms, then reached back and nudged Inoue Oraheim to my other side. Inoue Oraheim stumbled over, instinctively grabbing onto my arm. Isteth leaned in close, the tip of her nose almost touching my cheek, the corner of her mouth curling up. Well, do you like this? Feeling the softness and warmth on either side of me, looking at those two faces, one shy and one smiling, my throat went tight, and I swallowed hard. I like it. Inoue Oraheim lowered her head even further, her ears red enough to bleed. You little guy are honest, at least. Isteth chuckled, and suddenly gave my cheek a light peck. Cool lips, a trace of softness. My whole body stiffened, like I'd been struck by lightning. She turned to look at Inoue Orihime and raised an eyebrow. And you? Aren't you going to show something too? What? Inoue Orihime snapped her head up, her eyes flustered, her hand clenching my sleeve. She bit her lip, and as if making a monumental decision, she suddenly stood on her toes and quickly kissed the other side of my face, then lowered her head, her neck flushed completely red. Two different sensations lingered on my face. My heart felt like it had been brushed by a feather, like warmth was flooding through me, and I was floating on air. This feeling of having a beauty on each arm was truly wonderful. Looking at the two peerless beauties beside me, one coolly smiling and one shyly bowing her head, I couldn't help the corners of my mouth lifting. They'd both been this direct. Was I really going to chicken out now? I reached around and pulled both of them close by the waist, then without hesitation planted a kiss on his death's lips and gave Inoue Orihime a light peck on the forehead. The movements were clumsy, but it was like a declaration of claim. When it was done, my heart pounded so hard it felt ready to burst from my chest, and my palms were soaked with sweat. I hadn't even been this nervous when killing. Isdeath was slightly startled, amusement flashing in her eyes. "Yeah, you've made progress, kid. You even dared to kiss me and hold me this tightly." Inoue Orihime flushed crimson and gently pushed my arm, murmuring softly in a coy little tone. "Chixia, you're the worst." But there wasn't a shred of real anger in that voice. It was all joy she couldn't hide. A weight lifted off my heart, and my whole body felt light. This feeling was really good. Inoue Orihime, affection 70, bond energy 420. Isdeath, affection 90, bond energy 690. The comments in the live stream instantly exploded. Oh man, Chixia finally couldn't hold back, kissing one on the left and one on the right. What a smooth operator. Both of them are divinely gorgeous. The queen with her overwhelming aura, in no way gentle and shy. Who could possibly resist that? I'm so jealous I've turned into a lemon. Why does the good stuff never happen to me? Don't be bitter. They're Chixia's heroic spirits. It was written in the stars. Did you all notice? Queen Isdeath actually smiled. She didn't even freeze him. Inoue's "you're the worst" was so sweet. That was clearly her way of accepting it. I'm shipping it. I'm shipping it. Chi Zongheng's hand froze mid-motion as he held his teacup, his eyes going wide. He nearly failed to swallow his tea. Kaitsuin was already slapping her thigh, jabbing her finger at the screen. Old Chi, look, quick. Our son has made it. One heroic, one gentle. What a perfect match for our boy. Yes, yes, yes. Chi Zongheng set down his cup and leaned in close to the screen, grinning from ear to ear. I always said our son had what it takes. Look at that presence, that sense of responsibility. He takes after me. Puffed you. Kaitsuin laughed and gave him a light punch, but her eyes stayed glued to the screen. I think both those girls are wonderful. If only he could have them both. She'd only gotten halfway through before her own face turned red, and she covered her mouth and giggled. Oh my. Well, as long as our little Xia is happy. Do you think our family's about to grow? I'd better dig out that new cotton quilt and air it out in the sun. Chi Zongheng was delighted too. Absolutely. When the time comes, we'll have the two of them give our little Xia 11 babies. The abandoned planet. We'd just gotten ready to leave when a streak of light suddenly shot across the sky. A massive energy barrier unfolded in midair, taking the shape of a broadcasting device. After a thunderous boom, a refined yet deeply penetrating male voice rang out across the entire planet. Chixia, I am Yinshun, the ending canyon. I'll be waiting for you to settle who's the strongest. As the voice faded, the barrier dissolved. Just 2 short sentences, but they landed like a stone dropped into a lake. Yinshun, isn't that the genius class student who's been dominating the rankings? Inoue Orihime looked a little worried. Him challenging you out of nowhere, could it be a trap? Is he trying to ambush you? But Isdeath's eyes lit up, her rapier trembling slightly. An ambush would be even better. We could wipe them all out in one go, save ourselves the trouble of hunting them down one by one. I opened the map on my wristband and tapped my finger on Ending Canyon. Not too far. Half a day and we'd be there. If he dares to challenge me, then I dare to go. If you lose your nerve the moment someone sends you a challenge, you've already lost from the start. On top of that, Yinshun was #1 in the genius class, and he'd issued the challenge on a global livestream. 99% chance it was a fair duel. Since he wants a fight, I lifted my head toward the canyon, my gaze sharp, then a fight he'll get. Wherever Chixia goes, I go. Inoue Orihime clenched her little fist. The 3 of us stopped hesitating and raced toward the ending canyon. The Justice League's temporary base was set up in an abandoned mine shaft. The cave was brightly lit, with hundreds of members seated around, but the atmosphere was somewhat heavy. Their leader, Zhang Jijia, was tall and strong, with a resolute face. He was listening to a subordinate's report. Leader, in yesterday's fight over the airdrop, we lost more than 700 people. His brow furrowed. Then he waved a hand. At least we secured an airdrop and got that golden-grade piece of equipment. It's not a total loss. He paused and looked at the crowd. Right now, Xia's momentum on the leaderboard is fierce. He's overtaken Yunshun. If you run into him, avoid him if you can. Avoid him. A burly man suddenly stood up, the head of the radical faction. Leader, we've got over 10,000 people. What is there to fear from them? Let's just team up and take them out. First place on the leaderboard would be ours. Absolutely not. The conservative faction immediately countered. Our top priority is advancing. Getting into the top 10% is enough. There's no need to fight the top geniuses to the death. How do you expect to take first without a fight? And if we get wiped out here, we won't even have a shot at advancing. The two factions instantly broke into a heated argument. Zhang Jijie rubbed his temples, nursing a headache, when Yunshin's challenge came down from the sky. The cave fell silent in an instant. Yunshin actually challenged Xia? The ending canyon. This is a fight to the death. Now there's a good show to watch. The radical faction leader's eyes lit up, and he suddenly looked at Zhang Jijie. Leader, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Gather everyone, contact our allies, and let's all head to the ending canyon. Once those two have fought each other to exhaustion, we charge in and take out the whole genius class in one sweep. First place would be ours, right? Let the fishermen reap the profits. Those geniuses always look down their noses at everyone. This is the perfect chance to teach them a lesson. But aren't there void creatures right now? Just a handful of them. What's there to fear? We've got the numbers. Even if we each spit a mouthful of salt soda, we could drown them. Compared to void creatures, I hate these rich and powerful geniuses more. Don't say any more. I'm starting to resent the rich too. Kill these geniuses. The cheers grew louder and louder. The conservative faction exchanged looks and had to admit this really was an opportunity. If they could truly cripple the genius class and Xia, the road to advancement would be much smoother. A glint flashed in Zhang Jijie's eyes, and he slammed the table. Good. Let's do it. He stood up, his voice booming. Give the order. Gather all members and head to the ending canyon at once. Contact all our allies. Bring every hand we have, and rendezvous on time. Wise as always, leader. Zhang Jijie clenched his fist, his eyes full of ambition. This time, I, Zhang Jijie, will make everyone see that we, the Justice League, can fight for first place too. A group of students was crouched on the ground taking inventory of their supplies when they suddenly saw the challenge. Whoa, the number 1 and number 2 are going to face off head-on. A showdown at the ending canyon. Now that's interesting. Should we go watch? A duel between top geniuses. Maybe we could learn something. Watch? We'd be better off searching for more supplies while we have the chance. Points are what really matter. As the few of them argued, a cold, sinister laugh suddenly came from behind them. A battle between the first and second place. There's bound to be quite a crowd showing up, isn't there? Everyone whipped around. A figure emerged from the shadows. Its body was hunched, and 8 tentacles lined with serrated barbs grew from its back. Its skin was gray-purple, its eyes pure black, and it was licking its lips as it looked at them. A void creature. A short-haired girl's face went white. The thing gave a giggling laugh. Their blood must be even more fragrant than yours. Killing them would earn me far more than this junk, wouldn't you say? Its tentacles swayed lightly, the serrations glinting coldly in the sunlight. Run! The students had just started to rise and resist when the tentacles swept out, and all of them turned into chunks of flesh. Once it was done, the creature let out a chilling murmur. The ending canyon. It's going to be quite lively there. We raced along the whole way. Every monster and blocking examinee along the route was cleanly cut down without much effort, and before long we could see the ending canyon in the distance. At the canyon's entrance, an enormous waterfall roared down, its spray refracting into rainbow colors in the sunlight. On either side stood 2 humanoid stone statues, dozens of meters tall, their armor weathered but their bearing majestic and imposing, as if they'd guarded this canyon since ancient times. By the pool beneath the waterfall, a young man in white sat cross-legged. His features were handsome, his temperament as gentle as fine jade, and a faint spiritual energy wreathed his body. It was the other SSR of our cohort, the number 1 of the genius class, Yunshun. Hearing our footsteps, he slowly opened his eyes and the corner of his mouth curled up. Xia, you finally arrived. I stopped in my tracks, the sky-splitting sword trembling faintly in my hand. Yunshun, I've come to accept your challenge. The roar of the waterfall became background noise. All that was left in the canyon was the pressure of two people facing off. One as gentle as jade, hiding the pride of a genius. The other steady and reserved, with battle intent burning in his eyes. Yunshin stood up, his white robes drifting in the mountain wind. I've heard your name for a while now. The speed at which your points climbed surprised even me. Likewise, I said flatly. The top spot is mine to keep. Even Jesus couldn't stop me. I mean it. Yunshin was taken aback, probably having never heard of who Jesus was, but he understood the resolve in it, and he nodded with a smile. Good. Then let's settle it here. He glanced at his death and Inoue Oraheim. Why not have your heroic spirits join in too? I'd like to see the power that helped you climb to number 1. Inoue Oraheim instinctively started to step forward, but Isdeath stopped her with an outstretched hand. She shook her head slightly. He won't let either of us make a move. Sure enough, I turned to look at them. No need. To deal with Yunshin, I alone am enough. The orange glow flowing across my blade grew ever more intense. The admiration in Yunshin's eyes deepened. Since you'll use only swordsmanship, then I'll settle this with swordsmanship too. He raised his hand to grip the hilt and slowly drew his long sword. The blade hummed as it lit up with a dazzling golden light, its radiance flowing like molten gold. It was the highest quality golden weapon on the abandoned planet. My apologies, I don't happen to have an orange weapon. He lifted the blade lightly, the golden glow reflecting brightly in his eyes. It seems I can only edge you out on weaponry. It doesn't matter. I gripped the sky-splitting sword, the orange flame flickering. Skill is enough to make up the difference. Haha, that confidence of yours, I like it. Yunshin's smile deepened. His sword tip dipped, settling into an opening stance. I said no more. My spiritual energy erupted suddenly, and my figure blurred into an afterimage. Instant kill, single flash. Orange light tore through the air, crashing down toward his face with the force of thunder. Yunshin's gaze sharpened, and he raised the golden sword to block. Sparks flew everywhere, the impact strong enough to crack thin fissures in the rock beneath their feet. Before the force had dissipated, I flipped my wrist, wrapping the sky-splitting sword around his blade, pressing down, then flicking up from the side, every move fierce and precise. Yunshin responded with composure, his golden sword weaving an impenetrable defense, parrying each strike. The two figures crossed before the waterfall, their sword lights weaving into a dense net. The clanging of their clashes mixed with the roar of the waterfall, forming a strangely rhythmic melody. Off to the side, Isdeath and Inoue Oraheim held their breath. After another head-on clash, the two of them each fell back several steps, both breathing a little hard. I'd happened to retreat right in front of the war god statue on the left, while Yunshin stood beside the one on the right. That was exhilarating. Yunshin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, battle intent blazing in his eyes. Now, I'm going to get serious. The golden light grew more intense, and a sharp sword intent radiated from him, making the air tremble faintly as it cut through. My heart tightened, and then I smiled. This was exactly what I'd been hoping for. I took a deep breath, and the orange flame on the sky-splitting sword suddenly surged. My own sword intent burst forth, colliding and intertwining with his in midair, and for a moment they were evenly matched. Your sword intent has reached this level too? Yunshin was genuinely surprised. You really caught me off guard. Likewise. My sword tip angled toward the ground, my gaze like a hawk's. Before the words had finished, the two of us moved again. This time there were no flashy feints, only the purest clash of sword intent. The golden and orange sword lights were like two great dragons, twisting and biting at each other throughout the canyon, every collision sending up a spray of water. Isdeath watched that orange figure, a barely perceptible curve rising at the corner of her mouth. This man always managed to bring surprises. Inoue Oraheim pressed her hands together, silently praying, her gaze following the figure darting through the golden light, full of trust and pride. On the cliffs above the canyon stood a dense crowd of people, roughly 10,000 at a glance. It was the Justice League and its allies. Zhang Jijia stood at the cliff's edge, looking down at the fierce battle below, his brow furrowed. The strength of these two, a fellow allied leader beside him drew in a sharp breath. Just their swordsmanship and sword intent alone leaves us in the dust. Not just that, neither of them has even used their spiritual abilities. Another person swallowed hard. Too strong. Truly worthy of being number 1 and number 2. If I went down there, I'd probably be cut down in 2 exchanges. Geniuses really are geniuses. Absurdly strong. The discussion was full of dread, and quite a few unconsciously tightened their grips on their weapons. Zhang Jijia took a deep breath, then suddenly raised his voice. It's precisely because they're strong that we must be all the more united. The college entrance exam tests more than just force. It tests strategy, cohesion, and the power to rally. He swept his gaze over the crowd, his eyes sharp. Are we going to be forever crushed beneath these so-called geniuses? Today, we'll pull them down from their pedestal and create glory that belongs to us. The words were like a spark, instantly igniting everyone's resentment. Right? What gives them the right to be number one? 10,000 of us working together. I don't believe we can't wear them down. The boss is right. Screw them. Let them learn what it means that unity is strength. For tomorrow, for victory, let's go all in. Amid the surge of passion, someone asked anxiously, Boss, when do we make our move? Zhang Jijia looked down below. Qi Xia and Yun Shun were locked in a stalemate, both having taken wounds, their breathing clearly ragged. No rush. We wait until they've fought each other to exhaustion, then go down and clean up the mess. Fewer casualties for us, and a sure win. Brilliant boss. The boss really does think of everything, always looking out for us brothers. I'm so touched, boss. I could bear your children. The flattery came from all sides, and Zhang Jijia's prestige reached its peak. He watched his subordinates rubbing their hands in anticipation with satisfaction, then turned his gaze back to the valley floor. Fight on. The harder you two fight, the more I stand to gain. Right now, when he looked at Qi Xia and Yun Shun, it was like looking at lambs waiting for the slaughter. Yun Shun and I had already exchanged over 100 blows, the crisp sounds of clashing blades echoing endlessly throughout the canyon. Both of us had taken several wounds, blood soaking through our clothes, our faces pale from the drain on our spiritual energy. Yet the exhilaration in our eyes hadn't dimmed one bit. I thrust upward with an angled strike, forcing Yun Shun back half a step, then spun and swept across with the momentum, orange light gliding like a crescent moon. He tapped his toes to leap into the air and dodge, his golden sword slashing down with the momentum, crashing toward my shoulder with immense force. I raised my sword to block. The two of us grappled once more, our arms trembling faintly from the tremendous force. Wonderful. Yun Shun barked, his spiritual energy suddenly erupting, the golden sword's radiance blazing. I wasn't about to be outdone. The sky-splitting sword hummed as it ignited with a fiercer flame, my sword intent surging toward him like a tide. Inoue Orihime watched the deadlock, a little worried. Mrs. Death, should we go help? Death watched the deadlocked battle, then suddenly gave a soft laugh, a meaningful curve rising at the corner of her mouth. No need. And I think those two are, well, putting on an act. Inoue Orihime was stunned. They were clearly fighting so dangerously. How could it be an act? As a master swordsman herself, how could Death fail to notice the clues? She simply patted the girl's shoulder. You'll understand in a moment. The words had barely fallen when a variable arose in the valley. I suddenly spun, my sword following my body, unleashing my killer move, the waltz slash. Yun Shin's gaze sharpened, his golden sword pointing straight at the heavens. Cloud-piercing slash. After the tremendous boom, both figures were sent flying at the same time, crashing hard into the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. The two struggled to get up, but both suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, their faces white as paper, clearly at the end of their strength. The opportunity is here. A glint flashed in Zhang Jijia's eyes on the cliff above, and he suddenly waved his hand. Brothers, charge. Nearly 10,000 League members rushed down from both sides of the canyon, instantly surrounding Yun Shun and me in the center. Zhang Jijia walked forward slowly, clapping his hands with a laugh. What a thoroughly satisfying battle that was. Thank you, geniuses, for putting on such a fine show for us. It was truly a pleasure to watch. The people around him burst into raucous laughter, their eyes full of greed and mockery. Yun Shun propped himself up on his sword and barely managed to sit up, his expression cold. What do you all want? I lifted my head too, the sky-splitting sword planted at my side, cold intent surging in my eyes. Zhang Jijia sneered and kicked at the rubble beneath his feet. What do we want? Haven't you heard the saying? The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. He leaned down close, his malice completely undisguised. We're here to reap the fruits of victory, of course. Once we've cut you two down, first place on the leaderboard will belong to us, the Justice League. The surrounding League members raised their weapons, their spiritual energy converging into an oppressive aura. In their eyes, these two top geniuses were already in the bag. All that was left was to harvest them and ascend to the top in a single step. Yun Shun and I exchanged a glance, and, in perfect sync, kept up the act. Yun Shun leaned on his sword and forced out a bitter smile. Heh, to think that I, Yun Shun, with all my renown, would fall into the hands of people like you. Zhang Jijia, your Justice League really does have its methods. Zhang Jijia roared with laughter. Naturally. In terms of force, I may be no match for you. But in terms of strategy, you're far behind. He tilted his head up smugly, and the crowd laughed along with him. I suddenly stood up, my body swaying, but my eyes sharp as a blade. Even if I, Qi Xia, die in battle, I will never surrender. Kill one and I break even. Kill two and I come out ahead. Which of you dares to try me? Yun Shun propped himself up on his sword and stood as well, his voice cold. That's right. Even in death, we'll take a few of you down with us. The smile faded from Zhang Jijia's face, a flash of ruthlessness crossing his eyes. At the end of your rope and still talking tough? Get them, send them to their graves. Nearly 10,000 people slowly closed in, the encirclement shrinking tighter and tighter. Though they feared our lingering might, they couldn't defy their leader's order and could only press forward step by step, the air thick with suppressed killing intent. Sis, shouldn't we help now? Inoue Oraheim was so anxious her palms were sweating. The corner of Estetha's mouth lifted slightly. Don't rush. Those two are still fishing. Fishing. Those two. I'd wager they were in on it together from the start. When the League members charged right up to us, Yun Chun and I burst out with our last shred of strength. As our sword lights crossed, we instantly cut down several students in the front row. Blood sprayed, frightening the people behind into stopping in their tracks, no longer daring to rush forward. But anyone with eyes could see our breathing had grown extremely weak, as if we really were about to collapse. Brothers, victory is within reach. Zhang Jijia shouted at the sight. Kill Qi Xia or Yun Chun, and I'll reward you 10,000 points. Under a heavy reward, brave men will always appear. The temptation of 10,000 points instantly shattered all hesitation. Kill, someone shouted, and nearly 10,000 people surged forward again like a tide. At that very moment, from the void above the canyon, a piercing shriek suddenly rang out. Several black shadows tore through space and abruptly appeared. At their head was an enormous 8-tentacled void creature, followed by 9 void hunters of varying forms. Their crimson compound eyes swept over the crowd below as they let out greedy, ferocious sneers. Ha! These 2 SSR-class geniuses are mine. The 8-tentacled void creature's voice was like a cracked gong, making everyone's eardrums ache. You ants, do you really think you're worthy of a share? The League members froze instantly. Ahead of them were Qi Xia and Yun Chun, both seemingly at the end of their strength. Behind them, the void creatures that had suddenly appeared. For a moment, they were caught between advancing and retreating. Zhang Jijia's face changed drastically. He'd never imagined it. The mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole waits behind, and behind the oriole, there was an even more terrifying predator. Yun Chun and I exchanged a glint flashing in both our eyes at the same time. The void creatures couldn't hold back after all. They'd deliberately shown themselves right before the Justice League made its move. Perfect. Looks like, I said in a low voice, it's time to close the net. Yun Chun nodded and gripped his golden sword. Which side do we deal with first? How about? A cold curve rose at the corner of my mouth. Together. I pulled out 3 potions, a gene surge potion, a rapid spiritual recovery potion, and a super healing potion. Yun Chun was perfectly in sync. He drew out the same 3 and injected them into his body at the same time. The next second, the 2 of us, who had seemed to be on our last breath, suddenly erupted with a terrifying surge of spiritual energy from within. My sky-splitting sword blazed with a raging orange flame, and Yun Chun's golden sword turned into a streak of light. Where was there any trace of being at the end of our rope? Our wounds were fully healed, and our strength had even surged temporarily. 10,000 surrounding us, the void bearing down from above. I looked at the void creatures and gave a soft laugh. Now, it's time to close the net. The Justice League members were stunned, instinctively stepping back half a pace, disbelief written all over their faces. What's going on here? Zhang Jijia cried out involuntarily, his face turning ashen in an instant before he caught on. You were in on it together? The 8-tentacled void creature also let out a piercing shriek, the red glow in its compound eyes surging. You deliberately lured us out into the open? Yun Chun sheathed his long sword and brushed the dust from his sleeve. Why else do you think I made such a grand spectacle of challenging Qi Xia to a duel at the ending canyon? I raised the sky-splitting sword, its tip pointing straight at the void creatures, my voice steady. Members of the Justice League, the void creatures are the true threat. When they kill, it's real death. Let's set aside the grudges between us for now. What we should do right now is join forces and wipe these things out. The moment I said it, the League members were utterly dumbfounded. Damn, is he trying to get us to fight the void creatures with them? Could it be we misjudged them? They don't actually want to wipe us out. They want to unite with us. The looks they gave me shifted from hostility to hesitation. Zhang Jijia's expression kept changing, but he too had to admit that the threat of the void creatures really was more pressing than Qi Xia and Yun Shun. A pile of ants huddled together, and you dare to talk of dealing with me? The 8-tentacled void creature sneered in contempt, its 8 barb-covered tentacles suddenly slamming the ground, shaking the whole canyon. Today I'll show you what despair really means. At that moment, the sound of orderly footsteps came from behind the cliff walls on either side of the waterfall. More than a dozen students in matching school uniforms stepped out slowly. The few at the front carried themselves with composure, and their spiritual energy was not the least bit weaker than Yun Shen's or mine. They were the rest of the genius class. One of them spoke, his voice quiet, yet carrying an undeniable confidence. Then let's find out who's really going to despair. There's an ambush waiting too. A flash of wariness crossed the 8-tentacled void creature's eyes, then it was replaced by ferocity. Fine by me. Saves me the trouble of hunting you down one by one. Today, I'll turn all of you so-called geniuses into my nourishment. Yunshin gave a soft laugh and pointed his long sword at the void. Then let me show you my trump card. Come forth, my heroic spirit. As the words fell, a scorching red light burst out from behind him, and the void seemed to be scorched open into a rift. An enormous figure dozens of meters tall slowly emerged, its entire body ablaze with roaring flames, its humanoid outline carrying an inhuman ferocity. It was one of the finest among the elemental heroic spirits, the fire spirit. The moment it appeared, the surrounding temperature shot up. The spray from the waterfall instantly steamed into white mist, and the scorching wave of heat forced the distant students to fall back. It's an SSR class fire spirit, one of the top existences among the elemental heroic spirits. So this is an SSR ability user's trump card? Terrifying. Good thing Yinshun is on our side now. If we'd actually fought earlier, we'd probably have been vaporized in an instant. With this heroic spirit around, what's there to fear from the void creatures? Kill them. Morale was instantly ignited, and roars of fury shook the canyon. I wasn't about to be outdone. I jerked my chin toward the two beside me. Our turn. It's just a fire spirit. Isdeth scoffed, frost suddenly erupting around her. Ice blue spiritual energy spread outward, forcibly suppressing the fire spirit's blaze. Watch me take them down. Her figure flickered, and she was already before the 8-tentacled void creature, ice spikes shooting from her fingertips in an instant. A petty trick. The 8-tentacled void creature swept its claw and shattered the ice spikes, then moved to slip into the void, but an orange light shield blocked it. 3 Sacred Link's shield. Void, I reject. Inoue Oraheim's clear voice rang out, and the massive triangular light shield instantly expanded, enveloping all the void creatures within it. They instinctively tried to phase away, only to find the void around them frozen. No matter how they struggled, they could only thrash in place. The look of panic on their faces was especially ridiculous. What's going on? The League students stared, dumbfounded. What are they doing? Can they not slip into the void anymore? Zhang Jijia's jaw dropped in shock. The void creatures can't slip into the void? How is that possible? Yunshin looked at the light shield, raising an eyebrow, and said to me, "This heroic spirit of yours is far stronger than she looks." Likewise. I smiled, the sky-splitting sword already ablaze with orange flame. Let's move. Don't give them a chance to react. Right. Yunshin's fire spirit struck first, an enormous fist of flame carrying a scorching wave crashing down toward the group of void creatures. Those things were already in a panic from being unable to phase away, and at the sight they scattered in every direction. The fire spirit opened its mouth and spat out several fireballs, chasing after them with long trailing tails of flame. 2 that couldn't dodge in time were hit dead on, crashing to the ground with mournful shrieks, barely clinging to life. Brothers, kill. Zhang Jijia reacted extremely fast, hefting his weapon and being the first to charge at the 2 badly wounded monsters. He would never miss out on the chance to beat a drowning dog. He could kill void creatures to save his own skin and boost his prestige at the same time. 2 birds with 1 stone. Seeing him so valiant, the League members' eyes filled with admiration, and they charged in after him. Isdeth leapt up, several ice spikes condensing in her palm, their power even greater than before. She flicked her fingers, and the spikes shot toward a void creature in the air. One swung its claw to swat them, and the instant it made contact, frost spread, and its entire arm froze. Her gaze sharpened, and she followed with a blade of ice. The frozen limb burst into powder with a crack. I locked onto one, trying to slip into a crevice in the rock. Orange light flashed. Instant kill, single flash. The thing had just turned when the sword light ran it through, and it collapsed twitching. Yinshin didn't stop either. His golden sword traced a flourish, cloud-piercing slash, precisely severing another one's neck, clean and decisive. The genius class students each displayed their own abilities, some conjuring lightning spears, others summoning wind blades, harvesting the creatures relentlessly under the cover of Inoue Oraheim's light shield. In a matter of moments, only the leading 8-tentacled creature remained on the battlefield. It watched its companions fall one after another, its compound eyes full of madness and defiance, and let out a furious roar. "You bastards! Did you really think you could win? I can evolve." Its body suddenly swelled, its already massive frame growing even more colossal, its 8 tentacles thrashing wildly, sweeping corrosive slime all around. "It's time to end this." Isthetha's gaze went ice cold, the frost around her suddenly pushed to its absolute limit. She walked slowly toward the monster, unhurried, and spoke softly. "Mahapadma." The entire space suddenly froze solid. Only her figure could still move. She looked at the 8-tentacled creature about to evolve a second time, the corner of her mouth curling up, and swung her sword. The instant time and space resumed. The 8-tentacled creature's head shot into the air, green blood spraying into the pool beneath the waterfall, its massive body crashing to the ground. What happened? Wasn't it about to evolve? Why did it suddenly die? That woman, what did she just do? I don't know, but I'm certain she cut it down in an instant. Holy crap. Could it be teleportation? Or maybe time stop? Whatever it was, it's just too strong. No one had caught Isthetha's movement. All they saw was a blur, and that ferocious void creature was already headless. This almost eerie level of strength sent a chill down everyone's spine. Zhang Jijia had just finished off the 2 badly wounded ones, and was about to show off with a few words when he saw this scene and instantly fell silent, the hand gripping his weapon trembling slightly. He looked at Isthetha's seemingly frail figure and felt a cold shiver run down the back of his neck. Compared to an existence like that, his little schemes were utterly worthless. The void creatures are all dead. We're safe. A student caught on and shouted excitedly, drawing a chorus of agreement. Wonderful. We won. Now Mom will never have to worry about my safety again. Hooray. Long live us. But the cheers hadn't lasted a few seconds before they were cut off by a cold remark from me. You all seem to be celebrating a little too early. The crowd froze, and they all turned to look at Yunchun and me. They saw the 2 of us with sharp eyes, scanning over every student present, a gaze that made their hearts crawl. Someone asked in a trembling voice, "What do you mean? Are there more void creatures?" Yunchun gave a soft laugh, his golden sword spinning at his fingertips. "There are no more void creatures, of course. It's just that, now that we've killed the void creatures, it's time to kill you. Kill us." The crowd's faces changed drastically as they suddenly understood. You're going to make a move on us too? Then helping us just now was for the sake of. Someone thought of an even more terrifying possibility, their voice shaking. Only realizing it now, I gripped the sky-splitting sword, the orange flame flickering. Void creatures cause real death. It'd be a nuisance to leave them around. Now that we've dealt with the trouble, naturally it's time to settle the accounts between us. Madmen. You're all madmen. Someone screamed and turned to run. Run? They're going to silence us. Damn, you've got to be kidding me. We were fighting side by side just a moment ago. I give up on these sneaky bastards. You know what? They're actually pretty decent people. They were worried we'd really die, so they helped us deal with the void creatures first. They've got a bit of a conscience, but not much. You're still drawing conclusions? Just run. Having just witnessed the terror of the fire spirit and his death, no one dared to resist now. Nearly 10,000 students scattered and fled like stray dogs. But how could we let them get away? After them, Yun Chen's fire spirit appeared once more, its flames sealing off one mountain path. Isteth waved her hand and conjured a wall of ice, blocking the other escape route. I turned into a streak of orange afterimage and shot straight for the most conspicuous target in the crowd, Zhang Jijia. Qixia, what are you chasing me for? Zhang Jijia was scared out of his wits, running for his life. Your head. It's mine. My voice sounded right behind him. He whipped his head around and saw only a flash of orange light, and then a chill ran across his neck. Before he could even make out my movement, his consciousness sank into darkness. The sounds of slaughter rang out through the canyon once more, except this time the prey had become those trying to flee. They ran, they wailed, they resisted, but it was all futile against the absolute gap in strength. The fire spirit's flames devoured swaths of figures at a time, ice spikes and sword light harvesting lives without pause. The genius class students were like tigers loosed among sheep, freely cutting down the very people who had once tried to hunt them. This one-sided massacre took less than 10 minutes. When the last scream fell, the ending canyon was already littered with corpses. Of the nearly 10,000 League members, more than half were dead or wounded, and the survivors had long since vanished. I sheathed my sword and stood there. Beads of blood dripped from the sky-splitting sword, mixing with the green blood in the pool. I looked at Yunshun. He'd just dealt with the last resistor, and his gaze turned toward me too. Our eyes met. The final battle was about to break out. The genius class students all tightened their grips on their weapons, warily locking onto the three of us, their spiritual energy quietly circulating. Isdeth stood with her arms crossed, her ice blue eyes sweeping over them, a faint trace of contempt at the corner of her mouth. Inoue Oraheim clenched her fists, secretly gathering shield light in her hands, but she cared more about my decision. Just as the tension reached a breaking point, Yunshin suddenly waved his hand. "Qixia, how about we set this fight aside for now?" I raised an eyebrow. There was still a day left before the exam ended. Truly settling life and death here would do neither side any good. And besides, I wanted to farm more points and secure a good ranking. I pondered for a moment, my gaze sharpening. Fine. Then let's save the duel for the last day. Right here at the ending canyon, we fight one more time, fair and square. How's that? Yunshin nodded, his words firm. Good. Same time tomorrow, at the ending canyon, we settle who's the strongest. It's a promise. I raised my hand and clasped his lightly. The instant our spiritual energies touched, faint sparks flew, then both of us reined them in. We're leaving. Yunshin signaled to the genius class students and was the first to turn and walk toward the other side of the canyon. Though the dozen or so of them were puzzled, they quickly followed and vanished into the shadows behind the waterfall. I watched the direction they'd left, then turned to walk the opposite way. Let's go too. Earn more points, so we can go all out in the final battle. I gripped my sword tightly. First place in the college entrance exam had to be mine. Standard Planet E86, the exam's highest council chamber. The holographic screen was broadcasting the battle at the ending canyon in real time. Seeing the last 8 tentacled void creature cut down, the leaders present all straightened their backs in unison, excitement hard to hide in their eyes. Good. Excellent. The elders slammed the table hard. These 2 SSR geniuses of this cohort truly didn't disappoint. To stay so calm facing void creatures, and to form an on-the-spot alliance and lay a plan, that kind of nerve and adaptability far exceeds their peers. A middle-aged man in military uniform beside him nodded, especially luring the snake out of its hole and concentrating on wiping out the void creatures, avoiding more examinee casualties. That kind of big-picture thinking is rare. He pulled up the footage of Inoue Oraheim rejecting the void. This girl's ability is special too, extremely targeted. Cultivate her well, and she may one day be the key to fighting the void race. But she's still too weak right now. A civil official wearing glasses pushed up his frames. Trying to find the void race's nest with this ability is nearly impossible. The universe is too vast, and the rifts drift about. Still, her potential is worth looking forward to. The elder looked at me on the screen and spoke slowly. This child isn't just top in strength, his temperament is steady too. In the future, fighting void creatures, he'll surely have remarkable results. He paused, his tone grave. A seedling like this must be given priority protection, so he can grow steadily. The others nodded. Someone added, Yunshin is no less impressive. With the 2 of them in healthy competition, they'll actually improve even faster. Exactly. The elder stood up, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Pass down the order. Strengthen our attention on Qixia, Yunshin, and their heroic spirits. Eliminate every potential threat. They are very likely to be the backbone of Standard Planet's rise. Yes, sir. The atmosphere in the chamber shifted from tense to invigorated. On the screen, the 2 figures gradually receded into the distance. But in the eyes of these high officials, their futures had already been quietly bound to the rise of Standard Planet E86. The abandoned planet, night. We fought our way through until nightfall, then found a dry cave to rest in. Isdeth waved her hand and conjured a wall of ice to block the cave mouth, shutting out the cold and the noise outside. I was digging through my storage for food when Isdeth suddenly spoke. I haven't had instant noodles in ages. Cook some. I agreed with a smile, set up a simple stove to cook the noodles, and took out some vacuum-packed vegetables and dried meat. Once the steaming hot noodles were ready, the 3 of us sat around them. Isdeth picked up a bit of greens with her chopsticks, a sly smile in her eyes, and brought it to my lips. Open up. This doesn't really seem appropriate. Even though it was just the three of us, I still felt embarrassed. What's inappropriate about it? Without another word, she stuffed it into my mouth and raised an eyebrow. Tasty. It's not bad. She shot me a glare. When I feed you something, you say it's delicious. Say it again. I sighed helplessly. It's delicious. That's more like it. She smiled with satisfaction and took a bite herself. Watching this, Inoue Oraheim carefully picked up a piece of meat and offered it too, her voice soft. Chisya, try this. This time I'd learned my lesson. I smiled, opened my mouth, and ate it, then nodded. Delicious. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she lowered her head, smiling to herself. Isdeth nudged me with her elbow. We've both fed you. Aren't you going to return the favor? The two of them were being this bold, so I couldn't chicken out. I immediately picked up a piece of meat, tender from cooking, and brought it to Isdeth's lips. She ate it with a smile, satisfaction in her eyes. As I thought, being fed feels rather nice. I picked up another piece for Inoue Oraheim. She hesitated, then still opened her mouth with a blush and murmured a quiet, "Thank you." A simple meal of instant noodles, yet we ate it in a warm and lively atmosphere. When it grew late and it was time to sleep, I'd just started to move toward the corner when Isdeth yanked me over. What is it? Now you want to act like a gentleman? She raised an eyebrow, her tone teasing. You weren't like this morning. I remembered the impulse of kissing her earlier that day and felt a little embarrassed. But she gave me no chance to dodge. She tilted her head up, leaned in close, and kissed my lips. The soft sensation carried a slight coolness. I was startled for a moment, then raised my hands to wrap around her waist and deepen the kiss. Beside us, Inoue Oraheim watched with her cheeks turning crimson, hurriedly lowering her head, fingers twisting the hem of her clothes. Catching this from the corner of her eye, Isdeth released me and smiled. If you don't come over, I'm going to keep him all to myself. Inoue Oraheim bit her lip, hesitated a moment, then still worked up the courage to move over. I looked at her reddened eyes and trembling lips, and my heart softened. I gently took her hand, lowered my head, and kissed her. Her lips were very soft, carrying a nervous tremble, but she responded obediently. After kissing for a good while, I finally released them both and said in a hoarse voice, "Let's sleep. There's a tough fight tomorrow." I lay down with a beauty on each side. Isdeth naturally pressed against my chest, her breathing gradually evening out. Inoue Oraheim leaned on my shoulder, her body still a little stiff, but she no longer pulled away. My hands stayed well-behaved, resting lightly on their waists, my fingertips occasionally brushing their smooth skin by accident, drawing faint shivers. I knew I couldn't do more right now. The broadcast was still going, with countless eyes watching. I could only wait until the exam ended and we returned to our own private space, then properly make it up to these two who had accompanied me all this way. Inoue Oraheim, affection 80, bond energy 620. Isdeth, affection 95, bond energy 890. The next day, early morning, I slowly opened my eyes, and the warmth in my arms sent a wave of comfort through my heart. Isdeth and Inoue Oraheim were still fast asleep, breathing softly and evenly. I simply watched them quietly, feeling that softness. This, in itself, was a wonderful experience. I don't know how long passed before Inoue Oraheim woke first. She rubbed her eyes and looked up, and finding me watching her, her pretty face flushed slightly. Chisya morning. I fondly stroked her little head, my eyes full of tenderness. Morning. Isdeth's lashes fluttered as she opened her eyes and looked at me, her gaze still hazy from sleep. Yet without a shred of hesitation, she leaned in slightly. I instinctively looked over, meeting her eyes right up close. Before I could react, her lips were already pressed against mine, carrying a hint of coolness. I froze for half a second, then wrapped my arm around her shoulder and responded gently. After a long while, the two of us slowly parted, the tips of our noses touching. She looked at my slightly swollen lips, and a domineering, sly smile rose at the corner of her mouth. That was my morning kiss. Remember it. I laughed helplessly and lightly grazed her cheek with my fingertip. Understood, my queen. Seeing this, Inoue Oraheim's cheeks instantly flushed. Isdeth raised an eyebrow, glanced at her, and deliberately raised her voice. What? Do you want one too? Her face turned even redder, but she still worked up the courage and gave a small nod. I couldn't help laughing, reached out to ruffle her hair, and then kissed her lips. She responded warmly, and it was a long while before we parted. A morning kiss for Inoue Oraheim. She instantly broke into a radiant smile and nestled a little closer into my arms. After the simple exchange, The three of us got up and packed everything away. Let's go. We're heading to Stage 3 now. We made our way toward the Stage 3 teleport point. The route was unusually quiet, without even a stray monster or examinee to be seen. When we arrived, the area was completely empty, with only a faintly glowing teleport array standing alone in the center of the clearing. I pulled up the map. On the holographic projection, the accessible zone of Stage 2 had shrunk dramatically, its edges marked with red warning lines, turned into a forbidden danger zone. Stage 1 had long since been completely sealed off, becoming a death zone. Looks like the ones left have two choices. Either fight it out in the cracks of Stage 2, or enter Stage 3. Isdeth looked at the map, her tone flat. Inoue Orihime held my hand. Stage 3, will it be very dangerous? We'll know once we take a look. I put away the map, gripped her little hand, then took Isdeth's too, and we walked toward the teleport array together. Since we've come this far, there's no reason to back down. The three of us stepped into the array. The light flashed, and a sense of weightlessness instantly enveloped our whole bodies. When we landed again, a deafening roar was already in our ears. The sky flashed with lightning and rumbled with thunder, purple-black clouds churning endlessly, raindrops the size of beans falling mixed with hail, and gales howling as they whipped up sand and stones. The whole world was like the coming of the apocalypse. What a terrible environment. Inoue Orihime shrank her neck, and I immediately shielded her behind me. Isdeth looked up at the sky, a trace of gravity flashing in her ice-blue eyes. The energy field here is very chaotic, and the stench of decay is everywhere. So this is the core region of the abandoned planet. The ground was covered in broken ruins, rebar and concrete twisted into bizarre shapes. There wasn't a single intact building in sight, let alone any supplies. I kicked aside a piece of rubble, my brow furrowing. In Stage 2 you could find plenty of high-value supplies, but here there isn't even a decent thing. That's a bit odd. At that moment, the ground beneath our feet suddenly trembled. A crack spread out from beside us, and countless crawling monsters covered in dark brown carapaces bored up from underground. They had multiple pairs of compound eyes, their mouths dripping corrosive slime, and they swarmed in densely, their shrieks piercing. I gripped the sky-splitting sword, the orange flame lighting up amid the wind and rain. Deal with them. Isdeth scoffed and raised her hand, condensing dozens of ice spikes that instantly shot at the front row, freezing them into ice sculptures. Inoue Orihime spread her light shield to protect all three of us, guarding against the splashing slime. My figure moved, the sky-splitting sword sweeping across, instantly cleaving open a vacuum. Several monsters were cut in half at the waist, dissolving into black smoke. The points on my wristband began jumping, the increase far exceeding the ordinary monsters of Stage 2. These monsters give a lot of points. My gaze sharpened. It seems the trial of Stage 3 is to face these fiercer things head-on. The three of us cleared them out together, mostly using precise swordsmanship to conserve spiritual energy. After beating back the last wave, I glanced at my wristband. 128,888, firmly in first place. Yunshin followed closely behind at 110,898, a slim gap. I wiped the slime off my sword. Let's go. The deeper we pushed into the core region, the worse the environment became. The downpour gathered into torrents rushing between the ruins, and even breathing carried the stench of decay. There were still no supplies along the way, only an endless stream of monsters, a notch stronger than in Stage 2, but still within our ability to handle. Suddenly, the map on my wristband flashed violently, and several dense red dots lit up ahead. I tapped it open. They were labeled Abnormal Infected, Boss Level. It's a boss. Battle intent flashed in Isdeth's eyes. Looks like this is the key to farming points. Let's go deal with it. I took the lead, heading in the direction of the red dots. Following the map, we came to an abandoned factory. The air was thick with intense rot and the smell of blood. In the center of the factory, an enormous monster fully 10 meters tall was crouched. Its whole body was covered in oozing pustules, one thick arm dragging a scrap truck, the other hand gripping a broken rebar support column. Even its breathing carried a deafening roar. The moment we approached, it suddenly raised its head, its cloudy eyeballs locking onto us, then let out an ear-splitting roar and swung the truck straight at me. Dodge! I pulled Inoue Orihime into a sideways roll, while Isdeth flickered back several meters as a shadow of ice. The truck slammed into the spot where we'd just been standing, smashing a large crater into the concrete ground, parts flying everywhere. The monster swung the support column across again, wind screaming, as if to smash everything to pieces. Quite a bit of brute force. Isdeath scoffed and swept her arm, sending out several ice chains that wrapped around its legs, the ice rapidly spreading. But its strength far exceeded expectations. With a roar it stomped hard, and the ice chains instantly shattered. Its frozen right leg forcibly broke free, and it even hammered backhanded at its frozen left leg, shaking off the frost. Quick reflexes. I seized this fleeting chance, my spiritual energy erupting, and leapt onto its shoulder as a streak of orange light. Instant kill, single flash. The sword light stabbed precisely into its eye socket, green pus and blood gushing out. The monster let out a mournful scream, wildly swinging the support column, the whole factory shaking. Fall back first. I used the momentum to leap down and pulled Inoue Orihime back to a safe distance. Isdeath also flickered back behind the ruins, watching the blinded monster flail about, a trace of calculation flashing in her eyes. It flailed wildly for a few minutes, its force gradually weakening, as if trying to pinpoint our positions. In the instant it paused for breath, Isdeath and I exchanged a glance and moved at the same time. I channeled instant kill, single flash once more, the sword light slashing straight at the monster's neck. Isdeath beside me struck almost simultaneously, a massive ice spear flying from her hand and plunging fiercely into the monster's chest. Both strikes landed. The monster's roar caught in its throat. Its massive body swayed twice, then crashed down with a thunderous boom, kicking up a cloud of dust. The number on my wristband jumped wildly. Points plus 1,000. I stared at that string of numbers and couldn't help smiling. This boss is pretty generous with points. Inoue Orihime ran over and pressed a clean handkerchief into my hand. Chixia, are you all right? I'm fine. I took the handkerchief, wiped the grime off my face haphazardly, then raised my hand and pointed forward. Let's go. Keep killing. What followed was a steamroll. The three of us cut down several more boss-level monsters in a row, our wristband points soaring, and the red dots representing bosses on the map winking out one after another. Except, every time we wiped one out, we noticed another red dot beside it disappearing too. Yinchun's group. They were beating us to them. Yinchun and the others are fast enough. Isdeath stared at the single large red dot remaining on the map, an undisguised battle intent in her tone. Looks like they're rushing the core too. Inoue Orihime leaned in toward the map, her voice dropping low. This red dot is bigger than all the others. Could it be an even nastier monster? I tapped my fingertip beside the red dot. Whatever it is, this is the last one. I lifted my head and gazed into the distance, at that highland pressed beneath the purple-black clouds. By its position, it's the very center of the planet. Yinchun and the others are definitely heading there too. Inoue Orihime raised an eyebrow. So we're finally going to meet? I gripped the sky-splitting sword, its orange flame flickering in the wind and rain. The duel we agreed on for yesterday. It's coming early. Through the raging storm, the three of us raced along. The monsters on the way were nowhere near enough to challenge us, all cleanly cut down. Before long, that huge red dot was right before our eyes. It was a clearing shrouded by thunderclouds, with a lone stone peak standing in the very center. A figure sat at the summit. Sharp fangs, curved horns, dark purple scales wrapping its whole body, several bone spurs crisscrossing its back, its entire body wreathed in crackling lightning. The final boss of the core region, the Thunder Beast. It's here, I said in a low voice, my gaze sweeping to the side. Over there, Yinchun had also just arrived with several genius class students. Yinchun and I exchanged a glance. Not a single word needed to be said. The two of us set off almost simultaneously, charging toward the Thunder Beast at the summit. Stop them, someone in the genius class shouted, and more than a dozen students immediately moved to follow. Your opponent is me. Isdeath scoffed, frost surging, and a wall of ice erupted from the ground, sealing that group in place. Inoue Orihime spread her light shield and took a position beside the ice wall. I won't let you disturb Chixia. You're courting death. One student roared and slashed at the ice wall, only to have his arm go numb from the recoil. The rest swarmed forward, ice spikes clashing against the light shield, and that side instantly descended into chaos. Meanwhile, at the summit, the Thunder Beast opened its crimson eyes, staring at Yinchun and me as we charged up, a low growl rolling from its throat. Ants, you dare intrude on my territory? It suddenly stood, lightning crackling and bursting across its body, and two spears of lightning-forged white bone condensed in its hands from thin air. As the bone spears crossed, two bolts of lightning thick as bowls shot toward us. I tapped my foot and easily dodged. The sky-splitting sword ignited with orange flame, and instead of retreating, I pressed forward, closing in on its face. Instant kill, single flash. Yun Shun leapt into the air on golden sword light, striking from the other side in a pincer. Cloud-piercing slash. The two bone spears blocked us precisely, and that tremendous force made us both shudder. The thunder beast roared and swept its bone spears across, rolling up a vast net of lightning to trap us. I flipped my wrist, the sky-splitting sword drawing an arc of orange. Waltz slash. Orange light wrapped in a mist of spiritual energy tore the lightning net open in one stroke. Yun Shun pointed his sword at the heavens, golden sword light spreading out like flowing clouds, dispersing all the remaining lightning. Interesting. A ruthless look flashed in the thunder beast's eyes, and it stabbed its bone spears into the ground. In an instant, lightning erupted across the summit, countless bolts converging into a ferocious lightning dragon that roared as it swooped down. Together, I barked. Yun Shun nodded, his sword intent bursting out at the same time. My waltz slash and his technique struck out together, cleaving the lightning dragon clean in two, electricity scattering, unable to harm us in the slightest. The thunder beast's eyes were full of fury. It raised its bone spears again, and the entire stone peak began to violently tremble. It was charging a big move. Yun Shun and I exchanged a look and seized the opening to attack simultaneously. The orange light on my sword surged, and my instant kill combo poured down, the sword lights stabbing at its joints like dense rain. Yun Shun turned into a golden rainbow, his cloud-piercing combo advancing layer by layer, specifically striking the gaps in its scales. Its charge was forcibly interrupted. It roared and swung its spears to block, but was still grazed by several sword lights, leaving wounds deep enough to see bone. The two of us had long since read its rhythm, each time dodging the fatal attacks by a hair's breadth and slipping in a counter along the way. The thunder beast retreated step by step, unable to hold on. Just before death, it suddenly bellowed. "Damned humans, you'll die together with me." The lightning across its body surged wildly. It was going to self-destruct. Yun Shun and I both cried out in alarm and hurriedly retreated. Lightning ran rampant, its power terrifyingly great. Unable to dodge in time, the two of us could only dive to the ground, barely avoiding the aftershock. At the base of the stone peak, another fight was nearly over too. The genius class students wielded all kinds of weapons, spears, bows, throwing knives, cleavers, their assault as dense as raindrops, but before Isthetha's ice wall, and in no way Orheim's light shield, they kept hitting a wall. Isthetha's figure was elusive, ice spikes condensing at her whim, each one stabbing at her opponent's weak point. When her rapier flashed out, a row of them fell. In no way Orheim focused on defense, occasionally flinging out a lone shield strike that left the group crying out in misery. The gap in strength was far too great. They simply couldn't hold. In just a few exchanges, all dozen or so students lay on the ground, wiped out. Isteth brushed the frost off her hands and looked up toward the summit. "Done here." In no way Orheim nodded, but her gaze drifted anxiously toward me. "Qixia." As the thick smoke cleared, Yun Shun and I stood up from the rubble. We dodged the self-destruct, but both of us had taken new wounds, our breathing a little ragged. The two of us stood apart, neither moving first. The battle intent in the air was even thicker than when we'd fought the boss. Yun Shun looked at Inoue Orheim as she walked over. She raised her hand and cast a healing shield, a gentle light enveloping me, and my wounds healed at a visible pace. A trace of approval flashed in his eyes. "Your heroic spirit is very strong." My wounds were mostly healed. I turned to Inoue Orheim and said, "Heal him too." Inoue Orheim was taken aback and looked at Yun Shun. Yun Shun raised an eyebrow and didn't refuse. The light wrapped around him, and he rolled his wrist, then smiled at me. "You're a fair opponent. A final duel should be fair to begin with." I gripped the sky-splitting sword, the orange flame igniting once more. "First place in the exam gets decided right here." Yun Shun's golden long sword hummed, its sword intent soaring into the clouds. "That suits me just fine." The gale at the summit swept up the hems of our clothes. The thunder beast's remains hadn't yet fully dissipated, and a new final battle had already begun. The final showdown between two SSR geniuses. It was also the last chapter of this brutal college entrance exam. Yun Shun's gaze suddenly turned sharp, spiritual energy surging wildly across his body. "Come forth." At his low shout, that fire spirit dozens of meters tall appeared with a thunderous boom. A scorching wave of heat instantly swept across the field, dimming even the lightning in the sky. It looked down at me and suddenly spoke. "Qixia, do you know? The nature of our abilities is different. You're a Legion-type heroic spirit user, able to coordinate with your companions. But I am a single-entity heroic spirit user. He paused, a trace of resolve flashing in his eyes. And the difference between the two lies in fusion. Before he'd finished speaking, dazzling red light burst from his whole body. He turned into a streak of light and merged directly into the fire spirit's forehead. The fire spirit instantly transformed. Its once blurry face grew clear, its features 70% like Yun Chen's, the flames shifting from orange-red to deep purple-red, its spiritual energy surging several times over. It was every bit a fire war god. Inoue Orheim cried out. This is... I lifted my head to gaze at that giant spirit, the sky-splitting sword trembling faintly, but my tone was calm. Didn't expect he still had this move. But... I pointed my sword forward, the orange flames suddenly blazing. Even so, the ones who win in the end are still us. Then try it. The fused fire spirit spoke, its voice like a great bell, shaking the ground. It raised its burning fist, and with the momentum to scorch the heavens and destroy the earth, smashed down at the three of us. 3 Sacred Link's shield. I reject. Inoue Orheim instantly spread her largest shield, the orange barrier expanding in an instant and steadily catching that fist. Our turn. Isthetha's figure flickered, turning into ice-blue lightning as she circled to the side, countless ice spikes shooting at the fire spirit's joints. Frost and fire collided, crackling, white mist rising. I seized that fleeting chance, unleashing my spiritual energy without reservation. My instant kill combo opened to its limit. I darted between lightning and flame, deliberately aiming my sword at the weakest points of its fire, every strike leaving a deep gash. Its body was too large, which made it slow instead. Isteth and I split into attack and harassment, while Inoue Orheim's light shield held the defensive line. The three of us coordinated seamlessly, and the fire spirit retreated step by step. Under the relentless pincer, it roared and fell back several steps, the flames across its body suddenly surging. Rejection ring of fire. Centered on it, a massive tidal wave of flame exploded outward. Ice wall. Isteth pressed both hands to the ground, and countless walls of ice erupted upward, layer upon layer, forcibly blocking the wave of fire outside. Where ice met fire, a piercing shriek rang out, white mist billowing. Using this cover, the fire spirit suddenly leapt high into the air, raising both hands overhead, condensing an enormous fireball above its head. The fireball grew larger and larger, its surface flowing with a magma-like luster, like a small sun, hot enough to burn through anything. Take my strongest move. Flame Emperor. It bellowed arrogantly and hurled the fireball down at the ground. The red orb tore across the sky, trailing a long tail of flame, as if to burn the entire core region to scorched earth. Inoue shield. Isteth barked, even as she braced the ice wall. Inoue Orheim instantly spread her largest light shield, the orange barrier layered over the ice wall, a double defense. The Flame Emperor's fireball slammed into the defensive rampart, its dazzling light swallowing everything. The shockwave swept in all directions, even scattering the thunderclouds somewhat. Within the smoke, Yun Chen's pupils shrank. The ice wall hadn't shattered. That rampart woven of ice and light, though covered in cracks, had forcibly withstood his killer move. How is this possible? He didn't know that Isthetha's and Inoue Orheim's gene unlock rates were nothing the current him could compare to. At that moment, a streak of orange light shot out from the smoke, fast as lightning. I stepped off the remains of the ice wall and lunged straight at the fire spirit, still unsteady in midair. Instant kill, single flash. The sky-splitting sword struck precisely at its ankle. Sparks burst from the flaming body, and a wound deep enough to see bone exploded open. It staggered back, and I followed like a shadow, using the momentum of my descent to deliver another instant kill, single flash, severing its other ankle. The fire spirit lost its balance, its massive body crashing to the ground, dust flying everywhere. I didn't stop for an instant, charging up along its body, my target the forehead. That was the core where Yun Chun had fused in. You're courting death. Yun Chun roared, controlling the fire spirit to swing a giant fist of flame straight at my face. I tapped my foot, my body twisting bizarrely in the air, narrowly dodging. A second punch came right on its heels, the flames nearly licking the hem of my clothes. At that moment, an orange triangular light suddenly lit up beneath my feet. Inoue Orheim's lone shield strike. I stepped onto the shield's surface with the momentum, and the light shield instantly burst forth with astonishing speed, carrying me toward the fire spirit. Yun Chen's pupils shrank. He hadn't expected the shield could carry a person in flight, much less that the speed would be too fast for him to react. The light shield carried me grazing past the edge of the fist, orange light slashing precisely at the forehead. With a crisp crack, fire scattered, and the defense was torn open in a gap. How could I possibly let this opening slip by? My toes left the shield, my body plunged, and my sword intent erupted to its absolute limit. I drew my blade from its sheath, orange light flashing down. Instant kill, single flash. The sword light stabbed straight into the crack, striking the cord dead on. The fire spirit shuddered violently, its flames rapidly dimming. Yun Shen's figure separated from the fire, a wound deep enough to see bone gushing blood from his chest. He staggered back several steps and finally collapsed to the ground. He looked up at me as I landed, but a smile of relief rose at the corner of his mouth. In the end, it's your win. Before the words had fully fallen, his figure dissolved into points of fire, scattering into the air. I sheathed my sword and stood, gazing in the direction he'd vanished, then turned to look at Inoue Orihime and his death beside me. My heart was full of joy. We won. The instant Yin Shun turned into sparks of fire, the livestream comments exploded. Holy crap, that play was insane. Chi Xia is a beast. He won. He actually won. The exam's top scorer is locked in. That instant reversal had my heart nearly jumping out of my chest. The lone shield strike could be used like that? Incredible. Did you all notice? The Flame Emperor was forcibly withstood by his death. Chi Xia's heroic spirits really are above Yun Shen's. SSR class heroic spirits really are different. Off the charts. Yun Shen didn't lose any face either. Those fists of flame looked so hot, even I felt the burn. Congrats, Chi Xia. First place well deserved. Yongjiang City, number 2 high school principal's office. Principal Zhu Debiao suddenly sprang up from his chair and slapped the desk, his face flushed red. We won. We won. The exam's top scorer belongs to our school. Ha ha. Teacher Li and the others instantly boiled over, some high-fiving, some pacing back and forth. We have to hold a victory banquet. A grand one, right? A historic breakthrough. We absolutely must celebrate. Meanwhile, in number 1 high school's office, the atmosphere was so heavy it was suffocating. Bai Jianxing stared hard at the figure of me, sheathing my sword on the screen, his knuckles white. He slowly walked to the window, gazing toward number 2 high school, his voice hoarse. If I could do it over, I'd choose to never abandon and never give up. The dean of students beside him kept sighing. Chi Xia should have been the glory of our number 1 high school. Such a shame, such a shame. The surrounding teachers were all silent, their faces full of regret. My family's living room, the TV still frozen on the scene of the battle's end. Kaixing grabbed Chi Zongheng's arm, her eyes red-rimmed, yet her smile radiant. Old Chi, did you see that? Our little Xiao won. First place. Our family has finally made it. Chi Zongheng nodded hard. Normally such a steady man, his voice was trembling now. Good boy. Beautifully done. No, I've got to go buy groceries right away. Kaixing said, heading for the door. Tonight, I'll make a whole table of dishes, properly reward our little Xia. And our 2 good daughters-in-law too. Her steps were light, her smile impossible to hide. An S-rank university, a girls' dormitory. Su Muin held her breath, staring at the screen, her eyes widening slightly. When I unleashed instant kill, single flash, her breath suddenly caught, her lips parting. Chi Xia, so you're the instant kill, swordsman 9527. Her voice held back her excitement. I've finally found you. But seeing my strength now, along with those 2 heroic spirits beside me, she slowly clenched her fist again. When you come to the S-rank university, I will defeat you with my swordsmanship. Another luxurious room. A little girl in twin ponytails and a pink dress swung her feet, watching the match intently. Seeing me, she giggled, her voice crisp as a silver bell. Hee hee, instant kill swordsman 9527, so you're Chi Xia. She tilted her head, studying the screen. You're pretty handsome, actually. Hee hee, when you get here, let's have a good little play together. In a fairly bright apartment, a woman with a curvaceous figure gazed at the screen, those bright eyes now clouded with a sinister glint. So it's you. Instant kill, swordsman 9527. She slowly removed her veil, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. Chi Xia, the day we meet again, my killing intent will surely be stronger than yours. Another room. A tall woman with wheat-colored skin and a smoking hot figure looked at the screen, a radiant smile rising at the corner of her mouth, 2 little fangs faintly visible. Instant kill swordsman 9527. I never expected you'd be this cohort's top scorer. She wiped the bow and arrows in her hands. Truly impressive. I hope next time, we can meet properly. Yongjiang City, the instance hall. Wu Qiuqiu, Han Ying, Shi Xian, and Li Kai, having just emerged from an instance and still weary, were drawn in by the discussion around them. Following everyone's gaze, on the large screen in the center of the hall the exam results were being broadcast, and in the most prominent position it read, "This cohort's exam top scorer, Qixia." Qixia. All four exclaimed almost at once, their eyes going wide. Shi Xian rubbed his eyes. It really is Qixia. He got first in the exam. Han Ying crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow. Didn't expect he'd become this strong. Who knows if he'll still be willing to team up with us next time. He definitely will. Wu Qiuqiu lifted her little face, full of certainty. If he dares to refuse, I'll bombard him with messages, and maybe throw in a couple of scoldings too. Li Kai couldn't help laughing. Only you would dare say that. Wu Qiuqiu laughed even more brightly and waved her hand. Of course, we're friends, after all. Before a raid entrance, dozens of players stood ready. At their head, Su Yuqing glanced down at the message popping up on her terminal, raising an eyebrow. Qixia actually got first in the exam. What? Lin Yueru, Zhao Lei, and Li Shaojian immediately crowded over. Damn, it really is him. Zhao Lei exclaimed first. This kid took first in the exam. He beat that Yin family genius Yinshin? Too strong. He even took out the whole genius class. This strength is absurd. Li Shaojian nodded repeatedly, clicking his tongue. I really didn't expect he'd grown this strong. Su Yuqing withdrew her gaze, her tone calm, yet certain. It's not the first time we've seen his strength. A first place in the exam is nothing more than a trivial matter for him. Lin Yueru agreed wholeheartedly, gazing into the distance. Exactly. This may just be his starting point. With his strength, what he'll conquer in the future is the sea of stars. From this moment on, the name Qixia will resound across the entire standard planet. Number 2 high school's teleport port. Huang Xiaolong, Huang Xiaowu, and the other number 2 students who'd been eliminated early, along with Principal Zhu Dabiao and Teacher Li, had long been waiting there, all craning their necks in anticipation, staring hard at the teleport-like curtain. The light flickered, and my figure slowly emerged, with Isteth and Inoue Oraheim appearing alongside me. Qixia, Principal Zhu Dabiao waved with a smile and quickly came to meet me. Welcome back. Congratulations, congratulations. Congratulations on taking first in the exam. Well deserved. A chorus of congratulations instantly rang out all around. Congrats, congrats. First in the exam. Number 2 high school is mighty. I smiled and nodded. Thank you, principal. Thank you, everyone. Not far off, number 1 high school's principal Bai Jianxing silently watched this scene, his heart clenching as if grabbed by something. He gazed at my back as I was surrounded, a mix of emotions churning within him. This should have been the glory of their number 1 high school. For a moment, he seemed to age several years. He silently turned and left, forlorn. After some brief pleasantries, I said goodbye to everyone and headed home. When I arrived, Mom and Dad had long prepared a full table of dishes and were sitting in the living room, waiting. Seeing me push the door open and walk in, the two of them immediately stood up, smiling like blooming flowers. Son, you're finally back. Kaitsing quickly stepped forward, taking my arm, her eyes full of pride. Congratulations, son, you finally scored first. Wonderful. Qi Zonghing nodded continuously beside her and patted my shoulder. Good boy, you've got a bright future. Dad, Mom, sorry to keep you waiting. I said with a smile. Come sit, eat. The food's getting cold. Kaitsuin pulled me to the table and beckoned Isteth and Inoue Oraheim over too. The atmosphere at the table grew warmer and warmer. Qi Zonghing suddenly remembered something, turned, and took several bottles of beer from the cabinet, a rare excitement on his face. Today's a big day. We've got to drink a little to celebrate. He poured a glass for me, Isteth, and Inoue Oraheim each. Little Xia, you're an adult now. It's time you tasted what alcohol is like. I raised my glass with a smile. Sure. Tonight I'll drink a few with you, Dad. We won't stop till we're drunk. Inoue Oraheim picked up her glass and cautiously took a sip, her brow furrowing slightly. This taste is a little strange. But she still obediently finished the drink in her glass. Isteth took a sip, her eyes brightening slightly, seeming quite satisfied, and simply downed it in one go. Kaitsuane kept picking out food for the two of them beside her. Eat more, my 2 daughters-in-law. Keeping your bodies healthy is what matters most. Hearing 2 daughters-in-law, Inoue Oraheim's cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head to quietly eat her rice, too embarrassed to speak. Isteth simply nodded lightly and answered with an okay. Watching them eat so earnestly, the smile at the corner of my mouth deepened. The family ate and chatted, drinking quite a bit without realizing it. Inoue Oraheim had a low tolerance. After only a few sips, her cheeks flushed and her eyes grew hazy. Death appeared composed, but her gaze had softened a touch from usual. I was a little tipsy too, my head feeling light. Chi Zonghing saw it all and suggested with a smile, "Son, why not let Death and Inoue go rest in their room first?" "Okay." I stood to help Inoue Orihime and then moved to support Death too. Death waved her hand, her voice carrying a barely perceptible languor. "No need, I can still walk." As she said this, she stood up and reached back to steady Inoue Orihime, whose steps were unsteady. The two of them slowly walked into the guest room. Mom and Dad exchanged a glance, each seeing the smile in the other's eyes, and quietly traded a knowing look. I gently laid the tipsy Inoue Orihime down on the bed, and just as I was about to straighten up, she wrapped her arms around my neck and pulled me into her embrace. Her face was right up close, and my cheeks felt a little hot. I could only gently set her back down to lie properly, laughing helplessly. She was still mumbling, "I can still drink," clearly quite drunk. Once I'd settled her, I turned around and ran right into Death drinking from a bottle of water. I instinctively checked the two of their affection levels. Inoue Orihime, current affection 98, bond energy 720. Death, current affection 100, bond energy 990. The number 100 was like a pebble dropped into the lake of my heart, sending out ripple after ripple. Whether it was the alcohol working on me or emotions long suppressed quietly welling up, I only felt my throat go dry, my gaze falling involuntarily onto Death. As if sensing my burning stare, she set down her water glass, a meaningful smile rising at the corner of her lips, and slowly walked toward me. Not a single unnecessary word. The two of us were drawn together as if by an invisible force, embracing naturally. The instant our lips touched, it was as if an electric current ran through us. Death showed not the slightest resistance. Instead, she tilted her head up slightly, deepening the kiss. The air was filled with the faint scent of alcohol and an indescribable feeling. After lingering for a long while, at the depths of that emotion, she spoke softly beside my ear, her tone a rare tenderness. "Tonight, I am your woman, your husband." The next morning, I opened my eyes amid a slight headache. The first thing I felt was the warmth in my arms. Looking down, Death was quietly nestled against me, neither of us wearing a stitch of cloth. The memories of last night surged up like a tide, and my cheeks instantly grew hot. My fingertips moved slightly, a little shy, yet holding a joy I couldn't quite express. She and I had finally, truly become one. Suddenly remembering something, I pulled up her panel to look, and sure enough it had changed. The development count had gone from 0 to name, Death. Rank, SSR. Level, 60, same as host. Race, part as clan. Face, 95, out of 100. Figure, 96, out of 100. Partner, Chisya. Affection, 100%. Development count, 9. Gene unlock rate, 90%. Skills, ice manipulation, Mahapadma, general of ice storms, winter withering. Proficiencies, superb martial arts, weapon mastery, command talent, strategic expertise, keen intuition. 9 times. I couldn't help lifting my head with pride. Not bad. Just then, the system chimed. Ding. Detected that the host has achieved a perfect bond with SSR class partner Death. Body and soul united. Ultimate reward mechanism triggered. Gift of love, cross-dimensional projection. Beginning random draw of SSR class reward. Drawing. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the SSR class skill, Gate of Babylon. Gate of Babylon activated. Current treasury inventory, 0. Treasury properties. 1. Auto storage. Weapons, armor, and items obtained or owned are automatically stored in the treasury, no limit. 2. Quality enhancement. All stored equipment is automatically raised by 1 grade. 3. Noble phantasm projection. Weapons can be summoned from the treasury at any time for range projection. Power is related to weapon quality and energy infusion. 4. Noble Phantasm Guard. Armor can be summoned to encircle and defend the self. 5. Auto Retrieval. Launched equipment can be automatically recovered. I was stunned for a moment. Gate of Babylon. This was the signature skill of the ultimate Flex King. My mind raced through it. Auto storage with no limit meant all my equipment would go straight into the treasury from now on. Quality enhancement was even more broken. Store something and it automatically goes up a grade, which was like picking up a pile of powerful gear for free, never having to worry about firepower again. Noble Phantasm Projection was essentially a mobile artillery battery, directly patching up my weakness in ranged output. Noble Phantasm Guard could protect my entire body 360 degrees. As for auto-retrieval, that one was too good. Launched weapons flying back automatically, forming a closed loop, so the supply would never be cut off. Otherwise, if I fought until the treasury ran dry, I'd have to bend down and pick up weapons myself. Forget looking cool, that would be downright humiliating. There was no time to waste. I stuffed all the weapons, armor, and items from my storage into the Gate of Babylon. Current treasury inventory, 1314. That number, so flashy. Wouldn't that call for showing his death a little more affection? No sooner said than done. I gazed at her in my arms, that feeling surging up in my heart again, my hand instinctively reaching out and gently pressing down. Isteth's lashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes, her gaze landing on my face. "Good morning, my queen," I said softly, offering a warm morning kiss, my hands not stopping. She gave a soft hum, and instead of pushing me away, she tilted her head up slightly to respond. After lingering for a moment, I pressed her back down onto the sofa and pulled the blanket over the two of us. "You little rascal, you certainly do enjoy this." Her voice carried a trace of languor, but her gaze was clear. "My queen, do you not enjoy it?" I looked at her slyly. Isteth pondered for a moment, a faint smile rising at the corner of her mouth. "Not bad." She looked me up and down and added, "You've got quite a lot of energy." Development count, 10. When we parted from our kiss, the two of us were both a little reluctant. "Greedy little rascal." Isteth laughed softly. I scratched my head and handed over her clothes. "Hurry and put them on." I glanced at the still sleeping Inoue Orihime. It seemed she really had drunk too much last night. Isteth had no reservations either, dressing piece by piece right in front of me, her movements brisk. "Come on, let's go freshen up." By the time I dressed and walked out of the room, the living room was empty. I checked my terminal and only then realized Mom and Dad had left a message. They'd originally taken 3 days off, but now it seemed they wouldn't be back for a month. They'd come back to see me off when I went to register at the university. In other words, for this whole month, this house belongs to just us. I murmured, a strange sense of anticipation rising in my heart. I turned to glance toward the bathroom. Isteth was showering inside, so I walked into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Before long, she came out wrapped in a bath towel, droplets still hanging from the ends of her hair, her skin glowing with a lustrous sheen in the morning light, like a lotus emerging from water. I'd just set the table when I looked up and caught this scene, unable to help smiling. "Come here, breakfast is ready," I said, stepping forward to embrace her and kiss her again. Isteth responded, a touch of helplessness at her lips. "We just parted, and you already can't hold back? Once you've had a taste of something sweet, naturally it becomes unstoppable." I whispered in her ear. For a man, when it comes to this sort of thing, it's either 0 times or countless times. With that, I gave her a light pat and turned with a smile toward the room. A rare tenderness rose on her face, and she shook her head with a soft laugh. I sat on the edge of the bed and said softly, "Inoue, it's time to get up." Inoue Orihime sat up holding her head, looking miserable. "My head hurts so much. I drank too much last night." "It's all right. You'll feel better after some breakfast." I helped her up, but she seemed bashful and wouldn't budge. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell somewhere?" I asked, curious. She blushed, her voice tiny. You haven't given me a morning kiss yet." As she said this, she slowly closed her eyes, her lips slightly parted, carrying a trace of anticipation. My heart warmed, and I kissed her without hesitation. Remembering last night's tenderness with Isteth, I unconsciously deepened the kiss, full of gentle affection. She was shy at first, but gradually responded with warmth, her hands lightly wrapping around my neck. It was a long while before we parted. Inoue Orihime lowered her head bashfully, not daring to look at me. I gently stroked her face. "Come on, let's have breakfast." I knew clearly that I couldn't fully have her yet. Her affection was still just a little short. No rush. At most one more day, and Inoue Orihime's affection would surely reach 100%. I led Inoue Orihime out by the hand. Isteth was quietly eating breakfast. She looked up for a glance, said nothing, and continued eating on her own. I sat down. "No training today. The exam just ended, so let's relax for a day." "Then what should we do?" Inoue Orihime blinked. I looked at Isteth, then at her, reached out to take each of their hands, and suggested with a smile, "Let's go on a date." "A date?" Isteth raised an eyebrow. Having never experienced such a thing, interest curled at her lips. "Sounds a little interesting." "Sure." Inoue Orihime was so happy she couldn't hide it. After finishing breakfast, Isteth went back to the room, looked at the few clothes in the closet, and turned to ask Inoue Orihime, who was changing. Inoue, what should one wear on a date? Inoue Orihime looked her over and pointed to a sharply tailored dark dress. This one. It has a queenly aura but isn't too serious. It suits you well. All right. Isteth nodded. Soon after, Inoue Orihime changed into a white floral dress, looking all the more sweet and adorable. As they headed out, she took the initiative to hold Isteth's hand. Let's go. I was waiting in the living room, and when I saw the two of them come out, my eyes lit up. Isteth in her long dress, aloof and stunning, her aura at full force. Inoue Orihime in her floral dress, pure and lovely, sweet and charming. I stepped forward with a smile, first embracing Isteth and planting a light kiss on her lips. Then I turned to Inoue Orihime, wrapped my arm around her waist, and gave her a gentle kiss too. Then I took one on each arm. Let's go. Isteth's expression was at ease, while Inoue Orihime blushed and gave a small nod. The moment we walked into the mall, the three of us instantly became the center of attention. I was young and handsome, Isteth aloof as a queen, Inoue Orihime lively as a sprite. What drew the most eyes was that I held one on each hand, so intimate that the people around cast envious glances our way. Damn, who is this kid? Someone murmured. Both girls are this gorgeous. He's got to be from some wealthy family. An ordinary family would have to burn incense and thanks for even one this beautiful, and he's got two at once. Can't compete, just can't compete. If I had these two, I'd be happy to stay home all day. Why even go out shopping? You want two? I'd be content with just one. Wake up, you don't have a single one. Screw off? Who says I don't have any? What do you have? I've got 200 gigabytes of my teachers. Respect. The three of us paid them no mind and walked straight in. Passing a clothing store, a clerk saw our outstanding presents and hurried over. Would you like to take a look? We've got a few new arrivals that would suit you well. Sure, we'll pick a few and try them on. I nodded with a smile. Inoue Orihime pulled Isteth in, not forgetting to drag me along too. You come help us look as well. The fitting room curtain drew back, and Inoue Orihime came out in a light blue dress and spun around. Does it look good? It looks good, I said without hesitation. After a while, she changed into a pink short skirt. How about this one? Also looks good. Isteth tried on a few as well. Though she didn't shop often, every outfit carried an aloof aura of its own. Inoue Orihime tried on another, and I gave my usual looks good. She pretended to be dissatisfied and pouted. Hey, why do you say every single one looks good? I stepped forward and wrapped my arms around her waist. Because my wife looks good, so she looks good in anything. The word wife made her cheeks instantly flush crimson. She grumbled, "You're the worst," and, holding the clothes, bashfully retreated back into the fitting room. Ding. Detected Inoue Orihime's affection toward you +1. Inoue Orihime. Current affection 99, bond energy 720. Isteth finally picked two simple dresses. Not going to buy more? I asked. No need. I'm used to wearing my military uniform. That suits me better. All right. I went to pay, stored the clothes in my storage, and then the three of us walked into a holographic cinema. There were no traditional big screens here. Audiences put on immersive glasses and could step into the world of the film as if truly there, while still keeping the atmosphere of watching together as a group. I held Isteth's hand with my left and Inoue Orihime's with my right. Occasionally Orihime would bring popcorn to my mouth, and the three of us shared one large cup of cola, clinking now and then, sweet and comfortable. After the show, we went to an amusement park. Roller coasters, carousels, whack-a-mole, claw machines, the laughter never stopped. It wasn't until evening that we walked into an elegantly decorated specialty restaurant. The table was filled with exquisite dishes, and I specially ordered a bottle of red wine. The three of us ate and sipped, chatting about the fun of the day. During the meal, Isteth and Inoue Orihime would occasionally bring food to my mouth, and I'd catch it with a smile, adding some of their favorites to their plates too. After a few glasses of wine, all our cheeks were tinged with a faint blush, and the atmosphere grew ever more harmonious. When dinner ended, I wrapped my arms around the two of them, and we rode home together. The moment we walked in, Isteth headed for the bathroom. I'll shower first. Okay, I answered and helped Inoue Orihime back to the room. She leaned gently against me. Whether it was the alcohol going to her head or her affection overflowing, her voice carried a trace of bashfulness, yet was crystal clear. Chisya, I love you. Ding. Detected Inoue Orihime's affection toward you +1. Inoue Orihime. Current affection 100, bond energy 720. Hearing the notification, I could no longer restrain myself and gently kissed her lips. I held her tightly in my arms, kissing her tenderly as I slowly walked toward the bed, and the two of us lay down together. My hand gently brushed across the front of her clothes, full of cherishing and love. When the last piece fell to the floor, the war began. The next morning, I opened my eyes to find Inoue Oraheim sleeping in my arms, still nestled tightly against me, skin against skin. Remembering last night's tenderness, a wave of warmth rose in my heart, and I reached out to gently brush through her hair. Name: Inoue Oraheim. Rank: SR. Level: 30. Race: human. Face: 94 out of 100. Figure: 98 out of 100. Partner: Chisya. Affection: 100%. Development count: 9. Gene unlock rate: 70%. Skills: Lone Shield Strike, Twin Heaven Returning Shield, 3 Sacred Link Shield, for Heaven Resisting Shield. Proficiencies: Cooking. She gradually woke under my touch, her lashes fluttering as she opened her eyes. Seeing me right up close, her cheeks instantly flushed, and she lowered her head a little shyly. Awake. My voice carried the hoarseness of having just woken. She gave a soft mm and nodded, her eyes full of bashfulness. Seeing her like this, my heart stirred. I reached out to cup her face and planted a light kiss on her lips. That's a morning kiss. The words had barely fallen when my hand instinctively landed on her chest and gently pressed. Her body trembled slightly, but she didn't push me away. She simply closed her eyes, her face red as a ripe apple. The air gradually turned intimate, and a new round of tenderness quietly spread through the morning light. Development count: 10. Now it was fair. Ding. Detected that the host has achieved a perfect bond with SR class partner Inoue Oraheim. Body and soul united. Ultimate reward mechanism triggered. Gift of love, cross-dimensional projection. Beginning random draw of SR class reward. Drawing. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the SR class skill, Transparent Fruit. Transparent Fruit activated. Abilities. 1. Body transparency. The body becomes transparent, invisible to the eyes of onlookers, unaffected by light or movement. 2. Shared transparency. Clothes, weapons, items, and even another living being can be made transparent together through contact. My eyes lit up. Wasn't this just invisibility? Thinking back to that legendary bathhouse war god of old, he'd relied on this very fruit to slip into all sorts of women's baths and feast his eyes on the beauty of the world. In the past, I might not have cared much for this ability. But now, having tasted his death and Inoue Oraheim, I finally understood just how indescribably wonderful it was. Of course, invisibility wasn't only good for peeping. For reconnaissance and assassination, its effects were also superb. Especially for an instant kill swordsman like me, pairing it with transparency was like adding wings to a tiger. As for being able to make others transparent along with me, wasn't that just holding hands with your buddy to sneak into the women's bath together? Just thinking about it was awkward. I still preferred to enjoy things alone. Still, an ability that could save others at a critical moment wasn't bad either. As for who a swordsman paired with a transparent fruit resembled, I'd rather not say. I picked up Inoue Oraheim's clothes from the sofa and handed them over. She blushed, wrapped the blanket tightly around herself, turned her back, and slowly got dressed, every movement radiating bashfulness. Watching her like this, I couldn't help the corners of my mouth curling up. I turned to look around and didn't see Estetha's figure. She must have deliberately given us some space last night. How truly touching. Just as I was about to step out, I saw Estetha asleep leaning against the living room sofa. I walked over softly, crouched before her, and brushed the stray hair from her forehead. Thank you for your trouble. She slowly opened her eyes, a trace of slyness flashing in them. I merely gave little sister Oraheim a hand. I couldn't help leaning in and kissing her lips. She was slightly startled, then gradually responded. A moment later, I gave a light peck on her chin. That's a morning kiss. I know. She gave a soft hum. Now hurry and make breakfast. I'll rest a little longer. Okay. Before long, Inoue Oraheim walked out of the room, and seeing Estetha on the sofa, her cheeks flushed again. How do you feel? Estetha raised an eyebrow. Inoue Oraheim lowered her head, fingers twisting the hem of her clothes, unable to say a word. Seeing her so bashful, Estetha laughed. It's fine. There's nothing to be shy about. From now on, we're sisters. She took the initiative to hold Inoue Oraheim's hand, clasping it gently. From now on, let's take good care of him together. Inoue Oraheim was taken aback, then nodded, the blush on her face gradually fading, replaced by a bit more ease. Just then I came out of the kitchen carrying breakfast. Seeing the two of them holding hands, I walked over with a smile and wrapped my arms around them. My two wives getting along so well. I'm truly the luckiest man. I kissed each of them on the cheek. Come, let's eat breakfast. Sunlight streamed through the window into the dining room. The three of us sat around the table, eating the steaming breakfast, laughter never ceasing. Noon. I'd practiced the profound origin breathing art all morning and only raised my gene unlock rate by 1%. Gene unlock rate, 26%. I had to admit, the further along I got, the lower this technique's effectiveness became. After resting a while, I opened the draw page. Remaining draws, 5. Cumulative draws, 30. Might as well draw them all at once. I tapped draw. The card pool blazed with light, spinning rapidly. Congratulations, you obtained. In card, gene mating. Description: independent and opinionated, clear-minded and self-reliant without losing warmth. Gene mating had a head of fluffy, gray-purple medium-length hair and wore thin-framed glasses. Even her business attire couldn't hide that enviable figure. In the past, I'd definitely have stored her away immediately. But now, well, other ideas had already formed in my mind. I stored her first, planning to draw the rest, and then consider whether to summon out the R and N cards to see if they could help. And of course, help of the more intimate kind went without saying. I gave a dry cough and continued drawing. Congratulations, you obtained. N card, Eri Kisaki. Description: calm and sharp-witted, cold on the outside but warm inside, serious about her work. Eri Kisaki had long, slightly wavy brown hair, usually tied in a bun, a tall figure, and an elegant temperament. I was completely dumbfounded, not because of her looks or figure, but because she was Ranmuri's mother. A mother and daughter set? I couldn't help glancing at Ranmuri in my storage, then at the Eri Kisaki I'd just drawn. If I summoned the two of them together, and then did that together, just thinking about it was thrilling. I pressed down the impulse in my heart and put Eri Kisaki into storage first. I took a deep breath and continued. Congratulations, you obtained. Our card, Huangrong. Description: clever and cunning, deeply passionate and true to her nature, whimsical and mischievous. Huangrong had skin fairer than snow, long hair draped over her shoulders bound with a golden sash, dressed all in white, like a fairy. Looking at that stunningly beautiful face, I was instantly smitten, a desire to conquer welling up naturally. No wonder both the colorful fan works and the serious ones love to make Huangrong the lead. Truly beautiful. Into storage, continue. Congratulations, you obtained. Our card, manhwaedit. Description: cold in temperament, competitive, soft on the inside. manhwaedit had blue-black long hair in her signature long braid, snow-white skin, 2 teardrop moles beneath her eyes, and a teal cheongsam paired with a black bodysuit with a tall figure. Nice, another beautiful lady. Into storage. Last draw. Congratulations, you obtained. SR card by Uekue. Description: calm and rational, decisive and firm in action, gentle at heart. By Uekue had short silver hair, fair skin, a serene gaze, and a tall figure. I felt a surge of delight. Finally got lucky for once. Summon SR card by Uekue. I decisively chose yes. A streak of orange light poured from the card, condensing into a human form before me. As the light faded, a stunningly beautiful woman appeared in the room. She was tall and slender, draped in a fluffy light gray fur-collared mink coat, with a fitted waist top and black shorts underneath, her long legs straight and snow-white, her whole being radiating a cool, sharp, and coldly alluring aura. I immediately checked her information. Name: by Uekue. Rank: SR. Level: 30, half of host. Race: human. Face: 95 out of 100. Figure: 96 out of 100. Partner: Chixia. Affection: 30%. Development count: 0. Gene unlock rate: 75%. Skills: pressure point strike, mental interference, psionic control, source essence perception. Proficiencies: square dancing, arcade games, scientific research, sword mastery, close quarters combat. Her cool gaze swept the surroundings and finally landed on me, her tone calm. So you're my partner? My mindset was long since different from before, so I nodded calmly. Yes, from now on, you're my wife. Bai Uekue looked me over and raised an eyebrow. Your gene unlock rate seems to still have a long way to go. I glanced at the panel. Her gene unlock rate was 75%, 5 points higher than even Inoue Oriheim's. Remembering her expertise in scientific research, especially gene modification, my heart stirred. Then do you have any potions that can improve genes? At the words, gene potion, a flash of interest crossed by Uekue's eyes, her cool gaze gaining a bit more focus. If you can provide sufficient space and research conditions, I might be able to develop something like a gene enhancement potion. I felt a surge of joy. I'd found her interest point after all. No problem. Space and conditions are nothing. I'll arrange it for you as soon as possible. She nodded slightly, which counted as tacit agreement. Just then, Inoue Orihime came out of the kitchen carrying fruit, and looking up to see Bai Yuekue, her eyes instantly lit up. Wow, this sister is so pretty. She turned to me and asked curiously, Husband, is she also one of my sisters? I feel some inexplicable connection with her. She is too. Her name is Bai Yuekue. She'll become my wife in the future. I nodded with a smile. Bai Yuekue looked at me, her tone carrying a bit of insistence. I never agreed. If you don't meet my requirements, I won't acknowledge it. It's all right. You'll agree soon enough. You're rather confident. Inoue Orihime took her hand and said with a smile, Of course. Our husband is amazing. You'll definitely come to like him. Bai Yuekue looked at her radiant, sincere smile, the distance in her eyes fading a little. She simply smiled faintly and said nothing more. Just then Esteth walked out, her gaze sweeping over Bai Yuekue, and she understood the gist of it. She walked straight to my side, naturally wrapping her arms around mine, and looked at Bai Yuekue with her full queenly aura. I am Esteth, Chisia's first wife. Understood. She pointed at Inoue Orihime. She's the second wife. Without waiting for Bai Yuekue to respond, she lifted her chin. Introductions done. I'm off to watch TV. With that, she turned and walked toward the sofa. Bai Yuekue watched her crisp, decisive figure, then looked at the anticipation-filled Inoue Orihime beside her and the fully confident me, the corner of her mouth curling almost imperceptibly, still saying nothing. Just then, my terminal rang. It was a message from No. 2 High School's principal Zhu Debiao. Chixia, the school's reward for you has been finalized. We've arranged a large villa in the city district. You can head over right now and move in with facial recognition. As for the other rewards, they'll be distributed one after another. I replied with a thank you, principal, a surge of delight in my heart. Truly, when you're sleepy, someone hands you a pillow. With this death, Inoue Orihime, and the newly arrived Bai Yuekue, the original two-bedroom apartment was long since cramped. It would be even more inconvenient once Mom and Dad returned, not to mention I might summon out more companions in the future. Perfect timing. Let's take a trip out. I put away the terminal and looked at the few people in the living room. Where are we going? Inoue Orihime asked curiously. I smiled and lifted my terminal. To our new home. I took Esteth, Inoue Orihime, and Bai Yuekue by taxi to the villa district where the new home was located. Green hills surrounded it, clear water babbled, the environment absurdly serene. Finding the corresponding villa, I verified with facial recognition, and the gate opened in response. The moment we entered the villa district, security came over to verify the terminal information, only letting us through after confirming everything was correct. Looking at the three stunningly beautiful women of differing styles behind me, their eyes were full of envy, and they muttered under their breath. A young master's life really is different. Others would be overjoyed to have even one pretty girl, and he's got three at once. Whoever envies him, I won't say. Another security guard patted his shoulder. Stop envying him. We make 3,000 a month. Thinking about this stuff is useless. I'll just work hard and try to marry Xiaodan, one of the residents, sooner. Old Wang, I think you've still got a shot at being next door to her. Get lost. Do you only deserve to be under the bed? Nonsense, I'll be in the closet. I'm just afraid you'll end up in the fridge. We paid them no mind and walked straight in. The instant I pushed open the villa's front door, Inoue Orihime couldn't help exclaiming, Wow, it's so big, so beautiful. The villa had 3 floors, luxuriously decorated yet tasteful, fully furnished with all appliances, ready to move into with just a bag. The courtyard was lush with flowers and plants, and you could hear crisp birdsong. Inoue Orihime pulled me to the kitchen, her eyes sparkling. Look at this kitchen, so big and pretty. I'll be able to make you all so many delicious dishes. Esteth lay right down on the wide sofa in the living room, testing its comfort, and said flatly, The sofa's decent, comfortable to lie on. She glanced at the giant TV on the wall. Watching shows on this wouldn't be bad either. I looked around and suggested with a smile. The place is quite big. Let's leave the master bedroom for my parents, and everyone else can pick a room from the rest. No need to pick. Esteth spoke up directly, her gaze on me. I'll sleep with you. Being told so bluntly, I felt a little embarrassed and scratched my head. Inoue Orihime hesitated, wanting to speak, but stopping herself. In the end, she couldn't bring herself to say she wanted to sleep with me too, and could only timidly say, Then, I'll pick that room. The room she chose was separated from mine by just one wall. So close, it'd be convenient for me to go find her too. Thinking of this, her face turned red. Truly the picture of sneaky guilt. Bai Yuekue favored good lighting. Once she'd chosen her room, she went in to study the gene research data of the final universe. Inoue Oraheim nimbly began cleaning the villa, tidying every corner spotless. Isdeath nestled into the sofa binge-watching an idle drama, occasionally humming softly along with the plot. I, meanwhile, cultivated the profound origin-breathing art in the main hall until the afternoon, when my gene unlock rate finally rose by 1%. Gene unlock rate, 26%. I let out a sigh. The speed really was touching, but I could only proceed step by step. Time to eat. Inoue Oraheim's voice came from the dining room, a whole table of food already prepared. Isdeath and Bai Yuekue set down what they were doing and came over. At the table, Inoue Oraheim habitually picked out food and brought it to my mouth. I caught it with a smile, then picked out food for her and Isdeath too, so affectionately sweet it was almost cloying. Bai Yuekue propped her cheek on one hand watching this, unable to help teasing. Can't you two behave even while eating? Isdeath raised an eyebrow with a hint of mockery. What? Do you want to join in too? Bai Yuekue waved her hand, didn't take the bait, and lowered her head to keep eating. Not long after the meal, Bai Yuekue returned to her room. Once everything was cleaned up, Inoue Oraheim went to the bathroom. I looked toward the bathroom and, as if possessed, quietly walked over and gently pushed the door open. Eek! Inoue Oraheim jumped, still wrapped in a bath towel. Husband. I closed the door, stepped forward with a wicked grin, and pulled off the bath towel in one motion. Inoue, let your husband help you. Bai Yuekue came out of her room at this moment, and hearing the commotion in the bathroom, her lovely brows furrowed slightly as she turned and went back. After a while, Inoue Oraheim and I walked out of the bathroom. She shot me a bashful glance and quickly returned to her room. Watching her flee in a rout, I found it rather amusing. Before long, I saw Isdeath walk into the bathroom, and my heart stirred. Working up my nerve, I followed her in. The moment I entered, I saw her just shedding her last piece of clothing, about to turn toward the shower area. You little rascal, your nerve is growing bolder and bolder. Sensing the movement, she glanced back at me, her tone teasing, but her eyes not truly angry. I reached back to close the door, stepped forward with a wicked grin, and embraced her from behind, resting my chin lightly in the hollow of her shoulder. My queen, I've come to help you wash. My warm breath brushed past her ear. Her body stiffened slightly, then relaxed, a faint smile rising at the corner of her mouth. Oh, you certainly know how to fawn. Serving my queen is my honor. My hands were quite unruly. Sensing the change in her breathing, only then did I reach out to turn on the shower. Warm water poured down, instantly enveloping the two of us in a haze of steam. I don't know how long passed before Bai Yuekue came out again. The sound of water was still in the bathroom, occasionally mixed with mine and Isdeath's voices. Her lovely brows furrowed slightly, and she retreated again. After a while more, Isdeath slowly walked out drying herself, leaving me alone. A moment later, Bai Yuekue came out for the third time. The bathroom door was finally open. I just finished washing and was drying my hair as I walked out. I just finished. You go ahead. Bai Yuekue remembered the commotion earlier and hesitated, but still steeled herself and walked in. She really needed to use the toilet and couldn't open any of the other bathroom doors, so she could only compromise. Looking at the still steam-filled environment inside, she couldn't help thinking of everything that had happened here just now. The sweet and adorable Inoue Oraheim, the coldly alluring Queen Isdeath, both of them here with me. She let out a helpless sigh. Truly hopeless, these people. But then again, her identity was also that of my wife. Even if something happened between me and her, it wouldn't be surprising. Thinking of this, she shook her head lightly. How could she have such a thought? She'd really been influenced by their surging hormones. Just then, the bathroom door opened with a click. Bai Yuekue, sitting on the toilet, gave a startled tremble and turned to look. The one who'd come in was me. The moment I pushed the door open, my steps came to an abrupt halt. Seeing her sitting on the toilet, heat instantly rushed to my face, and I hurriedly apologized. Sorry, my mistake. I forgot to grab something. I'll come back for it later. With that, I hastily closed the door. Bai Yuekue had just been thinking about all sorts of things, and being startled by this sudden scene made her heart skip, like being caught doing something private, leaving her at a loss for a moment. Watching the direction I'd hurriedly left and outside the door, she shook her head to herself, but a trace of confusion rose in her heart. She'd clearly locked the door just now. How could he still open it? She didn't know that all the door control terminals in this villa were bound to my authority. Locked or not, I could open them directly. It was precisely because of this that I'd been able to open the bathroom door 3 times. Back in the room, Isteth was already lying on the bed watching a show in a silk slip nightgown. Her slender legs were casually crossed, the snow-white skin faintly visible beneath the nightgown mirroring her stunning face, radiating a languid allure. I quietly walked to the bedside, my hand gently stroking up from her feet along her snow-white thigh, slowly caressing upward. She lifted her eyes to look at me, her tone teasing. "Feels good." I nodded, my fingertips still lingering on the delicate skin. "It definitely feels good." With that, I leaned down and planted a light kiss on her leg. A trace of amusement flashed in her eyes. "You little rascal, you're getting better and better at sweet talk." "I don't know any sweet talk. I'm just telling the truth." I leaned down with the momentum. "Only your mouth is sweet." She reached out to wrap her arm around my neck and pulled me closer. "My wife smells so nice." I buried my head in the crook of her neck, kissing carefully, my breath scorching. My hands grew unruly too, quietly slipping beneath her clothes. She gave a soft hum and didn't push me away, only tilting her head up slightly, letting me have my way at her neck, the amusement in her eyes gradually taking on a hazy quality. The next morning, I slowly woke, looking at Isteth sleeping in my arms, a happy smile rising at the corners of my eyes. I opened the system draw page. Remaining draws, 1. Cumulative draws, 35. I chose to draw. The card pool blazed with light, spinning rapidly. "Congratulations, you obtained our card, Mikasa Ackerman." Description: ultimate protector of her master, calm and decisive, cold outside but warm inside. Mikasa had jet-black shoulder-length hair, a faint scar beneath her left eye, and a tall, well-proportioned figure, both spirited and sharp. I looked at the cards in my hand. In total, the ones worth summoning were 9 in cards: Ranmuri, Diaochan, Yangmi, Zheng Nai, Shizuka, Ran Bing, Su Exine, Jin Meiting, Eri Kisaki. 10 are cards: Xiaohe, Wu Qiuqiu, Madame Yin, Natasha Romanoff, Jinx, Xialongnu, Ya, Huang Rong, Meihua Shursan, Mikasa Ackerman. Who should I summon? Just as I was agonizing over it, Isteth slowly opened her eyes, and seeing me staring blankly at the ceiling, she softly asked, "What is it? What are you thinking about?" I came back to myself and reached out to stroke her hair. "I'm thinking I might summon out a few more partners." She raised an eyebrow, her tone indifferent. "Doesn't matter. Do as you see fit. Summon whoever's useful. The stronger our team, the better." "Thank you, wife." I called out the title naturally, my eyes full of warmth. Being called wife made her heart ripple slightly, and she chided, "You little rascal," getting more and more clingy. "Am I?" I pinched her cheek with a wicked grin, leaning down to plant a light kiss. "Morning kiss, wife." She closed her eyes and responded, only releasing me after a moment, her voice carrying the languor of having just woken. "Morning, husband." That husband was like lighting a fuse. I instantly held her tighter, my hands growing restless of their own accord. Sensing my restlessness, she laughed softly and pushed my lips away. "Little guy," quite full of vigor. "I'm no little guy." Unconvinced, I lightly sucked at her fair neck. Yes, I know you're impressive." She laughed, then suddenly flipped over and pinned me down, her fingertips teasing my hair, her gaze carrying a hint of allure. "Then you'd better perform well." With that, she slowly lowered her head and kissed down. I wrapped my arms around her waist, gathering my strength. After Isteth got up and out of bed, I picked up my terminal and dialed Zhu Debiao. I wanted to ask whether he could arrange a place for Bai Yuekue to get involved in gene research. The call connected quickly, and Zhu Debiao's hearty laugh came through. "Ah, Qixia, calling me so early, what's the matter?" These past couple of days, because I'd taken first in the global exam, he'd received countless congratulatory calls and quite a few rewards too. His prospects were bright, and his mood couldn't have been better. I had no other connections in this area, so I wanted to try whether he had any way, and got straight to the point. "Principal Zhu, I have a heroic spirit with a very high IQ. She's a scientist, especially interested in researching the field of genetics. I wanted to ask whether there's a place where she could study in depth or take part in related research." Zhu Debiao was taken aback, a little surprised. Another heroic spirit? And one in research? He thought for a moment, then suddenly remembered something. What a coincidence. An old friend of mine has a daughter who's an expert in exactly this field. She's not only beautiful, but the top talent in all of Yongjiang City. Come over to the school, and I'll take you to talk with her. I quickly thanked him. "Wonderful, thank you, Principal Zhu. You're welcome. We'll see each other soon." Then, okay. I hung up and walked out of the room. Inoue Orihime had already made breakfast and greeted me with a smile. Husband, breakfast is ready. Okay. I walked over, wrapped my arms around her waist, and gave her a morning kiss. She reached back to embrace me, eyes gently closed, responding obediently. Bai Yuekue watched us, no particular emotion on her face. I released Inoue Orihime and sat down to eat breakfast with the three of them. During the meal, I looked at Bai Yuekue. I'll take you somewhere later. Where to? To get involved in gene research. A trace of anticipation flashed in her eyes, and she nodded. Okay. I looked at the other two. Do you two want to come along? Inoue Orihime shook her head. I'll pass. We just moved in, so I need to buy more groceries to stock the house. Isdeath watched the TV without even looking up. Not interested. All right then. I nodded and headed out with Bai Yuekue. We got into a hovering rideshare car and headed for the location Zhu Debiao had specified. Neither of us said much along the way. Bai Yuekue propped up her chin, quietly watching the scenery outside the window, while I opened my terminal to browse messages. I found that Wu Qiuqiu, Han Ying, Li Kai, Lin Yueru, and Su Yuqing had all sent congratulations, so I replied to thank each of them. After replying, Wu Qiuqiu sent another message. Busy bee, finally free to reply to messages? Humph humph. Looking at that humph humph expression, I smiled slightly. Sorry. Hee hee, are you free tomorrow? Let's get together. I thought about it. Tomorrow should be fine, so a get-together would work. Sure, I happen to be free tomorrow. Hee hee, that's great. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Right after, a message from Su Yuqing came in too. Exam top scorer, long time no see. Sister Yuqing, long time no see. When are you free? Let's go out for a meal. I felt sheepish. A meal again. Splitting up meals one at a time is too much of a waste. Why not all come together? Sure, let's get together tomorrow. Okay, it's a promise. Once I'd finished replying, the hovering rideshare car happened to stop right at the entrance of the research building Zhu Debiao had mentioned. Bai Yuekue and I got out, and I saw Principal Zhu Debiao outside, waving at me with a beaming smile. Qixia, over here. I quickened my pace to meet him. Principal Zhu, sorry to keep you waiting. Haha, I just got here too. Come, I'll take you to meet Dr. Lin. Okay. Zhu Debiao introduced as he walked ahead. Dr. Lin specializes in genetics research, and her family even owns a gene potion company. Her professional ability is extremely strong. As he said this, he looked at Bai Yuekue beside me, secretly marveling to himself. How is it that every heroic spirit Qixia summons is a top-tier beauty? Truly enviable. This must be your heroic spirit. I nodded. This is Bai Yuekue. Bai Yuekue, this is Principal Zhu. Bai Yuekue nodded. Principal Zhu, hello. Hello. An interest in genetics is a good thing. As long as you make achievements in this area, both your wealth and your strength can keep improving in the future, and you can help Qixia grow stronger too. This was exactly what I'd been thinking. If Bai Yuekue could gain something in gene research, obtaining more gene modification technology and resources, and thereby growing stronger, she could feed that back to me. She could even feed it back to my N cards and our cards, letting them all grow stronger together. Having a powerful and beautiful female legion belonging solely to me. Just thinking about it felt very nice. Before long, a staff member in work clothes came over and led us onto a dedicated elevator, heading to the 108th floor. The elevator slowly rose, and soon the number jumped to 108, the doors opening again. Before us was a spacious, brightly lit corridor, with pictures and introductions related to gene research hanging on the walls on either side. At the far end was an enormous glass door, through which busy figures could faintly be seen. Walking up to the transparent door, the staff member used facial recognition. With a light beep, the door slowly slid open to both sides. Inside was an open area filled with precision instruments. Various biocultivation devices with flashing indicator lights and gene sequencers were neatly arranged. Several researchers in white coats were focused on their operations, occasionally exchanging data in low voices. Passing through the core lab area, we arrived at another passage entrance. The staff member handed over 3 sets of sterile work clothes, shoe covers, and hair caps. Please change into the equipment to avoid bringing in contaminants that could affect the experimental environment. We changed one by one, tidied up our hair in cuffs, and passed through an air shower to remove surface dust before entering the next area. The instruments here were even more precise, and the screens on the walls displayed slowly rotating 3-dimensional models of gene chains in real time. Finally, we stopped at the door of an independent laboratory, and the staff member knocked. Dr. Lin, Principal Zhu has brought guests. A clear female voice came from within. Come in. Pushing the door open, we saw a young woman standing beside a workstation in a well-fitted white coat, with a head of striking orange-yellow short hair and thin-framed glasses, her features cool and exquisite. She held a pipette, carefully adding reagent to a petri dish, while on the screen before her a complex gene sequence scrolled rapidly. This was Dr. Lin, named Lin Mingwan. She looked up to see Zhu Debiao, a smile appearing in her eyes. "Uncle Zhu, you're here." "Mingwan, I didn't interrupt your experiment, did I?" She set down the pipette and wiped her hands. "It's fine, this step just finished." Zhu Debiao stepped aside to make room and introduced. "This is this year's global exam top scorer, Qixia. And this is Dr. Lin, Lin Mingwan." Lin Mingwan's beautiful eyes turned to me, carrying a bit of approval. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. Looking at her before me, I was genuinely a little surprised. I hadn't expected this expert in the field of genetics to be so young and beautiful. "You flatter me, Dr. Lin. Thank you for taking the time to see us." Her gaze then fell on Bai Yuekue, and she asked gently, "This must be your heroic spirit?" "Uncle Zhu says she's very interested in gene research." Bai Yuekue's expression was cool, her tone calm. "I hope to gain a deeper understanding in the area of research." "Good." Lin Mingwan's smile deepened. "Then come with me. Let's talk and see how much you grasp of this field." Then she led Bai Yuekue toward the depths of the lab. The two of them soon began discussing matters like gene sequence analysis and gene expression regulation, at times debating theory, at times leaning into the instruments for hands-on demonstration, their eyes both radiating focus and passion for research. Zhu Debiao and I chatted idly off to the side. "Qixia, which university are you planning to attend?" I answered without hesitation. "I'm going to an S-rank university." S-rank universities were the best in the final universe, with the strongest faculty. Their campuses spanned nearly an entire planet each, gathering the finest students in the whole universe. And humans, as a lowly race, had to compete with the elite prodigies of the various races from intermediate planets, advanced planets, and even top-tier planets. The pressure was unimaginable. If I chose an A-rank university, I might receive a great deal of the school's resources tilted my way. But how could I, with a system, be willing to settle beneath others? If I was going to choose, I'd choose the best. I was going to trample every prodigy of the Titan race, the Star Spirit race, the Kryptonian race, all of them, beneath my feet. I had to let the entire universe know that the human race, too, could stand above all things. An S-rank university. I would definitely go. Evening. Lin Mingwan and Bai Yuekue were still in heated discussion. Watching their focused state, Zhu Debiao suggested, "How about we go have dinner first?" The two of them declined almost simultaneously. A light of appreciation shone in Lin Mingwan's eyes. "No, let's continue. You two go eat. We'll probably be researching until very late tonight." Bai Yuekue echoed. "Right, we want to keep going. It feels like there's still a lot to discuss." Lin Mingwan praised Bai Yuekue again. "Miss Bai Yuekue, your ideas are very advanced. I really need your help." The two of them rather felt like they'd met too late. Zhu Debiao sighed helplessly. "Ah, all right. You two continue, then. Don't overwork yourselves." I could only agree to. "Principal Zhu, let's go get something to eat first." Bai Yuekue looked at me and said flatly, "I probably won't be coming back tonight." She paused, then added, "I might not come back for a while. I want to do more research here." I wasn't the least bit surprised. Given her personality, the pull of technology was strong to begin with. Rather than forcing her, it was better to go with the flow. Staying here would let her learn more about genetics faster. And perhaps I could even farm some affection and slowly win her over. I smiled and nodded. "All right, research well, study well. I'll head back first." A trace of barely perceptible emotion appeared on Bai Yuekue's pretty face, and she gave a soft Just then, the system's voice sounded in my mind. Ding. Bai Yuekue's affection +5. Current affection 35. Zhu Debiao and I left the research building together and arrived at an upscale restaurant. Passing through the luxuriously decorated lobby, the two of us walked into a private room. Zhu Debiao knocked lightly and went in. Two people were seated in the room. One was a middle-aged woman I recognized, Zhu Debiao's wife. The other was a young woman, about 25 or 26, with a head of jet-black long hair, a tall and well-proportioned figure, fair skin, and a small, exquisite face. Her slightly upturned, thin lips radiated a fatal allure in that half-smiling expression. Seeing us come in, both of them stood up. I was a little puzzled and looked at Zhu Debiao. "Principal Zhu, this is..." "Sit, sit." Zhu Debiao greeted with a smile, first introducing the middle-aged woman. "This is my wife, Miao Tsuehua." Miao Tsuehua nodded with a smile. "Hello, Qixia." You've truly brought glory to our number 2 high school. You flatter me, auntie. I responded politely. Zhu Debiao then pointed to the young woman. This is my daughter, Zhu Qingqing. She just graduated from university this year. Zhu Qingqing smiled faintly and nodded. Hello, I'm Zhu Qingqing. Hello, I'm Qi Xia. I hadn't expected that with Zhu Debiao's rather ordinary looks, his daughter would be this beautiful. It really made one can't help wondering whether an Uncle Wang lived next door. After sitting down, I noticed the table was already covered with a dazzling array of dishes, many of which looked expensive at a glance. I knew in my heart that this meal of Zhu Debiao's was probably about more than just a simple celebration. Come, let's have a drink first, to celebrate Qi Xia taking the global exam top scorer. Zhu Debiao raised his glass, his tone hearty. Congratulations, Qi Xia. Miao Zuehua and Zhu Qingqing raised their glasses too. I quickly picked up my glass. Thank you, Principal Zhu. Thank you, Auntie. Thank you, Senior Zhu. The glasses clinked lightly, giving off a crisp sound. After a few rounds of drinks, the atmosphere gradually warmed. Miao Zuehua occasionally picked out food for me and asked about my recent situation. Zhu Qingqing didn't say much, occasionally amused by her father's jokes, her gaze occasionally landing on me with a bit of curiosity. Seeing that the atmosphere had been set up nicely enough, Zhu Debiao raised his glass to toast me once more. I quickly stood, keeping my posture low. I knew he was about to get to the real matter. Qi Xia. Zhu Debiao set down his glass, speaking earnestly. Treating you to this meal, besides celebrating your top scorer title, there's also something I'd like to ask for your help with. Please tell me, Principal Zhu. Zhu Debiao looked at Zhu Qingqing and slowly spoke. My daughter Qingqing is 25 this year, just graduated from university. The psionic ability she awakened is the Nether Communing Spirit Cat, but it's only A rank, and her gene unlock rate isn't too ideal either. Yet she's ambitious, always wanting to become a powerful psionic, never giving up. So, I'd like to ask you to help her. I was a little bewildered. I was just a recently graduated high schooler. How could I help Zhu Qingqing? Principal Zhu, how should I help? I want you to take her to the S-rank university for further study. S-rank universities let you bring people in. Zhu Debiao shook his head. No, but you can bring a wife in to live there. Huh. Only then did I catch on, looking at Zhu Qingqing in shock. Zhu Debiao actually wanted Zhu Qingqing to marry me. Zhu Qingqing's cheeks flushed slightly, and she stubbornly turned her face away, unwilling to meet my eyes. I could tell she was naturally a proud sort. Right now she must be at her wits' end to be doing this. Before I could speak, Zhu Debiao quickly added, I know this wrongs you. Qingqing is older than you, but her looks aren't bad, and she's never dated anyone, so you can rest assured on that point. No, that's not what I meant. I wanted to explain, but the words caught in my throat. I know you'll surely have more and better people around you in the future, but we don't mind. As long as you give Qingqing a proper status, even as a concubine would be fine. I was still hesitating when Miao Zuehua beside me also stood up, her eyes slightly red. Qi Xia, we have no other choice either. This child Qingqing truly wants to advance further, but we really have no other way. Before she'd finished, her voice had already taken on a bit of a choke. Zhu Qingqing lowered her head, her fingers tightly clutching the hem of her clothes, a trace of helplessness showing on her stubborn profile. Watching this scene, I felt a mix of emotions and didn't know how to respond for a moment. Seeing me slow to answer, Zhu Qingqing finally couldn't help standing up. Her eyes were slightly red, carrying a bit of stubbornness, yet unable to hide the longing beneath, her voice with a barely perceptible tremble. Qi Xia, I know this is unfair to you, that we're making things difficult for you. But I promise, as long as you're willing to give me one chance, to let me become your wife, I'll surely be a good wife and never cause you trouble. As she said this, her hands unconsciously wrung together. Qi Xia, are you willing to let me become your wife? I pondered for a moment, having a clear idea in my heart. Zhu Debiao had knowingly accepted me. The deadweight student by Jiansheng had shoved onto number 2 high school and still gave me the chance at the exam. He was a good person, and he'd given a lot of support afterward, which counted as truly doing his utmost. Before that, I owed him. But after the exam, I took first place, and the fame, benefits, and opportunities I brought him had already repaid him 100-fold, 10,000-fold. By that reckoning, I'd already repaid his kindness. As for Zhu Qingqing, she was good-looking, had a good figure, and had never dated. She was a good woman. Though her motive of willingly giving up love to increase her strength wasn't exactly glorious, I could tell her disposition was martial-focused, that she was a competitive woman. None of these were problems for me. One more woman was just one more bed. But Zhu Qingqing, after all, wasn't a woman brought by the system. She hadn't undergone the system's modification, so there could always be variables. Whereas the women brought by the system, though they had affection values, whether it was as death or Inoue Orihime, had never harbored any disloyalty toward me even when their affection was low and kept helping me. Very reliable. Take by Uekoe, for example. She was currently studying at the research building, also laying the foundation for my future path. Zhu Qingqing, however, couldn't give me anything, and there were uncontrollable factors. Considering everything, I still couldn't accept her. Just as I was about to speak my refusal, Zhu De Biao had already read the hints from my expression and quickly raised his hand to cut me off. Qixia, don't rush to answer. There's still a month before university starts. Take your time to consider. There's no hurry for this moment. Seeing her father stop me from giving an answer, Zhu Qingqing grew anxious and couldn't help speaking. Dad, but… There's no but. Zhu De Biao cut her off again, his tone carrying a bit of severity. We can't force Qixia. If he's willing to accept, it's your fortune. If he's not, then that's your fate. We can't interfere with his thoughts, understand? Zhu Qingqing pressed her lips together and ultimately swallowed the rest of her words, but the gaze she cast at me held a bit more complexity. Looking at them, I temporarily suppressed those words of refusal in my heart too. Zhu De Biao's words were clearly meant to cut me off deliberately upon seeing my intent to refuse, leaving Zhu Qingqing some face. Since that was the case, some refusals didn't need to be said to their faces. Better to let everyone save face. Thank you for understanding, Principal Zhu. It's only right, only right. Zhu De Biao quickly answered and beckoned again. Come, eat, eat, the food's getting cold. Though the atmosphere at the table wasn't as warm as before, it temporarily eased. It was just that in everyone's heart, there were now some heavier thoughts. At night, I returned to the villa alone. The door had barely opened when Inoue Orihime came to meet me. Husband, why is it just you? Where's Sister Bai? Studying at the research building. She won't be back for a while, I said, taking off my shoes. Oh, then would you like something to eat? I've eaten. She leaned in and sniffed, her brow furrowing. You drank? Have some water. Just a little, it's fine. I ruffled her head and glanced back at Isteth binge-watching in the living room. My own two wives were still the reassuring ones. I pulled Orihime over and kissed her cheek. I'm going to take a shower. Just as I was about to turn on the shower, the door was pushed open. Orihime came in wrapped in a pink bath towel, smiling gently. I'll scrub your back. No need. I can do it myself. You've been drinking. I'm not at ease. Her tone brooked no refusal. Besides, I should wash up too. All right. Thank you, wife. As she scrubbed, she suddenly asked softly, Husband, is something weighing on your mind? Not quite weighing on my mind. I ran into something. Tell me about it. It's fine, don't worry. That's good then. Her hands didn't stop. The next moment, two soft things pressed against my back, carrying her body heat. My heart warmed. She wanted to keep me company this way. The bath towel had slipped off the floor at some point. I turned my head, said nothing, and pulled her into my arms. The steam grew thicker and thicker. After finishing washing and coming out, Isteth, in her silk nightgown, was applying lotion to her arms. I never expected my queen would use this too. She shot me a glare and lifted the bottle. Inoue gave it to me. I don't need it, but I can't let her thoughtfulness go to waste. You sisters really do have a good relationship. I reached for that bottle of lotion. How about I help you apply it? She thought for a moment. Sure. I started from her thigh, working my way up bit by bit. At her waist, I slowed my movements, and moving higher, I took off her top along the way. This way it applies evenly, not missing a spot. She gave a soft hum. You little rascal, always looking to take advantage of me every chance you get. Who told my wife to be so charming? I lowered my head and kissed her. She closed her eyes, her hands wrapping around my neck. The air in the room slowly grew hot. The next morning, I woke with this death in my arms, thoroughly content. The terminal rang. A message from Zhu De Biao. Qixia, your exam rewards have come through. 3 portions in total, from the school, Yongjiang City, and the planet. 3 portions? Unexpected, yet within reason. My eyes lit up, and I opened it to look. School, 3 million credits, 20 bronze instance runs, 10 silver instance runs, 5 gene catalyst potions, 5 gene max enhancement potions. Yongjiang City, 5 million credits, 10 silver instance runs, 10 gold instance runs, city spokesperson, 10 million per year, 10 catalyst potions, 10 max enhancement potions. Planet, a universe-wide credit card with a limit of 100 million, 1 swordsman's signature weapon, 1 king-tier combat suit, 10 abyss instance runs, 1 invincibility shield, 1 eternal teleport talisman. I stared at the screen, my heartbeat quickening. $8 million in cash plus $10 million in annual spokesperson fees meant immediate financial freedom. That credit card with a 100 million limit was even more brutal. No interest, repayment date 10 years later, conscionable to the point of absurdity. The 15 catalyst potions could raise my gene unlock rate. Though it varied by person and had a cap, it was a free, side effect-free enhancement. Who wouldn't want it? As for the instances, bronze, silver, and gold were all decent, but the most crucial ones were the Abyss instances, 10 runs. Abyss instances had high experience, high gear drop rates, and high quality, and more importantly, they dropped inscriptions. Psionics could use inscriptions at level 80, permanently adding attributes to weapons, armor, and heroic spirits. The rarer, the stronger. The signature weapon went without saying. Ordinary weapons had fixed stats, but a signature weapon would change with my attack habits, growing more suited to my hand the more I used it, and could even grow exclusive abilities. King-tier combat suits started at 10 million on the market, boosting both defense and attack, and auto-adjusting size. As for the last two items, Invincibility Shield, a 5-meter radius centered on the user, blocking all attacks and abilities within 5 seconds. Single use. Eternal Teleport Talisman, within 2 seconds, ignoring all obstruction, teleport directly back within Yongjiang City on standard planet AE86. Single use. I drew a sharp breath. Single use, true, but these two were things that had a price, but no market. One absolutely guarded life, one absolutely enabled escape. Used together, even a god couldn't hold you down. For the planet's high officials to be willing to give me these two treasures, their weight went without saying. They must have seen Oraheim's counter against the Void Race and feared the Void Race would target me. This merit went to her. Tonight I'd have to reward her well a few times. After finishing reading, I immediately transferred 1 million to my dad, Shizonging. No sooner had I transferred it than the phone rang. Yeah, Dad, that 1 million was me. No need to set any aside for me. The top scorer rewards have come through. Our family will be a wealthy household from now on. Really, just the city spokesperson fee alone is over 10 million, so you and Mom should quit your jobs now. Right, quit now. Your son's got a bright future. I can support you both. Huh? You have to apply a month in advance. Forget that little bit of salary. Don't wear yourself out. All right then. Since your bosses treat you well, leave after handing things over. But don't overwork yourself. After chatting a few sentences, I hung up, leaned down to give the still sleeping Esteth a morning kiss, and got up. I took out the catalyst potions from my terminal and, without a second thought, injected them into my body. The moment the potion entered my veins, a warm current spread rapidly. I could clearly feel my gene chain loosening and reorganizing, the unlock rate climbing bit by bit. I didn't stop. The second, the third, one after another, until I stopped only at the 18th. The warm currents merged into a single force. When the last trace of the potion's effect was drained dry. Gene unlock rate, 32%. A full 5% increase. I added one more, and there was only a faint reaction. Another, and there was no sensation at all. Well, the catalyst potions had reached their limit for me. Being rich is nice. Just get a shot and grow stronger. I'd check later whether there were any more on the market and buy some. I opened the system draw interface. Remaining draws, 1. Cumulative draws, 36. Draw. The card pool blazed with light, spinning rapidly. When the result came out, I was stunned. It was actually her. Congratulations, you obtained. SR card, Lin Yueru. Description, cold outside but warm inside, saying one thing while meaning another, a tsundere young lady. Light golden curly hair, clear eyes, fair skin. Wasn't this the field arrangement type SR psionic from the raid last time, Lin Yueru? Summon SR card, Lin Yueru. I hesitated for a moment. Last time I'd drawn Wu Qiuqiu and didn't summon her, but this time it was a support type SR. Not summoning would be too much of a waste. There's a first time for everything. I chose yes. Orange light poured out, condensing into a human form. As the light faded, a stunningly beautiful woman appeared in the room. A sharp low ponytail, a light gray short midriff-bearing hoodie, black stockings on long legs, fresh yet alluring. I immediately checked her info. Name, Lin Yueru SR level 83 human. Face, 94 figure, 97. Partner, Qixia affection, 70 development count, 0. Gene unlock rate, 35%. Skill, team amplification. Proficiencies, gaming, shopping, playing mahjong. Affection 70. I was startled. Is death, an SSR, started at only 20. Inoue and by Uekue, SRs were 30. How was her 70? After thinking about it, I understood. The initial affection was fixed, but summoning a person from reality would stack her existing affection toward me. In other words, she already had 40 toward me, plus the 30 the system gave, coming to exactly 70. This calculation was much to my liking. Lin Yuru warily looked around, and the instant her gaze met mine, her eyes shot wide open. Huh? Chi Xiao? It's really you? The husband the system mentioned, it's you? It seemed she'd come after receiving a system directive too. I nodded with a smile. Right, Yueru, I'm your husband. How? How can there be someone like this? Her face flushed instantly. We've only met twice, and you dare say such a thing? Utterly outrageous. I stepped forward and naturally wrapped my arm around her waist. Marriage bonds. Well, what heaven arranges is the greatest. It's clearly the system that arranged it. Her mouth was stubborn, but her ears had turned bright red. No difference. The result's the same either way. My fingertips grazed her waist. With 70 affection as a foundation, I could be bold. She looked up at me and hesitantly asked, Then, do you want to marry me? I was taken aback, then laughed heartily. Of course. You're my wife, so definitely. You slick-tongued fellow. Her heartbeat was clearly in disarray, yet she suddenly pushed me away, turning her face aside, arms crossed over her chest, the red at her ears impossible to hide. Ding. Lin Yueru's affection +5. Current 75. I roughly understood her. Though it was his death who turned the tide in the raid, the heroic spirit was mine, so the credit naturally went to me. Being an SSR made her envious of me. Later, my taking first in the global exam won her heart even more. She'd always admired the strong, and I was younger than her yet far stronger. That struck right at her heart. The system handing over a handsome, young, genius husband for free, who wouldn't be moved by that script. Come. I took her hand and headed for the living room. What are you doing? Let go. Taking you to meet my first wife and second wife. You have a first wife and second wife. Her expression sank, like she'd been doused with cold water. But the moment she reached the living room and saw his death and Orihime on the sofa, the disappointment in her eyes instantly turned to excitement. She flung off my hand and trotted over. Chi Xiao, the first wife and second wife you mentioned are them. Right. Wonderful. She was beside herself with excitement. I watched your entire exam. Queen, Princess Inoue, you're too strong. Isteth glanced at her, munched on chips, and kept watching her show, paying no attention. Orihime, however, looked at me in puzzlement. Husband, this is... Let me introduce her. Lin Yueru, my third wife. Bai Yuekue's affection was still low, so I didn't count her in. Who's your third wife? When did I ever agree? Her face flushed again, and she turned her head aside with a humph, but the surging joy in her heart was impossible to hide. Orihime, though, happily approached and took her hand. Hello, Yueru. From now on, we're sisters. Lin Yueru had wanted to keep up her tsundere front, but meeting Orihime's simple, warm gaze, that awkwardness vanished at once. Thank you. Hee, breakfast is just ready. Let's eat together. Orihime pulled her toward the table. Isteth set down her chips and lazily got up to follow. The moment I walked over, Orihime naturally wrapped her arms around mine and offered an affectionate morning kiss. Lin Yueru stood to the side, dumbfounded, her face so red she was at a loss. Isteth glanced at her, the corner of her mouth in a half-smile. Since you're Chi Xia's third wife, you get a share of this morning kiss too. Me too. Her gaze darted away, yet she couldn't help sneaking peeks at me. Orihime smiled, her eyes curving, and patted her shoulder. Of course, as husband's third wife, how could the morning kiss leave you out? We get one every day. I don't want one. Her fingers wrung the hem of her clothes, unable to even speak clearly, saying one thing while meaning another. To deal with a tsundere young lady like this, you had to be forceful. I wasted no words and walked straight toward her. What are you doing? She shrank back, not knowing where to put her hands. I reached out to clasp her chin and lifted her face. The distance suddenly closed. Her pupils shrank. Her mind went blank. Before she could react, I lowered my head and kissed her. Her whole body stiffened, as if frozen in place. This was her first kiss. She completely crashed, able only to passively receive it. I kissed very lightly, gradually guiding her. Her tensed body slowly relaxed, even her heartbeat slowing to match my rhythm. I don't know how long passed before I released her. Her face was red enough to drip blood, her lips slightly swollen, her gaze unfocused. How could you? How could I not? I chuckled softly. You're my wife. It's only natural. Ding. Lin Yueru's affection +5. Current 80. Orihime laughingly pulled the still crashed her over to the table. All right, eat breakfast first, it's getting cold. Lin Yuuru was pressed into a seat, a warm bun stuffed into her hand, not a single bite taken. Her mind was full of that kiss just now, her face hot enough to fry an egg. But in her heart, it was as if she held a piece of candy. She snuck a peek at me and ran right into my gaze. So startled, she quickly lowered her head, her ears redder still. Orihime picked up a meat bun and brought it to my mouth. Husband, try it, it's super tasty. I took a big bite. Your skills are getting better and better. Isdeth pushed her half-eaten fried dough stick over to me. For you. Thanks, wife. I took a bite to go with my soy milk, then picked up a shrimp dumpling to feed Orihime. You have some too. The three of them went back and forth, feeding each other intimately and naturally. Lin Yueru watched, dumbstruck, forgetting even to chew her bun. Yueru, let husband feed you too. Orihime egged her on. She snapped back to herself and stiffened her neck. Who wants him to feed me? I can eat by myself. With that, she took a fierce big bite and gulped down some soy milk, as if covering something up. I smiled and didn't push. Breakfast had just finished when her terminal rang. On the screen was Su Yuqing. She hurriedly answered. Hello. Yueru, where'd you run off to? The voice on the other end was clear. Weren't we going to see Chi Xia this afternoon? She instinctively glanced at me. I was leaning back in my chair, browsing my terminal. Her heart jumped, her mind a tangled mess. Yesterday, they were ordinary friends, and today she'd become a third wife. How could she explain this to anyone? I'll go this afternoon. She answered vaguely and hung up, her face burning hot. They absolutely can't find out. She clutched her terminal, and thinking of Su Yuqing's dig-to-the-bottom personality and the looks others might cast, she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. What's wrong? You don't look too well. I looked up. Nothing. She hurriedly waved her hands. It's just, Yuqing mentioned the meal this afternoon. Right. I've also invited friends from the other team. Let's all get together then and make it lively. Okay. I'll set a place, and we'll head over together. She steeled herself and agreed, already starting to scheme in her heart how to conceal this sudden, married relationship. I hadn't noticed any of this. After booking the restaurant, I remembered Wu Qiuqiu. If I summoned her out later, would her affection be even higher? If I could really win her over, it would perfectly fill the gap in the team's ranged output. But I'd decide after meeting up. I looked toward the system storage. I'd figured out the difference between SSR and SR, and figured out the pattern for summoning people from reality. Next, it was time to try the end cards in our cards. 9 end cards. Ran Muri, Diaochan, Yangmi, Zheng Nai, Shizuka, Ran Bing, Su Exine, Jin Meiting, Eri Kisaki. 10 are cards. Xiaohe, Wu Qiuqiu, Madame, Natasha, Jinx, Xiaolongnu, Ya, Huang Rong, Meihua Shirsen Mikasa. I'd pick one end card and one R card to see the difference. First, the end cards. Besides looks and figures, each had her strengths. Good at cooking were Zheng Nai and Shizuka. Skilled at singing and dancing were Diaochan and Yangmi. With some combat power were Ran Muri and Ran Bing. Good at investment and management were Su Xin and Jin Meiting. A professional lawyer was Eri Kisaki. A lawyer was of no use to me, so Eri Kisaki was eliminated first. With her eliminated, Ran Muri was eliminated along with her. I'd enjoy the mother-daughter buff another time. Ran Bing's bit of combat power couldn't help, eliminated. Singing and dancing would have to wait until I was strong enough to enjoy, so Diaochan and Yangmi were set aside for now. Culinary skill wasn't a top priority, so Zheng Nai and Shizuka were pushed back too. Of the rest, the ones who could help me roll my money were Su Xin and Jin Meiting, both skilled at finance and management. I held over 10 million in hand. Handed to them to manage, it could breed even more. Who to pick? Su Xin was young, beautiful, with an explosive figure. Jin Meiting was mature, curvaceous, shrewd, and capable. Hard to choose between. Just as I was thinking, a nameless force was calling to me, as if the wills of many people were telling me who I should summon. I paused, then decided to listen to it. Summon. White light poured out, condensing into a human form. As the light faded, a mature, elegant woman appeared. Shoulder-length purple hair, slightly wavy, willow leaf, slanted brows, phoenix eyes brimming with autumn waters, gold-rimmed glasses adding a touch of cold allure. A white shirt paired with a black pencil skirt, sheer black stockings wrapping her long legs, black heels supporting a perfect S-curve figure. Jin Meiting. Name: Jin Meiting, N level 30, half of host, human. Face: 92 figure, 98. Partner: Chi Xia affection, 50 development count, 0, reset. Gene unlock rate, 10%. Skill: extremely high skill in that department. Proficiencies: human resources management, financial investment. End cards started with 50 affection. Not bad, saves time. Her gene unlock rate lived up to the end card tier. As for the reset, she was 34 with a daughter, and the system thoughtfully restored her to her original state, completely worthy of me calling her stepmother's husband. Note here she's fully deserving. Gene mating sharply scanned the unfamiliar environment and finally landed on me, her brow furrowing. So you're Qixia? Yes, and also your husband. I met her gaze calmly. She looked me up and down, pushed up her glasses, a playful glint behind the lenses. Didn't expect you to be this young. You could be my son. Remembering her daughter was already in high school, I smiled. Sorry, I can't be your son, but husband fits perfectly. If you want to have children, I'd be very happy to cooperate. A flash of surprise crossed her eyes. Then she regained her forceful air, her red lips curving slightly. More direct than I thought. But whether or not I have children depends on my mood. Stubborn mouth, yet she didn't refuse. I didn't continue on that and changed the subject. There are a few other sisters at home. Let me introduce you. She nodded and followed me to the living room. Isdeth leaned against the sofa binge-watching, while Oraheim was enthusiastically chatting with Lin Yuuru, chatting until the other was at a loss. The moment the two of us appeared, 3 pairs of eyes turned our way. I turned to introduce her. This is Jean Mating. She'll be my 4th wife. Jean Mating was slightly startled and looked at me. Being crowned wife, in front of 3 people right after meeting, this direct and forthright manner left her unable to respond for a moment. She was used to shouldering everything alone. Words like husband and wife were both foreign to her and inexplicably touched something. Ding. Jean Mating's affection +5. Current 55. Lin Yuuru was the first to blow up. What? How do you have another wife already? So fast. Isdeth glanced over flatly and kept watching her show. Oraheim, however, immediately came forward. Welcome, welcome, Sister Mating. I'm in no way Oraheim, the 2nd wife. That one is Isdeth, the 1st wife. And this is Lin Yuuru, the 3rd wife. Jean Mating looked at her sincere smile, listening to her casually lump herself into sisters, and that bit of reserve gradually dissolved. She pushed up her glasses, nodded to the 3, and said calmly and courteously, My name is Jean Mating. Hello. Lin Yuuru glared at me sullenly. Qixia, exactly how many wives do you have? Speak clearly, you big scumbag. I laughed. Didn't the system tell you I'd have many wives? You. Only then did she remember the system had indeed mentioned it, and momentarily at a loss for words, she turned her head and muttered quietly. Big scumbag, big pervert. I stepped forward and wrapped my arm around her waist. What? I can't be a pervert over you. Or is it that you don't like me being a pervert over you? You. Her face flushed instantly, and she struggled to stand up. Let go. Who said you could be a pervert over this young lady? Let go, let go. Taking advantage of her struggling, I planted a firm kiss on her cheek and raised an eyebrow. I'm being a pervert over you, so what? Humph. Both embarrassed and angry, she shoved me away and circled to the other end of the sofa with her back to me. Hooligan, I'm ignoring you. Ding. Lin Yueru's affection +3. Current 83. Oraheim laughed heartily to the side. Isdeth kept staring at her show as usual, and Jean Mating pushed up her glasses, watching this scene without a flicker of expression. Looking at Lin Yueru's reddened ears, my smile deepened. Next it was the Arcard's turn. But first, the real matter. I walked up to Jean Mating and handed her a new terminal. This is for you. The account is shared with mine, and you can freely spend the credits inside. I know you're skilled at finance, and I hope you can help the family earn more. She opened it to look, and the 10 million balance on the screen was crystal clear. She looked up at me, her tone carrying a bit of uncertainty. You really want to give me all this? Of course. My gaze was forthright. You're my wife, I trust you. And I hope you can join us in running this family even better. This family. I trust you. These few words flowed through her heart like warm water. She was used to shouldering everything alone. No one had ever trusted her so unreservedly, treated her as family. Her fingers gripping the terminal tightened slightly. Ding. Jean Mating's affection +5. Current 60. After a moment of silence, she looked up, her tone a bit softer. All right. I looked at Lin Yueru again. Yueru comes from a good background and is well informed. She has her own insights on many things. Mating, if there's anything you don't understand, you can ask her. I looked at the two of them and said earnestly, we're family. We have to help one another and live well together in loving harmony. Lin Yueru gave a humph, but the corner of her mouth curled up. Jean Mating pushed up her glasses, said nothing, and gave a light nod. I'll head back to my room first. I've got something to do. I turned and went into the room. Time to summon in our card. Xiaohe, Wu Qiuqiu, Madame Yin, Natasha, Jinx, Zilong Nu, Ya, Huang Rong, Meihuashers, and Mikasa. These 10 were not only all good-looking, but also all had combat power. Hard to choose. Since that was the case, I'd pick for uniqueness. Natasha was a top-tier agent, expert at reconnaissance, stealth, disguise, and infiltration. But I was just a student and couldn't use her for now. Eliminated. Jinx was a genius inventor, but the weapons she made didn't suit me or this era. Eliminated. Meihuashers-san, Mikasa, Madame Yin, Wu Qiuqiu, and you could fight, but their combat power was limited and couldn't help fundamentally. Eliminated. That left Xiaohe, Huang Rong, Zilong Nu. Xiaohe wielded qi and could also amplify others' desire. Learning qi could strengthen me, and amplifying desire was a kind of strong control. But her understanding of qi wasn't top tier, so her help was limited. Huang Rong and Zilong Nu were different. Both were top masters who cultivated internal force with high ceilings. Actually, whether it was psionic power, qi, or internal force, in essence they were all energies within the body that could be actively controlled, all could be cultivated through effort, and all could act on oneself or be released outward. Different roads to the same destination, just different paths. So I'd choose one between Huang Rong and Zilong Nu. Huang Rong cultivated the 9 Manual, the grand compendium of all martial arts, all-encompassing, top tier. Zilong Nu cultivated the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra plus half of the 9 Manual. And the most crucial point of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra was that it had to be cultivated by a couple together to unleash its maximum power. A bold idea sprang up in my mind. If I learned the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra and then improved it with bond energy, would I obtain a powerful dual cultivation technique? If it really worked, not only would my strength grow, but I could also let all my wives dual cultivate together and grow stronger together. That would be truly carrying every single wife. No more hesitation. Summon Zilong Nu. Yellow light poured out, condensing into a human form. As the light faded, a figure in snow-white robes stood quietly, like a fairy stepping out of an ink wash painting. Plain white long robes, hair loosely gathered with a white jade hairpin, a few strands of black hair draping her shoulders, skin lustrous white as jade. She was cool and otherworldly, yet in those clear eyes hid a barely perceptible purity and naivety. I immediately checked her info. Name, Zilong Nu, are level 30, half of host, human. Face, 98, figure, 95. Partner, Qixia, affection, 40, development count, 0. Gene unlock rate, 25%. Skills, Jade Maiden Plain Heart Swordplay, Heaven and Earth Net Stance, Beauty Fist Technique, Weapon Pressure Point Strike, Ambidextrous Combat Art, Chuanjin Swordplay. Proficiencies, zither playing, sewing, raising jade bees, reading, and writing. She looked at me, a trace of bewilderment flashing in her eyes, clearly still not having fully digested the information the system had transmitted. She furrowed her brow slightly, her voice cool. You are my husband? Yes, I am your husband, Qixia. She looked at me quietly for a while before softly saying, the system said I should keep you company. Her tone was plain, but because of that worldly unknowing purity, it seemed especially earnest. I stepped closer. From now on we're family. This is my home, and also your home. Home, she repeated softly, her gaze rippling slightly, as if remembering the ancient tomb. Though it was cold there, it was where she grew up. She looked up and asked me, do you know martial arts? I know a little. There are no bees here, and no jade bee jelly. There are other delicious things here. Later I'll have Oraheim make you some pastries to try. They taste very good. She gave an oh, and didn't ask further, just stood quietly, white robes fluttering. She was still vague about the concept of husband, but because of the system's guidance, she had no guard against me. Husband? What exactly is a husband for? Looking at her naive appearance, I couldn't help smiling and reached out to take her slightly cool little hand. A husband is for loving. For example, like this. I leaned down and gently kissed her smooth forehead. The sensation was light as a feather. Her whole body stiffened, ripples instantly rising in her clear eyes, her cheeks tinged with faint red. She instinctively wanted to pull her hand back, but I held it gently, and she couldn't. You. She pressed her lips together, her voice even lower. Why do this? I didn't let go, instead pinching her fingertips and smiling. Because you're my wife, and I'm your husband. People who love each other all do this. She was taken aback, looking down at our joined hands, then up at me, the bewilderment in her eyes gradually fading, replaced by a half-understanding. After a moment of silence, she softly said, in the ancient tomb, No one ever treated me this way. From now on, you'll have me. I looked into her eyes. I'll treat you well. Her face flushed redder, but she said nothing, letting me hold her hand. Within that coolness, a trace of human warmth had quietly grown. Ding. Xialong Nu's affection +5. Current 45. I led her out to the living room. Isdeath was still binge-watching. Lin Yuuru was saying something to Jean Meiting, and Oraheim was listening quietly beside them. Let me introduce everyone. This is Xialong Nu, my wife, and also our family. Xialong Nu nodded slightly to everyone. Her snow-white robes and cool temperament, yet her cheeks still carrying that earlier blush, made her especially lovely. Wow, Sister Xialong Nu is so pretty. Oraheim immediately came forward, her eyes sparkling. I'm Inoue Oraheim. Sister, you can just call me Inoue. Inoue, why don't you make some pastries for Xialong Nu? I remembered something and added. Right? She likes honey, so add more to the pastries. Okay, husband. Xialong Nu watched Oraheim's busy figure, then glanced around, and inexplicably warmed inside. Being remembered, being warmly treated. This was something she'd never had in the ancient tomb. Lin Yuuru looked over Xialong Nu's cool, otherworldly appearance, then glanced at me, pursed her lips, and muttered, another one. Truly unbelievable. Endless. She paused, her voice dropping. But she does look pretty gentle. She said this, but there was no hostility in her eyes, rather a bit of curiosity. Jean Meiting pushed up her glasses, her gaze lingering on Xialong Nu for a moment, and nodded calmly. Hello, I'm Jean Meiting. Isdeath moved her eyes from the screen, gave Xialong Nu a flat glance, and continued watching her show. Soon, Oraheim brought over a plate of osmanthus cake drizzled with honey. Sister, try it. I added lots of honey. Xialong Nu took the plate, picked up a piece, and tasted it, her gaze rippling slightly. Thank you. You're welcome. Oraheim smiled even more happily. So this was what home felt like. Ding. Xialong Nu's affection +5. Current 50. Seeing a bit of pastry crumbs at the corner of her mouth, I pulled out a tissue and gently wiped them clean. She tilted her head up slightly, letting me, my reflection mirrored in her clear eyes, carrying a bit of dependence. Husband. She suddenly spoke, her voice soft. I want to teach you the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. Are you willing to learn? I was taken aback, and a surge of delight immediately welled up in my heart. Superior martial arts, and she was offering to teach me. Sure, I'd be very glad to learn. She took out a thread-bound ancient text and handed it to me. The pages were yellowed, the sutra text and mental cultivation diagrams copied in tiny neat script, the handwriting graceful. She must have copied it by hand. I flipped through a few pages and looked up with a smile. Thank you, Longer. Being called that made her cheeks flush slightly. She gave a soft and quietly sat down beside me. Ding. Detected host has obtained the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. Can be learned by consuming 600 bond energy. Yes or no? Yes. Remaining bond energy, 40-20. Learning complete. Jade Maiden Heart Sutra has reached the perfect realm. In an instant, the mental cultivation formulas and the essence of the techniques were all clear in my mind, reaching perfection. I gained a deeper comprehension of the principle of yin-yang harmony within it. This mental art seemed to focus on female cultivation, but actually contained a way of mutual aid between two people. So-called dual cultivation wasn't superficial, but a merging resonance of energy and spirit, nourishing each other, only then advancing. So this wasn't just a martial arts manual, but held the ultimate principle of getting along. Only with hearts connected and perfect tacit understanding could its subtlety truly be unleashed. I looked at Xialong Nu and said gently, Longer, let's practice the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. A trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. You've learned the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, along with the accompanying Chuanjin swordplay? Learned it all. She didn't doubt in the slightest, admiration rising in her eyes. Husband is truly gifted. I gave a dry laugh and turned to call out the door. Isdeath, could you set up an ice bed in the room? Though she didn't understand why cultivation needed an ice bed, she still waved her hand. Cold air surged in, instantly condensing a crystal-clear ice bed, sharp-edged, wisps of cold air, yet not biting. I led Xialong Nu into the room and closed the door. The ice bed's cold air made the room temperature plummet, perfectly suiting the requirement of calming the mind and settling the spirit when cultivating the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. I looked at her and softened my voice. Longer, let's take off our clothes. Her pretty face flushed. For the technique's requirements, both parties had to face each other bare. Her jade hand reached out, slowly undoing her robe. Patch after patch of snow white was revealed, and I couldn't help my blood surging. After a moment, I steadied my mind. Cultivate properly when cultivating. Other matters could wait. Her clothes fully removed. Her skin was lustrous white as jade in the faint light, her cheeks slightly red, her eyes carrying bashfulness. Yet because of her reverence for the technique and her trust in me, her expression grew all the more calm. Husband, let's begin. I too cast aside stray thoughts, my gaze clear and forthright. The two of us sat cross-legged bare, facing each other on the ice bed, our gazes meeting. Following the mental art, I guided my chi, sinking my wrist and drawing in the stance. She responded by initiating her form, her movements stretching smooth and flowing. The Jade Maiden Heart Sutra stressed the mutual aid of yin and yang, the combination of motion and stillness. As the two of us raised and lowered our hand gestures, our breath seemed to connect into an invisible cycle. She was a bit reserved at first, but as the mental art circulated, her spirit gradually calmed, her movements growing more natural, that trace of coolness replaced by focus. Cold air spread from the ice bed, but was held outside by the force the two of us circulated, accelerating cultivation. Once a full set was practiced, the two of us drew in our stances at the same time, our breath steady. She looked at me, a bit of understanding in her eyes. Cultivating this way truly advances more than practicing alone. Yes, complementing each other is how you grasp the essence. This time, my gene unlock rate rose 0.5% to 32.5%. The efficiency was decent, but I wasn't satisfied. I asked the system in my mind, can the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra be raised to a higher tier? An instant reply, cannot advance in tier, but can be synthesized two at a time to form a brand new technique. Friendly reminder, synthesis has a failure probability and will deduct bond energy. Do not synthesize recklessly. Can't advance in tier, but being able to synthesize was decent too. I immediately thought of the Taiji Chi guiding art and the profound origin breathing art and silently invoked synthesis. Synthesizing using two techniques requires consuming 1,000 bond energy. Synthesize? A bit painful, but I didn't hesitate. Yes, remaining bond energy, 30-20. Synthesis complete. Obtained C-grade technique, profound origin Taiji art. Great joy. An E-grade and a D-grade synthesized into a C-grade. A huge profit. Can be learned by consuming 400 bond energy. Yes or no? Yes. Remaining bond energy, 26-20. Learning complete. Profound origin Taiji art has reached the perfect realm. Countless streams of information surged into my mind. The circulation formulas and breath flow instantly assimilated, an abundant force surging through my limbs and body, my whole being clear and unobstructed. Wonderful. Now I'd never lack techniques again. I didn't yet know what the synthesis probability was, but judging by gaming experience, the tier and category of the two techniques probably couldn't differ too much. The Taiji Chi guiding art and the D-grade profound origin breathing art were both for raising gene unlock rate, differing by only one tier, so it succeeded. Of course, this was just speculation, to be verified later. As for synthesizing with the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, I thought I should first buy a dual cultivation technique, as the success rate would probably be higher. Calculating again, the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra required 600 bond energy to optimize, and the S-grade instant kill swordplay also required 600, from which I inferred the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra was probably S-grade too. So for a dual cultivation technique, I'd need to find an A-grade one. If the technique synthesized out could be cultivated like the Joy Sex, it wouldn't be dull and boring. By then, I and my many wives would all be in for a treat. Thinking of this, I wanted to laugh. Seeing my expression shift slightly, Xiaolongnu softly asked, "Husband, what is it?" I came back to myself, a flicker of a smile. "It's nothing. Come, let's practice a bit more. We have to head out later." Okay. The two of us again sat cross-legged facing each other and continued cultivating. Once the gene unlock rate rose to 34%, I paused. Xiaolongnu also slowly ended her cultivation. She looked at me and softly said, "Husband, your technique is really good. Cultivating in coordination, we get twice the result with half the effort, much faster than when I practiced alone before." I smiled, and seeing her reach for the long robe beside her, I spoke. "Let me help you." Her movement paused, her cheeks slightly red, and she said quietly, "This isn't quite proper." She said this, yet didn't move again, only lowering her gaze to the floor. I picked up the robe and gently unfolded it. She raised her arms slightly, and I draped the robe over her shoulders with the motion, my fingertips inadvertently touching her slightly cool shoulder. Her body trembled lightly, but she didn't dodge. I softened my movements, tidied up the front of her robe for her, and as I tied the sash, my gaze swept over her reddened ears, my heart stirring slightly. Done. She looked up at me, her eyes clear, carrying a bit of bashfulness, and hiding a trace of dependence. Thank you, husband. Ding. Xylong Nu's affection +5. Current 55. Get ready, it's time to head out. She nodded lightly, her fingertips unconsciously brushing over the front of her robe. The spot I'd touched just now seemed to still hold a faint warmth, making her heart beat a bit faster. Xylong Nu and I came out side by side. In the living room, Lin Yuru was talking with Jean Meiting. Oraheim was clearing the table, and Isdef leaned against the sofa, just stretching. Is everyone ready? Let's go eat. Sure. Oraheim immediately answered, in a simple dress that set off her lively features. Jean Meiting looked up, lightly dabbing a layer of pale lipstick on her lips, adding a bit of mature charm. I'm ready. Isdef got up, still in that sharp outfit, cold allure amid the languor. Let's go. Xylong Nu stood quietly at my side, her white robes plain and elegant, her temperament pure and peerless. Lin Yueru, however, was a little nervous, having been mulling over how to act unfamiliar with me later. None of them had dressed up deliberately, yet each had her own grace. Lin Yueru was charming, Jean Meiting was dignified, Isdef was coldly alluring, Oraheim was radiant, Xylong Nu was cool. Walking together, they were a striking sight, and passers-by in the villa district couldn't help taking extra looks. We got into a 7-seat hovering rideshare and headed for our destination. Idle along the way, I opened the terminal marketplace to look for a dual cultivation technique. The techniques in the marketplace were generally low-tier, all E, D, and C grade. Occasionally there were a few B and a grade ones, but they were either sky-high priced or useless. Panning for gold and dung, utterly foul. Just as I was about to close it, a title caught my eye. Joy Union Grand Art. I clicked in to look. Technique: Joy Union Grand Art. Tier: unknown. Completeness: extremely incomplete. Assessment: a dual cultivation technique combining through love between man and woman, offering a certain boost to gene unlock rate. However, the technique is extremely incomplete, and excessive cultivation will cause impotence. Please cultivate with caution. Price: 500,000 credits. No wonder no one bought it. Cultivate too much and the person becomes incomplete too. I couldn't help thinking of that world-famous line. To practice this art, one must first castrate oneself. If cultivating it could really make one stronger, then impotence be damned. There'd still be plenty willing to practice. Unfortunately, it was severely incomplete with minimal effect, which was why it went unwanted. 500,000 was indeed a bit pricey, but if it were the complete version, that would be like getting it for free. I had no intention of wasting time haggling. If some lunatic snatched it up first, I'd have nowhere to cry. 500,000 buy? The Joy Union Grand Art immediately appeared on the terminal. Can be perfected by consuming 2,000 bond energy. Yes or no? It could indeed be perfected. Yes. Remaining bond energy, 620. Perfecting complete. Joy Union Grand Art is now complete. Can be learned by consuming 600 bond energy. Yes or no? Great joy. Requiring 600 to learn meant the Joy Union Grand Art was also roughly an S-grade technique. Yes. Remaining bond energy, 20. Learning complete. Host has fully mastered the Joy Union Grand Art. The Joy Union Grand Art was the dual cultivation secret art of the ancient Joy Union sect, relying on the yin-yang harmony of man and woman to advance cultivation. It could rapidly boost strength, but had the flaw of unstable foundations and insufficient staying power. Not quite perfect. My heart stirred. What if I fused it with the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra? The Jade Maiden Heart Sutra stressed the mutual aid of yin and yang and the resonance of spirit, whose core was both compatible with the Joy Union Grand Art and could complement its shortcomings. If it succeeded, perhaps a top-tier technique surpassing S-grade could be born. Just thinking about it was exciting. But looking at my remaining bond energy, I could only press down this thought and try another day. Just as I was thinking, the car had already driven into the center of Yongjiang City and stopped in front of an imposing 5-star hotel. A doorman came to open the door. I got out first, then turned to help Xylong Nu, after which Lin Yueru, Jean Meiting, Oraheim, and Isdef got out one after another. Each was outstandingly graceful, drawing quite a few gazes the moment they appeared. Let's go. Su Yuqing and the others should have arrived. The group entered the lobby and followed the attendant toward the reserved private room. Nearing the private room, Lin Yueru grew nervous. She couldn't go in with me, or the truth would be exposed. So she pulled out the all-purpose excuse. I'm going to the restroom. I nodded without thinking much of it. She immediately turned and left, walking rather hurriedly. I took Jean Meiting, Xylong Nu, Oraheim, and Isdef into the private room. Su Yuqing, Zhao Lei, and Li Xiaojian were already seated inside. Qixia, you're here. Su Yuqing stood up with a smile. I greeted them and introduced Jean Meiting and the other three along the way. The two sides got acquainted and chatted a few sentences, and Su Yuqing murmured, "How come Yueru still isn't here?" I instantly understood. Lin Yueru hadn't told them about us. No wonder she'd rushed off to the restroom just now. So that was the reason. This young lady was rather amusing. Speak of the devil. The private room door was pushed open, and Lin Yueru walked in, an unnatural blush on her face, feigning composure. "Hi, I'm here. Finally here. We were just talking about you." Su Yuqing beckoned. Oraheim smiled the moment she saw her. "Yueru, come sit over here." Lin Yueru gave an awkward smile, still keeping up her composure. "Thanks, in no way. I'll just sit next to Yuqing." Su Yuqing was taken aback. Having watched the live stream, they of course recognized Inoue Oraheim. But how did Oraheim know Lin Yueru? Before, they'd only had contact with this death, and she'd never heard Lin Yueru mention dealing with Oraheim. Just as she was about to ask, the door opened again. Wu Qiuqiu, Li Kai, Shi Xin, and Haning walked in. "Hey, exam top scorer, long time no see." Wu Qiuqiu walked up to me, her tone teasing. "Qixia, congratulations." Li Kai nodded with a smile too. I responded with a smile and made introductions to both sides again. Everyone greeted one another and took their seats. Lin Yueru sat down next to Su Yuqing and secretly let out a breath of relief. Good thing she hadn't come in with me. Or with Su Yuqing's sharpness, she'd surely have noticed something unusual. That would have been too embarrassing. She couldn't help sneaking a glance up and caught sight of me chatting animatedly with Wu Qiuqiu, and inexplicably a trace of something odd rose in her heart. "What are you looking at?" Su Yuqing suddenly leaned in, lowering her voice to tease. "Your eyes are practically glued to Qixia." Lin Yueru jumped, whipping her head around, her cheeks instantly flushing crimson. What nonsense are you spouting?" "I'm not spouting nonsense. That look just now was clearly you being interested in him." Su Yuqing patted the back of her hand, her tone forthright. "If you like him, go after him. Don't be afraid of an old cow grazing on tender grass. Maybe this tender grass is just your type, heh." You. Both angry and flustered, Lin Yueru reached out to cover her mouth. "You're not allowed to talk nonsense." Who's interested in him?" "Oh, then I'll make a move, then." Su Yuqing drew out her tone, making as if to stand up. Lin Yueru's heart clenched, but her mouth stayed stubborn. "Go after him if you want. What's it to me?" She said this, but her fingertips tightened, and her ears were red enough to drip blood. Su Yuqing laughed out loud and leaned close to her ear. "Just teasing you. Look how nervous you are. You clearly care." Having her thoughts hit dead on made Lin Yueru even more flustered. She turned her face away, pretending to look at the menu, not reading a single word. What did Su Yuqing mean by that? Would she really go after Qixia? At the thought, an inexplicable stuffiness rose in her heart. Su Yuqing glanced at her reddened profile, a trace of understanding flashing in her eyes. She stopped teasing, but that smile at the corner of her mouth lingered a long while. I naturally knew none of this. On my end, Wu Qiuqiu was leaning in, chattering away, that strong affection of hers impossible to hide. If I summoned Wu Qiuqiu, what would her affection be? Would it directly, be edible? "Qixia, are you planning to go to S University?" She scooted her chair over, her eyes sparkling. At these words, the clamor in the private room quieted a bit, and several gazes landed on me. S University. Within expectations. With my grades, a top institution was only logical. Wow, so enviable. Wu Qiuqiu's eyes were full of admiration. Li Kai spoke with a bit of self-mockery. "You can't compare talent between people. We work ourselves to death and barely make it into an ordinary A-rank university, while you directly lock in a top one. Comparing people to people just makes you sick." Shi Xin and Haning echoed too, their tones all envy. I smiled. "You're all impressive too. Just do your best. What suits you is what's best." In the final universe, getting into a good university did rely heavily on talent, but everyone's path was different. No need to force comparisons. Su Yuqing stood up and raised her glass, saying loudly, "Come, raise your glasses. Congratulations to Qixia for taking the exam top scorer, and here's wishing him a brilliant debut at S University and a bright future." Everyone stood and clinked glasses, a crisp chorus. "Congratulations, Qixia. Perform well at S University too." "Thank you, everyone. I'll take your kind words." I downed mine in one gulp. Su Yuqing set down her glass and looked at me. "By the way, S University is a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, with geniuses from every race. Have you thought about what sect or faction you'll join when you get there?" I was curious. "What's it like inside S University?" It covers an area comparable to a planet, with countless disciplines, countless regions, gathering races from all over the universe. She explained, a lot of the time, people band together by race, forming factions big and small. We humans count as one of the weaker races. Wu Qiuqiu instinctively said, since you're human, naturally you'd join a human faction? Not necessarily. Su Yuqing shook her head. I've heard from friends that quite a few humans don't choose the human faction, but instead defect to powerful races, attaching themselves to boost their strength. For many people, in the face of absolute power, racial boundaries aren't that important. I fell silent for a moment, then nodded. I understood this choice. Weakness meant passivity, and seeking advantage while avoiding harm was instinct. Weakness itself was the original sin, but relying on others meant, after all, living under someone else's roof. I didn't want to be anyone's vassal, much less be bound by race or faction. If I absolutely had to choose, I'd join a human faction. I said slowly. But no matter what I join, external power is ultimately limited and can't be relied on too much. Only by being strong myself can I be my own master and walk my own path. The private room fell quiet for a moment. Wu Qiuqiu was taken aback, then smiled. As expected of the top scorer, your vision really is different. Su Yuqing looked at me with approval. You've got backbone. But the power struggles inside S University are more complicated than you think. Stay sharp over there. I will. Hearing everyone discuss the competition at S University, Orihime suddenly lifted her face, smiling with childlike innocence, and clenched her little fists. Whoever dares touch our husband, I'll defeat them. These words at first gave everyone a jolt, but once the word husband came out, the private room instantly went silent, several gazes turning uniformly toward me. Li Kai reacted first, patting my shoulder with a wink. Nice, Qi Xia. Finally made a move on your heroic spirit? But it's only human nature, I get it. Li Xiaojian turned to look at his own heroic spirit and shook his head. I don't quite get it. Wu Qiuqiu's focus, however, wasn't there. In no way. This hour you mentioned. What do you mean? Orihime surveyed the room and answered sincerely. It's just, we're all Qi Xia's wives. Now it was everyone's turn to be utterly stunned. Wu Qiuqiu's eyes went wide. You all, there are several of you? She instinctively swept her gaze over Jean Meiting, Xialongnu, and Isdeath, as if confirming something. Yes, me Isdeath. All right, in no way, no need to count them all out. Lin Yueru's cheeks burned, and she quickly cut in. It's enough that everyone knows. Oh, all right. So Orihime stopped naming names. Zhao Lei grew intrigued. So exactly how many are you going to marry? I held up one finger. Zhao Lei guessed. 10. I shook my head. Wu Qiuqiu exclaimed. 100. Shook my head. Han drew a cold breath. 1,000. Shook my head. Su Yuqing furrowed her lovely brows. 10,000. I smiled and said casually. None of those. I'll just keep marrying. At night, the banquet broke up. Lin Yueru claimed she had something to do and hurriedly left together with Su Yuqing. I took his death, Jean Meiting, Orihime, and Xialongnu back to the residence. The moment we entered the villa, Orihime bounced toward the bathroom and called back. Husband, I'll go run your bathwater first. I caught her hand and said doting. How about you help me wash instead? Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she chided gently. Husband, there are so many people here. Isdeath smiled faintly. It's not your first time anyway, so what does it matter? I pinched Orihime's cheek and kissed those alluring lips. She was startled at first, then responded quite naturally. Jean Meiting watched this scene, a trace of envy flashing in her heart. She envied such naturally flowing intimacy, at ease like an ordinary married couple. She said nothing and turned back to her room. Xialongnu, however, was full of confusion. Husband, what is this you're doing? I let go of Orihime, took Xialongnu's hand, and explained gently. Longer, this is a way for husband and wife to express love. Besides holding hands and embracing, there's also kissing. She looked at me, then at Orihime, and asked earnestly, just like what you did to her just now. My eyes carried a smile. Would you like me to demonstrate for you? She blinked and said nothing, only quietly looking at me. A surge of tenderness rose in my heart, and I lifted my hand to cup her face. She trembled slightly, but didn't dodge. I slowly leaned down and gently kissed her soft lips. Xialongnu's whole body froze, ripples instantly rising in her clear eyes. Stiff at first, after a moment, she involuntarily tilted her face up slightly, responding to the kiss. When we parted, her breathing was still a bit rapid, her gaze flowing, carrying a trace of bewilderment and thrill. Longer, how was it? She pressed her lips together, her voice faint as a mosquito's hum. Very strange, but very nice. I smiled and took her hand. Longer, let me take you to feel something even better. Where to? To the room. Inside the room, clothes lay scattered here and there on the floor. Xialong knew, and I embraced Bear, kissing passionately. She lowered her eyelashes, her cheeks flushed, that inexplicable emotion quietly spreading. She reached out to wrap her arms around my waist, responding clumsily. The two of us breathed intertwined, lost in the moment. My hand gently covered her chest, my fingertips carrying warmth. I pressed down, then closed my fist. Xialongnu gave a soft hum, her body trembling lightly. It was a long while before I released her lips. Her gaze was hazy, the flush on her cheeks not yet faded, breathing softly. I leaned down to her ear, my hot breath brushing her earlobe. Longer, the love between husband and wife is hidden in these subtle intimacies, in this kind of companionship and care. She looked up at me, my reflection mirrored in her eyes, and softly responded. Okay, husband. I really wanted to take her right then, but her affection hadn't reached 100 yet, so I had to hold back. I smiled and released her waist. It's getting late. Rest first, I'll go take a shower. She nodded lightly and watched me turn and leave. The warmth stirred in her heart, slowly settling. The room was very quiet, with only the occasional wind outside the window. She lifted her hand to brush her own lips, as if she could still feel the warmth of that kiss just now. Then she covered her chest, the thrill still there. Something called love was quietly taking root and sprouting deep in her heart. Out the door, I looked toward Orheim's room. Since I couldn't take Xialongnu now, the firepower could shift to Orheim. I pushed open the door and went in. Orheim was just applying toner. She turned to see me and stood up full of joy. Husband. I reached back to close the door and pulled her into my arms. Wife. The words had barely fallen when I kissed her lips and pulled off her nightgown in one motion. She paid no mind to the slipping clothes, immediately hugging me tight and responding with abandon. While possessing her, I circulated the Joy Union Grand Art, guiding her in dual cultivation. I had to admit, the effect was excellent. My gene unlock rate rose 1.5% in one go. Gene unlock rate, 35.5%. Even better was Orheim, who displayed a state she'd never had before. That excitement, immersion, and abandon truly satisfied me greatly. Kneeling on the floor, she swallowed and looked up at me. Husband, this technique of yours is so amazing. I feel like my gene unlock rate rose too. I immediately checked her info. Name, Inoue Orheim SR level 30 human. Face, 94 figure, 98. Partner, Chi Xiao affection, 100% development count, 29, special development once. Gene unlock rate, 71%. Skills, solitary sky cutting shield, twin sky returning shield, triple sky binding shield, quad sky resisting shield. Proficiency, cooking. It really did rise 1%. This Joy Union Grand Art was indeed excellent. Looking at her flushed face, my blood surged again. Wife, let's cultivate a few more times and see. She wiped the corner of her mouth and smiled sweetly. The next morning, I woke with Orheim in my arms and only then remembered I'd been too absorbed in cultivation last night and just settled in here. The harvest was good too. My gene unlock rate reached 38%. The Joy Union Grand Art's early stage boost was indeed decent. It just wore out one's brotherhood a bit. The Jade Maiden Heart Sutra didn't have this flaw, offering steady improvement. So it was best to merge the two into one and derive the optimal technique. It seemed I'd have to grind instances well today, level up, farm inscriptions, and collect bond energy along the way. I gave the utterly exhausted Orheim a morning kiss and got up to dress. Walking out to the living room, a fragrance drifted into my nose. Normally Orheim made breakfast, but today she was resting, and the kitchen had been taken over by Jean mating. She wore an apron and brought out the finished breakfast, her expression earnest. Freshen up, it'll be ready to eat soon. Thank you for the hard work. She smiled faintly, said no more, and turned back to the kitchen. I quickly washed up and went to call the others to get up. First to Xialongnu's room. Pushing open the door, I saw her sitting cross-legged in meditation, focused on cultivation. Hearing the movement, she opened her eyes. Husband. Longer, breakfast is ready. Okay. She got up to tidy her clothes. Then to Estetha's room. Just as I pushed open the door, she had finished changing and looked at me, the corner of her mouth curving into a smirk. What? Last night was so lively. Did you forget to come back to my room? I was taken aback and scratched my head awkwardly. Last night's cultivation was too absorbing, and I forgot without realizing. Oh, are you sure last night's commotion was cultivation? She raised an eyebrow. I stepped forward and wrapped my arm around her waist, gazing into her eyes, and and said earnestly, "Tonight, I'll cultivate with you properly." With that, I planted a morning kiss on her lips. She released me, unsatisfied, and gave a soft hum. "You little guy, you're getting better and better at sweet talk." The two of us smiled at each other and went together to call Orihime. Pushing open the door, Isteth saw the mess and furrowed her lovely brows. "You little guy, you really don't hold back when you make your move." I smiled awkwardly, gently woke Orihime, and we went together to eat breakfast. Soon everyone was seated at the table. Jean Mating's breakfast looked, smelled, and tasted excellent, winning unanimous praise. After eating, I suggested, "Today let's go grind instances and level up." Dragging her exhaustion, Orihime was the first to respond. "Sure." Isteth nodded. "That works. I haven't fought in a while." Jean Mating looked at everyone and said quietly, "I don't have much combat ability, so I won't go." The words had barely fallen when I grasped her hand, the warmth of my palms steadily transmitting, and showed a radiant smile. "It's fine, I'll protect you. We'll all protect you." She was slightly startled and wanted to say something more, but Orihime spoke first. "That's right, Sister Mating. With us here, we'll definitely keep you safe." Xialong Nue's cool eyes turned to her. "Since we're sisters, I won't let anything happen to you either." Isteth slowly got up, her gaze sweeping over Jean Mating, and said flatly, "Let's go. With me here, no one can harm you." Feeling the warmth of my palm and looking at the sincere faces around her, the string called home in Jean Mating's heart was gently plucked, clearer than ever before. This feeling of being cherished and protected made her heart warm, and her earlier misgivings gradually dissolved. She took a deep breath and nodded lightly. "All right. Ding. Jean Mating's affection +5. Current 65. Wives, let's move out." On the way to the instance hall, I dialed Lin Yueru. "Hello, Yueru, we're going to grind instances. Are you coming?" The other end sounded a bit regretful. "My instance runs are used up, so I can't go." I chuckled. "You little dummy, forgot you're my heroic spirit? Wherever I can enter, you can follow in, no extra runs needed." "Oomph, you're the dummy." She chided, then her tone turned brisk. "Wait, this young lady will be there right away." Hanging up, I then found by Uekaway. It rang for quite a while before connecting. I asked directly, "We're going to grind instances. Coming along?" Her cool voice came through, calm and unruffled. "No, I'm busy researching genes." "All right then. Rest too. Don't overwork yourself." Hanging up, the group soon arrived at the instance hall. The few of us were too outstanding in looks. The moment we entered the hall, we drew quite a few gazes and low murmurs. That combination is two eye-catching, handsome guy and beauties, really pleasant to look at. Truly one guy leading four. Just give me four beauties. I'm different. I only want four who'll shout 666. Maybe what they're shouting isn't 666, but sour, sour, sour. Damn it. I'll let you run 39 meters first, then pull out a 40-meter broadsword and chop off your dog head. Dog head guards its life. Before long, Lin Yueru hurried over. "Yueru, you're here." Orihime greeted with a smile. Shall we go in now? Let's grind the level 60 bronze instance first. We've got runs, don't waste them." I said. "Okay." No one had objections. I directly selected bronze tier advanced difficulty and walked into the teleport array under the curious gazes of the players around. A flash of light, and several figures vanished. When we appeared again, we were already inside the instance. All around were birdsong and flowers, lush vegetation, continuous mountains, even the air full of the fresh scent of grass and trees. It was Xialong Nue's first time in an instance, and her eyes were full of curiosity. There's actually a whole other world inside. How magical. It was Jean Mating's first time too, and she couldn't help looking around, murmuring softly, "So this is an instance." Lin Yueru stepped forward, her expression a bit grave. "Everyone be careful. This instance has mainly two kinds of monsters. One is the green-silver grass, which looks like an ordinary plant, but is actually a herbivorous monster. The other is the iron hammer beast, which looks like an iron hammer with decent attack and defense." As she said this, she raised her staff. "Let me cast a group attribute buff on everyone first. No need to waste your psionic power like that. We just got in." I said offhandedly. She ignored me. As an SR tier support, she wanted to seize the chance to show off and let everyone see her skills. A light wave of her staff, and a ring of gentle green light spread out, enveloping the whole area. Standing in this green range next to me grants you the auxiliary effects of psionic recovery, replenishment, and reinforcement. I immediately felt my internal psionic power grow considerably more abundant, circulating more smoothly, and nodded. It really is a bit useful. Humph. Of course, don't you know who this young lady is? My wife. You humph. Looking at her tsundere manner, I found it amusing. We hadn't walked far when a group of green silver grass and iron hammer beasts burst out of the bushes. Green silver grass, LV60. Iron hammer beast, LV60. The moment they saw us, they grew frenzied and charged, roaring. The green silver grass shook its leaves and shot out several sharp vines. Dear Mama Entangle. The iron hammer beasts drew their bodies together and spun in the air like real iron hammers, smashing down with the sound of wind. Sky spinning top. Orihime was about to act when I spoke. No need, I've got this one. After obtaining the Gate of Babylon last time, I hadn't formally used it yet. I stuck both hands in my pockets, my gaze carrying a bit of disdain, and my mind stirred. Whoosh, whoosh, two streaks of light shot out from the void, precisely piercing the two frontmost monsters. Seeing more green silver grass and iron hammer beasts swarming in, a gilded rift suddenly tore open behind me, its edges flowing with tiny starlight, countless weapon silhouettes emerging within, aimed forward. Without moving my feet, I pointed a finger ahead. Densely packed weapons poured out, shooting precisely at every monster. Bang, 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 bang. A string of impacts, and all the monsters were instantly wiped out, wreckage scattered across the ground. Easy as breathing. White light rose from Orihime, Jean Meiting, and Xialongnu as their levels rose. Lin Yueru stared, transfixed. Wow, Qixia, you got stronger again. I didn't even see you use this move during the exam. Too amazing. Jean Meiting's eyes were full of surprise as she gazed at my back, her affection for me growing a few more points, and feeling much more at ease. Xialongnu's eyes were full of love. Orihime, the greatest hype woman, clapped nonstop. Husband is so amazing. The corner of Estetha's mouth lifted slightly. Considerable progress. I withdrew the Gate of Babylon and shrugged. Just a small display. Continue. The green silver grass and iron hammer beasts along the way were all easily cleared with the Gate of Babylon, with almost no effort. Ahead was an open forest clearing, where a figure slowly materialized. A tall man, neatly parted in the middle, a head of long blue hair draping his shoulders, handsome-featured, yet with a somewhat cold temperament. Faint energy waves swirling around him. This was this run's boss. Blue-silver triple grass king, LV78. His gaze swept over us, his voice melodious, his movements carrying a strange elegance. You've intruded into the Fighting Star Great Forest and slaughtered so many of my subjects. You should give me an explanation, no? I stepped forward, my tone plain. Killing you would be the explanation, wouldn't it? His gaze suddenly sharpened, and he sneered. A mere human dares to spout arrogant words and challenge me? I'm human, so what are you? Nothing but a blade of grass. Do you really think you're so noble? The smile faded from his face. Foolish human. There's never been a trash race in this world, only trash humans. I don't understand what nonsense you're babbling. You're like a lunatic. A lunatic? Then let you witness my strength. He raised his hand, the ground rumbling violently as countless blue-silver grasses broke through the soil. Dear Mama Entangle Max version. Black manta vines grew wildly like living things, coiling toward us with sharp barbs. Petty tricks. I waved a hand casually, and the weapons in the Gate of Babylon shot out like a barrage, instantly severing and shattering all those vines. Good. Then taste this. Chaotic Hammer Grand Contest. From who knows where, he swung up a giant iron hammer beast and hurled it fiercely. The iron hammer beast spun over 10 times in the air and smashed toward me with a whistling roar. My mind stirred, and over 10 thick shields flew out from the Gate of Babylon to block in front of me. Boom! A great crash, and the iron hammer beast slammed down hard. The result, the iron hammer beast exploded on the spot. Bang! I couldn't help showing a mocking smile. That's it. The blue-silver triple grass king's expression shifted slightly, clearly not having expected my defense to be so solid. You already court death. He lifted his gaze to the sky, suddenly raising both hands high, his expression carrying a strange sincerity, and a deafening roar rang through the forest. Revive, my love. A strange blue light appeared, surging toward the wreckage of the earlier shattered iron hammer beast. The fragments rapidly gathered and reorganized, and after a moment, a giant iron hammer beast was reborn. Even stranger, its body was wrapped in layers of blue-silver grass, its once dull frame glowing with a ghostly blue luster, its size grown a full circle larger, its aura several times more ferocious. Next, it's your time to die, he coldly commanded. The great iron hammer beast gave a muffled roar, the blue-silver grass wrapped around it rustling, and suddenly turned to smash down. Iron Hammer True Body. Looking at its ferocious appearance, a bit of impatience showed on my face. This kind of tangling was truly boring. The next moment, light flashed in my hand, and that orange sky-splitting sword from before materialized, now gilded all over, its quality clearly upgraded a tier. A light flick of my wrist, and the golden sky-splitting sword turned into a streak of light and shot out, instantly cutting the enhanced Great Iron Hammer beast in two at the waist. Before he could react, the sword tip stabbed straight at him. His pupil shrank, and despite his utmost efforts to dodge, the sword light still pierced through his body, blood staining his lapel red. No. Watching the Iron Hammer beast cut down again, feeling his own vitality on the verge of collapse, he roared in defiance, then let out a long howl to the sky. My true self. My true self. I was taken aback and frowned. What's going on? True self? Don't tell me you're an aberration tier boss too. The words had barely fallen when the ground suddenly exploded with a bang, and a giant figure broke through the soil. That figure was nearly identical to him, but with a head of black middle-parted long hair, dressed in antique attire, its bearing and aura exuding even greater majesty and ferocity. Courting death. Aberration, Black-Silver Triple Grass King, LV 100. The Black-Silver Triple Grass King roared, his left hand conjuring blue silver grass, his right hand condensing a red Iron Hammer beast. The two instantly fused into a red giant hammer wrapped in blue silver grass, its body swirling with dazzling red light. Iron Hammer Blast Ring. The giant hammer was fiercely hurled, turning into several spinning hammer shadows in the air, crashing down overwhelmingly. So it really is aberration tier. That looks really something. I shook my head helplessly, but battle intent ignited in my eyes. Since that's the case, then I'll settle it all at once. My mind stirred violently, and the gate of Babylon opened at full force, all its weapons instantly emerging. Come forth, blades. Countless weapons, like a flood breaking a dam, swept toward the true self and the not yet dissipated remnant body with a sharp air-splitting sound. The clanging of impacts and the roaring interwove, the flood of weapons instantly drowning the opponent. As the dust settled, only scattered fragments and dissipating energy waves remained. The aberration tier True Self and the Blue-Silver Triple Grass King, thoroughly killed. Advanced instance cleared. Beginning settlement. Obtained Sky Iron Hammer. Obtained A Silver Grass. Obtained Farmer's Trident. I withdrew the gate of Babylon, my clothes slightly dirted. Everyone stepped forward, looking at the loot all over the ground, delight on their faces. Wow, so many good things dropped. Orheim excitedly took inventory. Jean Mating gazed at my back, her shock long unsettled. That heart-stopping battle just now gave her a more direct understanding of strength and a bit more dependence on this husband. I gathered up the loot and said flatly, "Let's go. We've still got to grind it another 19 times." Orheim laughed with innocent purity. Poor Blue-Silver Triple Grass King, having to be killed another 19 times, hee. Lin Yueru crossed her arms and gave a cold humph. For acting so smug, killing it 20 times is too few, if you ask this young lady. After grinding 19 times, Isdeath and I rose to level 66, Lin Yueru to LV 84, and the rest to LV 42. Lin Yueru's affection was 88, Jean Mating 72, Xilong Nues 65. Bond Energy 2020. 2,000 points still hadn't triggered the prompt to synthesize the Joy Union Grand Art and the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. It seemed I'd have to keep grinding. Next were 20 runs of the Silver Instance, a perfect chance to test my new ability. Silver Advanced Instance. A light drizzle drifted from the sky, fine rain streaking down and striking the ground, splashing up droplets. I activated the transparent fruit, my whole person melting into the rain curtain, utterly undetectable to others. My steps light and slow, I approached two armored soldiers patrolling ahead. The two held long spears, warily scanning their surroundings, yet completely unaware of the death god right beside them. I swung my sword, and scalding blood spurted from both their necks as they crumpled softly to the ground, without making a single sound. Not far off, two more patrol soldiers walked in the rain and mist. I swept past silently, another two clean, crisp instant kills, smooth as flowing water, leaving no trace. Looks like invisibility isn't affected in the rain either. Weather doesn't interfere with it. I noted inwardly, growing more satisfied. Still invisible, I continued deeper. A sizable stockade village appeared ahead, its walls built of rough logs, a few tattered flags planted on them. A bandit-occupied stronghold. I slipped into the stockade and, under the cover of invisibility, quietly observed the bandits' distribution. Most of these bandits held blades and axes, either gathered by bonfires drinking or wandering within the stockade, their vigilance low. Next, I began testing various killing methods. Instant kill flash, my figure carving a barely perceptible afterimage in the rain, and a lone bandit fell. Instant kill chain slash, in an instant cutting down 3 bandits gathered gambling, so fast no one could catch it. Waltz slash, a smooth spin dealing with a small patrol squad. I even used the Chuanjin swordplay and Jade Maiden swordplay from the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, each move flawless. In the invisible state, not a single bandit noticed me approaching. This ability not only lasted long, but consumed next to nothing. Using it for assassination was truly twice the result with half the effort. Passing through several muddy alleys, I reached the central camp of the stockade. A group of elite bandits sat around a bonfire, dead drunk, shouting crude words. At the topmost seat of the camp sat a burly, sturdy man. Wolffang Stockade Chief, LV-79. Too lazy to waste more time, I remained invisible and silently circled behind him. The chief was chugging from a wine bowl, utterly unaware that the death god had arrived. Instant kill flash. The laughter cut off abruptly, his head rolling off, blood gushing, his massive body crashing to the ground. Cleared, settlement. Obtained fierce bandit's heart. Obtained tiger skin coat. Obtained a body full of liquor stench. Entering the silver instance again, this time I didn't rely purely on assassination. First, I turned invisible and melted into the rain curtain, concealing even the gate of Babylon along with me. I tried shooting a weapon out from within, but the instant the weapon left the space, it lost its invisibility, carving a clear trajectory through the air and precisely killing a bandit monster. I furrowed my brow slightly and tried a few more times. Single shots, mass barges, shield defense. Everything that left the gate of Babylon would instantly become visible. This invisibility wasn't perfect yet, but with my body hidden, I could still catch enemies off guard. Once I developed the transparent fruit thoroughly in the future, perhaps the weapons I fired could maintain invisibility for a while. That would be truly traceless. I looked at Zilong Nu and called out, "Longer, let's fight our way out together and clear these bandits." She'd long been unable to hold back. "Yes, husband, let's go together." The two of us charged out side by side. I employed the Chuanjin swordplay, my sword momentum steady and heavy, like towering mountains. She used the Jade Maiden swordplay, her figure nimble and light, like drifting wind and swirling snow. The two swords joined, one hard and one soft, in natural harmony. Wherever we passed, bandits fell one after another, utterly unable to stop us. Who dares run wild in my Wolffang Stockade? A furious roar came from deep in the camp, as the Wolffang Stockade chief charged out wielding a giant Wolffang club. "You little brats, daring to touch my people. Today I'll tear you all to pieces." He roared and swung his club down, the fierce wind whistling, momentum like 1,000 pounds. Zilong Nu and I sidestepped, deftly dodging, then unleashed the joined sword technique again. Our coordination grew even more seamless, sword light interweaving, forcing him back step by step. After fighting fiercely for a moment, I seized the gap when his old force was spent and new force not yet born, my long sword stabbing straight at his opening. Zilong Nu simultaneously swung her sword, severing the wrist holding his club. The Wolffang club dropped from his hand. The two of us exchanged a glance, our swords pressing forward again, instantly killing him. As the dust settled, Zilong Nu and I stood facing each other, smiles in both our eyes. "Husband, our coordination is getting better and better, isn't it?" "Naturally. Don't you know whose longer you are?" Oriheim's eyes were full of envy, and she sighed softly. "Those two coordinate so well, like an immortal couple." Lin Yuuru pursed her lips beside them, carrying a bit of jealousy. If this young lady weren't a support, I'd definitely kill more beautifully than her." Jean Mating smiled and smoothed things over. "Everyone's impressive. Let's go see what dropped." After 20 runs of the silver instance, Isdeath and I were LV-74, Lin Yuuru LV-88, and the rest LV-59. Lin Yueru's affection was 94, Jean Mating's 79, Zilong Nu's 71. Bond energy 40-20. Enough, I silently noted, and synthesized the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra with the Joy Union Grand Art. Ding. Synthesis requires consuming 4,000 bond energy. Synthesize? Yes. Remaining bond energy, 20. Synthesis complete. Obtained SS grade technique. Technique. Desire Maiden Joy Union Sutra. Tier. SS completeness. Complete. Assessment. Discarding the reserve of traditional dual cultivation, It achieves ultimate compatibility of soul, emotion, and body together. While enjoying the ultimate fusion, one gains a massive boost in strength. Note: cultivating this art will not cause any disease, and pregnancy is impossible during the process, so dual cultivate boldly. My eyes lit up. A top-tier double S technique. I browsed the contents. The Desire Maiden Joy Union Sutra was truly the ultimate collision of soul and body, making the reader blush and the practitioner enjoy. And this technique was truly considerate. Dual cultivation caused no disease and pregnancy was impossible, so one could sow seeds without any worry. Conscionable. Immensely conscionable. This even saved on condom money. Not that I'd ever used any. Can be learned by consuming 1200 bond energy. Yes or no? I didn't have that much now. No. I needed more bond energy, so I immediately selected the Gold Advanced Instance and started grinding. Gold Advanced Instance. The moment we stepped in, everyone was instantly stunned. An ancient, imposing giant palace stood before us. The beams, pillars, floor tiles, and even the roof tiles were all crafted of glittering gold. As sunlight poured down, radiance flowed everywhere, so dazzling it was hard to keep one's eyes open. Whoa, this is way too luxurious. Lin Yueru couldn't help exclaiming. If we could take all this gold out, who knows how much stuff it could buy. Orihime pulled out a burlap sack and said with a straight face, "What are we waiting for? Let's pan for gold." With that, she picked up a floor tile and tossed it into the sack, but the gold brick returned to the floor, refusing to be carried off. Boo-hoo! Why does this gold brick run off on its own? I shook my head with a wry smile and patted her head. Silly girl, the only things you can take away are what the monsters drop. Gold can't be taken out. Besides, if everyone could take it out, would gold still be valuable? She set down the sack and pouted. All right. Just then, a group of guards ahead, dressed in black tight uniforms and holding long blades, lined up neatly, their expressions solemn. Embroidered uniform guards, LV-80. Just as I was about to act, Orihime stepped forward and gently stopped me. Husband, you've expended a lot just now. Leave the rest to us. Lin Yueru nodded too. Right? We can't always let you steal the spotlight. This young lady is no pushover. Xia Longnu echoed, battle intent flashing in her eyes. That's right, husband, you have us. I smiled slightly. All right, then be careful. The words had barely fallen when Xia Longnu charged ahead, her long sword drawn as she killed into the guard group. Orihime followed close behind, both hands forming seals, a solitary sky-cutting shield condensing and blasting toward the guards, while she deployed the twin sky-returning shield to build a barrier for Xia Longnu. Lin Yueru waved her staff in the rear, gentle green light enveloping everyone, significantly boosting psionic power and attributes. Isdeth was unwilling to stand by either, coldly declaring, Ice Gale Grand General. Countless ice crystals rapidly gathered, transforming into squads of cavalry clad in ice armor and holding ice spears, charging toward the gold-armored Golden Legion with orderly steps. Golden Soldiers, LV-85. By rights, the Golden Legion's equipment was harder, and the Ice Cavalry shouldn't have had the advantage, but under Isdeth's control, the Ice Cavalry charged with biting cold, their ice spears scattering the Golden Spear formation. After several clashes, the Golden Legion was routed, dropping armor and fleeing. Jean Mating stood beside me, watching the fierce battle ahead, a trace of envy flashing in her eyes, her hands slightly clenched, but lacking combat power, she could only watch silently. Sensing her mood, I gently pulled her by the waist into my arms and said softly, Mating, it's fine, we'll just wait here. Caught off guard by this sudden embrace, she was a bit flustered and lightly pushed my chest. I'm fine, let go of me. At Affection 80, we could already share a bed, so how could I possibly let go over this little intimacy? My arm instead tightened. I could feel the beauty in my arms trembling slightly and said softly, You seem a bit down. How about we find something to do? She instinctively looked up. What thing? I leaned down to her ear, my hot breath brushing over. Building our relationship. Before the words fell, I kissed her red lips. Her whole body stiffened, at a loss at first, but she didn't resist, instead gradually relaxing, instinctively leaning toward me, closing her eyes and responding to this sudden kiss. In the distance, Xia Longnu and the others were battling the Golden Legion and embroidered uniform guards, blade light and sword shadow, slaughter unceasing, yet it didn't disturb the quiet over here in the slightest. Only when they'd cleared the enemies did Jean Mating suddenly come back to herself. Her cheeks flushed crimson with embarrassment, and she lightly pushed me away, saying quietly, They're done fighting. I nodded with a smile. I saw. She avoided my gaze and slowly stepped back. At this point, Lin Yueru walked over and pursed her lips. Oomph, we're up front fighting for our lives, while certain people are here canoodling with sister mating. I smiled and walked to her side. I know you worked hard. Half this merit is yours. Who? Who wants your merit? This young lady doesn't care for it. Her mouth protested, but her face flushed. I said no more and leaned down to kiss her. She struggled symbolically, then closed her eyes and responded. After a moment, we parted reluctantly. Husband, I want one too. Orihime bounced over, gazing at me with round eyes, extremely cute. I ruffled her hair and kissed her lips too. She naturally embraced me, responding warmly. After parting, I turned to look at Xylongnu. She said nothing, but her eyes carried clear anticipation. I stepped forward and held her waist. Longer, you get a share too. I kissed her gently. She embraced me and responded gently. Finally, I looked at Esteth. She raised an eyebrow, a smile at the corner of her mouth. Finally remembered me? How could I forget my first wife? I stepped forward, took her hand, and leaned down to kiss her. She switched from defense to offense, actively kissing me. After all this interaction, I cleared my throat. All right, let's keep moving forward. Everyone nodded and walked together deeper into the palace. We hadn't walked far when a resplendent hall appeared ahead, atop which sat a giant throne. On the throne sat a man dressed in a golden dragon robe, holding a golden long sword. The instant's boss, sovereign of the 9th Fifth, LV-95. Audacious madman, daring to intrude into my palace and slaughter my guards. He suddenly slammed the table and rose, his voice majestic. Guards, seize these traitors. At his command, several squads of guards immediately rushed out from both sides of the hall to attack. Oomph, what a crap emperor, daring to put on airs here too. Lin Yueru waved her staff, green light flashing. Everyone charge. Isteth stepped forward and said coldly. A swarm of ants. She lifted her hand slightly, and countless ice spikes suddenly gathered, shooting at the soldiers like a downpour, instantly piercing them all through, not one spared. A little eunuch beside the throne trembled in fear. Why, your majesty, they're so terrifying. The sovereign of the 9th Fifth kicked him aside. Useless. He gripped his golden sword tightly, a heavy yellow majesty suddenly emanating from him and spreading in all directions. You petty vermin, daring to run rampant before me. Today I'll let you know what a sovereign is. I am the master of this realm. He raised his sword high and shouted. Ancestral dragon, appear. The golden shield pillars around, originally decorative, suddenly blazed with light, transforming into ferocious, claw-bearing true dragons that roared through the air toward us. Triple sky binding shield, I refuse. Orihime quickly formed a seal, and a giant orange triangular shield appeared out of thin air to block in front. Bang! A giant dragon slammed into it hard, a muffled great crash, the shield violently trembling but not budging an inch. Xylongnu seized the chance to leap up, and under Lin Yueru's auxiliary buff, the Jade Maiden's swordplay's sword light was like lightning. With a bang, she directly severed a giant dragon's head. Isteth casually condensed an ice sword, a flash of cold light, and another was beheaded. Orihime controlled this solitary sky-cutting shield and severed one too. The last giant dragon lunged at me. I was holding Jean Mating and merely waved a hand casually. A long sword flew out from the gate of Babylon, instantly blasting the giant dragon to pieces. You dare kill my dragons. You must all die. The sovereign of the 9th Fifth's eyes nearly split with rage, dazzling golden light bursting from his body as he lunged straight at Xylongnu with his sword. Xylongnu's gaze focused, and she swung her sword to parry. Clang, clang, clang. The ceaseless clash of metal, the two instantly locked in battle. His swordplay was fierce and domineering, carrying an emperor's oppressive might. Xylongnu's swordplay was nimble and light, superior in clever variations. It was just that his level far exceeded hers, so for a while they fought evenly. Lin Yueru saw clearly and hurried to increase her support. Sister Long, I'll buff you. With her support strengthened, Xylongnu's speed and strength greatly increased, her sword moves growing sharper, gradually gaining a slight upper hand. The sovereign of the 9th Fifth roared, his sword moves growing more violent, wanting to break through by suppressing with his level, the battle growing more deadlocked. Exchanging one clash, the two each retreated several steps. The sovereign of the 9th Fifth panted heavily and sneered. You alone are no match for me at all. Xylongnu didn't reply but turned to look at me. Husband, may I borrow a sword from you? Of course. I took another long sword from the gate of Babylon and tossed it over casually. She caught it steadily, wielding one in each hand, relocking onto the sovereign of the ninth fifth, her aura suddenly shifting. She employed the ambidextrous combat art. Her left-hand sword used the Chuanjin swordplay, her right-hand sword the Jade Maiden swordplay, one person actually performing the joined sword technique. The sovereign of the ninth fifth paid it no mind at first, but after a few exchanges was alarmed to realize something was wrong. Both swords struck at once, hard and soft in unison, unpredictable, forcing him back step by step, unable to gain the slightest advantage. Damn it, forcing me to such a state. Both alarmed and furious, his injuries steadily worsening under the twin sword assault, he was already nearing his limit. He roared and unleashed all his power. Take my final move. How could Xiaolongnu give him a chance to catch his breath? A flick of her wrist, and her left-hand sword flew from her grip, transforming into a streak of light, striking straight at him. The sovereign of the ninth fifth was in a power burst state and couldn't easily interrupt it, so he had to take the blow head-on. A mere flying sword, and you want to wound me? However, the flying sword didn't strike a vital point directly, but precisely landed on an acupoint on his chest. He suddenly froze, feeling a strange force surge into his body, his psionic power instantly stagnating. What's going on? I can't move. Xiaolongnu seized the chance to close in, her right-hand sword tapping several times in succession, the sword tip precisely striking several major acupoints across his body. What is this? Why is my power receding? Both alarmed and terrified, he watched helplessly as the blade swept across his neck, yet couldn't muster the slightest strength to resist. Squelch. His head fell, his body crashing down with a thud. Cleared, settlement. Obtained golden dragon robe. Obtained golden treasure sword. Lin Yueru ran up, her face full of amazement. Sister Long, your acupoint striking skill is way too amazing. Xiaolongnu sheathed her twin swords and smiled faintly. This is the merit of everyone's coordination. Without Yueru's support, I couldn't have done it so smoothly either. Hee, we're Qi harem team. Of course we're the strongest. Orihime proudly chimed in. The women exchanged smiles. Harem team. I walked over and helplessly ruffled Orihime's hair. You girls. Jean Meiting watched this scene, a gentle smile on her face, that sense of belonging in her heart growing ever stronger. Lin Yueru gave a humph, but the corner of her mouth curled up. Naturally. Don't you know whose people we are? Isteth said flatly. Gather up the loot, it's time to head back. Everyone answered and began sorting the drops. After 10 runs of the gold instance, Isteth and I were LV80, Lin Yueru LV90, and the rest LV72. Lin Yueru's affection was 96, Jean Meiting's 86, Xiaolongnu S80. Bond Energy 2020. Ding. Can learn the Desire Maiden Joy Union Sutra by consuming 1000 Bond Energy. Yes or no? Yes. Remaining Bond Energy 1020. Learning complete. Host has fully mastered the Desire Maiden Joy Union Sutra. Learned to perfection. A wicked fire instantly ignited in my heart, and I couldn't help gazing at Orihime, Isteth, Jean Meiting, Lin Yueru, and Xiaolongnu, greed rising in my eyes. Who to dual cultivate with first? Or should I take them all on together? I shook my head and temporarily suppressed the thought. Let's finish grinding these 10 Abyss instance runs first. I took everyone up to the 3rd floor and arrived at the Abyss instance entrance. The psionics here were all above level 80, their auras steady, their eyes sharp, clearly seasoned and experienced. The moment we appeared, low murmurs rose from the queuing crowd. Hey, new faces. Never seen them. Judging by their age, just came of age. Just came of age and daring to challenge the Abyss instance? Their level's probably not low, and they likely have backing at home. Look at those 5 beauties behind him, each stunning. This little young master is too fortunate. He's got fortune, all right, of the carnal kind. We turned a deaf ear to all this, went straight to take our queue number, found a corner, and sat down to wait. During the wait, a young man with short golden hair and handsome looks walked over, a friendly smile on his face. Little bro, you're here to grind the Abyss instance too? Interested in forming a team? We'd look out for each other, and it'd be more efficient. I glanced up at him and shook my head flatly. Thanks for the kind offer, but no need. We'll grind on our own. The golden-haired guy wasn't embarrassed and smiled. All right then. If you run into trouble later, give a shout. Maybe I can help. With that, he turned back to his own group. The moment he returned, several burly big men immediately gathered around. Deji, did that kid agree to team up? The golden-haired guy, the Deji, in their mouths, shook his head. He didn't. Looks like he wants to go it alone. TCH. What a shame. The beauties around that kid are all so lush. Another big man smacked his lips, a trace of ill intent flashing in his eyes. If he'd team up with us, maybe we could enjoy ourselves inside the instance. Daji's mouth curled into a cold smile, the friendliness he'd shown me earlier utterly gone. What's the rush? A wet behind-the-ears kid, daring to challenge the Abyss instance? Once he can't clear it, won't he have to come begging us? He paused, greed flashing in his eyes. By then, those few beauties, there'll always be a share for us. One underling worried. Daji, that kid brought so many beauties. Could his background be unusual? Daji scoffed. Look at this kind of rich brat, bringing 5 beauties at once. He's definitely a playboy who plays around. By then we'll grind out more benefits, and he might not be unwilling to hand over 1 or 2. The underlings echoed one after another. Right? Daji makes sense. Daji is wise as always. Just then, one underling suddenly frowned. Why do I feel that kid looks kind of familiar? Like I've seen him somewhere. The person beside him nodded too. He does look a bit familiar. I just can't remember where. Who cares? Daji waved his hand, full of disdain. So what if we've seen him? In the Abyss instance, it comes down to strength. Just wait. There'll come a time he begs us. The few of them exchanged smiles, their eyes full of scheming, as if they'd already treated me and the women around me as things in their pocket. After waiting a moment, it was finally our turn. The group walked into the Abyss instance, and the scene before us instantly turned utterly different. The whole space was shrouded in gloom, ancient city walls and broken ruins scattered all around, points of ghostly blue phantom fire drifting in the air, making one's nerves involuntarily tense. Ah, so cold. Orihime rubbed her arms and leaned toward me. It's eerie here, not too comfortable. Lin Yueru nodded, her expression grave. It really is strange. The aura in the air is very oppressive. Xiaolongnu gripped her sword hilt, warily scanning the surroundings. I patted Lin Yueru's shoulder. Don't be afraid. Everyone be careful and stay close to me. Everyone perked up and followed close behind me. We hadn't walked far when a low roar came from the darkness, and several twisted-shaped monsters lunged out of the shadows. Shaped like giant spiders, but their heads were twisted faces, both eyes burning with the same blue flame as the phantom fire in the air. Ghostly blue, human-faced demon spiders, LV-80. Move. I struck first, several weapons flying out from the gate of Babylon to precisely kill the frontmost few. Xiaolongnu and Isdeath immediately followed, sword light and ice spikes interweaving. Orihime's shield deployed in time, and Lin Yueru's auxiliary light enveloped everyone. Though the environment was eerie, the few of us coordinated seamlessly and soon wiped out this batch of demon spiders. Watching the wreckage dissipate, Xiaolongnu said flatly, "These monsters' auras are much stronger than in the previous instances." Lin Yueru glimpsed blood on her sleeve and hurriedly asked, "Sister Long, are you hurt?" Xiaolongnu lifted her arm to check and shook her head. "It's fine, a minor wound." Orihime was about to help heal it when Jean Mating walked over first. "Even a minor wound can't be taken lightly. Let me heal you." We were all a bit surprised and looked at her. "You can heal too?" She was a bit shy. "Yes, an ability I just awakened. Healing arts." She stretched out both hands, her palms facing Xiaolongnu's injured arm, her cheeks unconsciously flushing, and softly recited, "Tolerance makes greatness." As the words fell, a faint light appeared in the air, sprinkling onto Xiaolongnu's arm, the wound healing at a visible speed and quickly returning to normal. It was just that this phrase, "tolerance makes greatness," made me can't help looking at Jean Mating's chest, stroking my chin and nodding thoughtfully. Indeed, tolerance makes greatness. A pun on her ample figure. She instantly caught on, her cheeks flushing even redder, but pretended not to mind and withdrew her hands. "Done." Xiaolongnu moved her arm and said gratefully, "Thank you, Sister Mating. It's nothing. We're family. We should help each other." Jean Mating said with a smile, her tone natural, clearly having long considered herself a member of this family. I watched this scene and smiled. Looks like we've gained another capable helper. All right, continue. Everyone answered and stepped forward again. We hadn't walked a few steps when we saw densely packed demon spiders hanging upside down in the air. Ghostly blue multi-faced demon spiders, LV-85. Behind the demon spiders was a woman whose features were exquisite to the point of near demonic. Ghostly blue eyes, ink-black long hair, an upright figure, a slender waist, dressed in a papal yellow robe interwoven with dark gold and inky purple, holding a scepter, her lower body 8 thick, sharp spider legs. She was, strikingly, the instant's boss. Spider female Pope, LV-98. Her gaze coldly locked onto us, her voice carrying biting cold. You heretics, daring to trespass into my holy land and harm so many of my subjects. Truly courting death. I said flatly. Since ancient times, humans and spiders cannot coexist, so you must die. Humans and spiders cannot coexist? She sneered and waved her large hand. Children, kill them all. The demon spiders hanging upside down in the air instantly moved, their faces contorting and deforming, revealing multiple hideous visages, diving down one after another while spraying large amounts of sticky spider webs, shooting toward us overwhelmingly. Isdeath lifted her hand slightly, and a giant ice wall rose from the ground. Those spider webs had extremely strong penetrating power, poking small holes in the ice wall, but ultimately couldn't break through. My mind stirred, and countless space rifts appeared behind me, weapons from the gate of Babylon shooting out like a downpour, the air-splitting sound unceasing, precisely striking the diving demon spiders. Many demon spiders were shot down and fell, but there were simply too many in the air, still swarming densely. I withdrew the weapons that had already killed, recondensed them in the gate of Babylon, and fired again, forming infinite firepower. The weapons shuttled back and forth through the demon spider swarm, ceaselessly harvesting lives. In a blink most were cleared, the pressure in the air suddenly lessening. A fierce look flashed in the spider female Pope's eyes, and she personally swung her scepter, a beam of black energy stabbing straight at us. Heretic, die. My gaze focused, and a giant golden shield instantly appeared before me, steadily blocking it. With a boom, the energy impact stirred layers of ripples on the shield's surface. Crimson light emerged from the top of her scepter, ripple-shaped energy spreading outward. The next moment, the scepter transformed into a giant scythe, a deathly cold light flashing in her eyes as she fiercely swung out a sharp slash. Reaper's scythe slash. The slash carried a grim, death intent, similar in concept to the sword intent I'd once comprehended, but colder and more terrifying. An instance boss has also comprehended this kind of conceptual realm. I gained sudden insight, sinking my mind into the gate of Babylon and infusing my own sword intent into it. In an instant, the sky-splitting sword shot out from a space rift, the sharp sword intent lingering on its blade colliding head-on with that death intent slash. Clang! The sky-splitting sword directly shattered the Reaper's scythe slash. Sure enough, sword intent could also attach to the weapons of the gate of Babylon. With the sword intent boost, the power of the fired weapons multiplied several times over. I pondered and tried once more. Sword intent could indeed be applied to sword-type weapons, but as for other weapons, they couldn't carry it for now. I spread my hands slightly, the space rifts behind me growing denser, and dozens of orange-quality treasure swords slowly flew out, all their blades wreathed in faint sword intent, uniformly aimed at the spider female Pope. Gate of Babylon plus sword intent. So this move shall be called Sword Intent of the King. I gazed at her, my eyes sharp. Thank you for letting me gain a new insight. So, I'll let you die a swift death. I swept my arm down, and those sword intent-laden treasure swords shot toward the spider female Pope like a rain of arrows. The spider female Pope's face went pale, and she whirled her Reaper's scythe into a black whirlwind, trying to block. Clang, clang, clang. The first dozen or so swords she blocked, but my swords kept surging in behind, each fiercer than the last. She couldn't hold on. Squelch, squelch. Several swords pierced her defensive line and nailed into that giant spider body. She screamed, several bloody gashes bursting open on her, her movements stalling. I didn't give her a chance to catch her breath. Treasury of the King. Dozens of swords fired out again, all rushing at her vitals. Only despair remained in her eyes. Block. Block with what? Her body crashed to the ground with a thud, dissolving into scattered points of ghostly light. This sword intent of the King move of yours has some substance. Isdeath walked over and gave a flat comment. I withdrew the treasury and smiled, still figuring it out. It'd be great if I could stuff more weapon types into it later. Oraheim came over. Husband, that spider demon's death intent just now was so scary. Good thing you broke it. Instance cleared. Beginning settlement. Obtained Reaper's scythe. Obtained papal yellow robe. Obtained intermediate psionic inscription. Obtained intermediate amplification inscription. Obtained basic bloodsucking inscription. Obtained basic movement speed inscription. For inscriptions, a decent drop rate. I waved my hand and divided them. The psionic to Isdeath, the amplification to Uaru, and the bloodsucking and movement speed I handed to Longer. Thank you, husband. I ruffled Xylongnu's head. Good girl. Come, let's grind out the remaining 9 runs in one go. A flash of light, and we were teleported out of the instance. The moment we landed, golden-haired Deji and his crew all looked over in unison. Deji, they're out. Deji sneered. Out this fast, they definitely got their butts kicked. Come on, let's go deliver some warmth. You got it, Deji. But they'd taken only 2 steps when we got teleported back in. Huh? Why'd they go back in? This greenhorn won't shed a tear until he sees the coffin. Deji gave a humph. Just wait, he'll slink back out in a bit. Before long, we came out again. Deji Warren, I saw through it all smugness. Naturally. Come on, let's go deliver some warmth again. Why again? Before he finished, we went back in. The whole group was stunned on the spot. What's the situation? They went in again. What kind of rich second gen is this, burning through runs like that? Rich and dumb, huh? Deji's forehead was full of dark lines. Go squat at their teleport point. Don't let them foolishly go in again. Squatted. Waited. We came out again, and even faster than last time. Deji had just prepared to put on his performance when we went back in. At this point, no one could laugh anymore. Going in and out in such a short time meant either they were getting instantly wiped or they were speed clearing. One look at our relaxed faces and Deji went numb. They were playing pig to eat the tiger? No. An underling beside him said in a trembling voice. They weren't playing pig. We're the ones who were the self-important pigs. Case closed. Turns out the clowns are us. What exactly is his background? One underling suddenly remembered something, his face going green. I know now. He's Chixia. This year's global exam, number 1. 10 runs of the Abyss tier instance done. Isdeath and I were level 88, Ueru level 94, and the rest level 81. Ueru's affection was 99, Gene Matings 90, Longer's 88. Bond energy 50-20. A total of 35 inscriptions dropped, all put to use on them. I wasn't in a rush for myself. I had the treasury of the king, now stocked with 2025 weapons and armor pieces. Firepower suppression was no problem. I glanced at Ueru. Affection 99. I could take her tonight. At night, back home, a table of food was set out, and I brought out several bottles of beer. Good haul today? Let's drink to celebrate. Sure, I'll give it a try. Oriheim was quite curious about alcohol. I might as well taste this mortal world drink. Isdeath raised an eyebrow. I don't really drink well. Ueru hesitated. Just a little, for the fun of it. Gene Mating smiled and coaxed. A few cups down, and everyone's faces were flushed. After a few rounds, I shared the Desire Maiden Joy Union Sutra to their terminals. This one is suited for us to cultivate together. Xialongnu read it through, her face slightly red. It's a bit like my Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, but more complete and more suited for practicing together. It's just... She couldn't get the rest of the words out. Too risque. The women read it through, all a bit embarrassed. This technique's cultivation method really was direct. I said calmly, as long as it makes us stronger, who cares if the method's direct or not? Besides, you're all my wives. Cultivating together is only natural. Ueru gave a humph, but didn't refute, lowering her head to sip her drink. Fine. Everyone had tacitly agreed. Late at night, Ueru's room. She lay on her side in a cool nightgown, a drunken flush still on her face, muttering in her sleep. Chixia, you bad guy, big hooligan, using that kind of taking advantage technique. This young lady doesn't want to dual cultivate with you. She paused, her voice softening again. But if you really want to dual cultivate with this young lady can reluctantly agree. I pushed open the door and went in. Under the moonlight, I climbed onto the bed and reached into her nightgown. Chixia, you hooligan, stop. She furrowed her brow, half asleep. I didn't stop. She gave a hum and suddenly opened her eyes, running straight into my face. What are you doing? Hooligan. She reached out to push me. I didn't let her push me away, leaning close and laughing softly. I'm a hooligan. Right, I'm being a hooligan with you. You're my wife, so what if I mess with you? Who's your wife? This young lady is not. Let go of me. Her mouth cursed, but her strength grew weaker and weaker. Not letting go. I kissed her again. Perhaps it was the alcohol. Perhaps she'd long since tacitly consented in her heart. Her body gradually softened, and she involuntarily began to respond. Ding. Lin Ueru's affection, +1. Current affection 100. Morning. I looked down, Ueru sleeping soundly in my arms. I couldn't help pressing a kiss to her lips. She woke from the kiss, opened her eyes to see me, and her face instantly flushed. Morning, wife. I stroked her long hair. You hooligan. Her voice was thin as a mosquito's, but she wasn't truly angry. Still calling me a hooligan? Time to change your address, wife. She glared at me, but her eyes were full of smiles. After dawdling a long while, she said in an almost inaudible voice, Then Then this young lady will grudgingly call you husband. After saying it, she gave 2 tsundere humps. My heart warmed, and I nuzzled her cheek with my nose. Come, give husband a good morning kiss. Her face flushed redder, but she didn't dodge, tilting her head up slightly. Good morning, husband. I kissed her. She closed her eyes and gently wrapped her arms around my neck. A long while later, Yueru fell asleep. I opened her info. Name, Lin Yueru. Tier, SR level, 94 race, human. Face, 94 figure, 97. Partner, Qixia affection, 100. Gene unlock rate, 37%. Skill, team amplification. Proficiencies, gaming, shopping, mahjong. Bio, double standards and attitude. Comes with a young lady's pride. Only shows vulnerability before those she trusts. Ding. Detected that host's bond with SR tier partner Lin Yueru is complete. Soul and body merged. Triggering the ultimate reward. Love's gift. Cross-realm projection. Drawing. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've obtained the SR tier skill, Spirit Body's Edge. Spirit Body's Edge. The host separates from their main body and enters a spirit body state. The spirit body possesses all of the host's strength and is immune to poison, control, curses, and all other negative effects. When the spirit body ends, it returns to the main body, carrying back no injuries whatsoever. I looked at this, and a word popped into my mind. Soul leaving the body. But it was also different. This was a clone with all my strength that could fight, immune to all negatives, and it didn't bring injuries back. Put simply, create a body double to go out and fight. Win and it's pure profit, lose and no loss. Meaning I had 2 lives. Let's try. My mind stirred, and a spirit body identical to me appeared at my side, a transparent energy chain connecting us in the middle. I walked toward the door, and the chain stretched along with me, not breaking. Interesting. I lay on the bed unmoving and used only my mind to command it to walk around the room, like an arm directing a finger. After playing for a bit, I directed it out the door. It walked about 500 meters, and the pulling sensation on the chain grew stronger and stronger, about to snap. 500 meters was the limit. I had it stand by in place to test the duration. Touch and taste were normal, and I even had it pick up a branch and perform instant kill flash. The power was exactly the same. 25 minutes later, the spirit body turned insubstantial and dissolved into light. I tried to summon it again, but couldn't. There was a cooldown. I looked down at Yueru in my arms. Suddenly a lazy idea popped up. Could I have the spirit body cultivate the profound origin Taiji art for me? If it really worked, that would be sweet. 10 minutes later, the cooldown was up. I summoned the spirit body and had it practice the Taiji profound origin art. After a few sets, my gene unlock rate didn't budge in the slightest. The spirit body couldn't cultivate for me. What a pity. Isn't it time to eat? Yueru woke, her voice soft and sweet. I leaned over. Not time to eat. It's time to eat you. What did you say? She was stunned, then turned to see the spirit body, her eyes going round. What is this? My skill. The spirit body vanished. I pressed close to her ear. Last night we practiced the Desire Maiden Joy Union Sutra, and both our gene unlock rates rose, right? Remembering last night, her face flushed, but her unlock rate had indeed risen 2%. It really rose a lot. Then let's continue. Meaning, that's not what you said last night. I pressed against her ear. Nor what you did, either. She instantly flushed red. Humph. Before the word fell, I'd already kissed her. When I came out of the room again, Xiaolongnu, Orihime, and Jean Meiting were eating breakfast in the living room, and Isdef leaned against the sofa watching TV. The group looked at me in unison, their eyes carrying teasing. Husband, is Sister Yuru okay? Orihime spoke first, her face slightly red. Her voice earlier was a bit miserable. I rubbed my nose. It's fine. We just tried a new cultivation method. Xiaolongnu set down her chopsticks. Was it the Desire Maiden Joy Union Sutra? Then when will we cultivate together? Her eyes lit up, her eagerness impossible to hide. Cute. She was cute. But her affection wasn't full yet, so I couldn't rush to eat. Wait a bit more. I'll go wash up first. Before long, Yueru slowly shuffled out, leaning against the wall, her face still flushed, forcing composure. Orihime went to help her, but she waved her off. No need, I can walk. I looked at her. You okay? She glared at me fiercely. She was probably cursing inside. Switch places and get bullied like that. See who can take it. But she didn't say it out loud, just gave it tsundere humph. Orihime brought over fried dough sticks and soy milk. Yueru took small bites. I laughed. Didn't you already have a round this morning? Still not full. Her face flushed crimson in an instant. and she nearly failed to swallow the dough stick. Hooligan. I lowered my voice. Next time, want to go again? Her heart raced, and she shot me a fierce glare, burying her head to drink soy milk, her ears red enough to drip blood. I turned to look at Jean Meiting. Meiting, come out somewhere with me later. Where to? She pushed up her glasses. You'll know when we get there. Husband, take me too. Orihime immediately raised her hand. I shook my head. Can't. This time it's exclusive time for Meiting and me. Out the door, Jean Meiting guessed the whole way, until I brought her into a family amusement park. Inside the gates were all parents playing with their kids, laughter everywhere. What are we here for? She was baffled. You'll know in a bit. I said a few words at the service desk. Before long, a staff member in a teddy bear costume brought over a little girl of 4 or 5. Pigtails, eyes round as grapes. These children were all abandoned, coming here to experience family, while also helping the orphanage stay running. This is an inn. For the next hour, she's your baby. Hello, uncle and auntie. Anin greeted softly. I crouched down and ruffled her head. For this whole day, I'm the daddy, and she's the mommy. Anin nodded, smiling sweetly. Hello, daddy and mommy. I glanced at Jean Meiting. Her heart softened instantly. At the crafts area, I clumsily kneaded clay, trying to make a rabbit, but produced a nondescript blob. Daddy, did you make a little monster? Anin giggled. Jean Meiting couldn't help laughing and took the clay. With a twist of her fingertips, a lifelike little rabbit took shape. Mommy's so amazing. Do you like it, sweetie? Jean Meiting handed over the rabbit, her voice gentle. Anin likes it best. Looking at Anin's innocent face, that bit of gloom hidden deep in Jean Meiting's heart dispersed bit by bit. At the treasure hunt game, I held Anin's left hand and Jean Meiting held her right, the three of us searching under slides and swings. Anin ran the most joyfully. Daddy, mommy, is there any here? The first treasure was found. 3 pieces of candy. Anin stuffed one in each of our hands. One for daddy, one for mommy. Sunlight fell on her face. Watching this scene, Jean Meiting's gaze was warm enough to melt. At the picture book area, Anin leaned in Jean Meiting's arms listening to stories, occasionally looking up at daddy and mommy, her face full of dependence. When it was time to leave, Anin hugged Jean Meiting's leg and wouldn't let go. Will daddy and mommy come see me again? We'll come again when we have time, I said. Jean Meiting crouched down to fix her hair. Sweetie, be good. Out of the park, Jean Meiting's eyes had reddened. She turned to look at me. Thank you. She understood. I wanted to fill that empty spot in her heart. You're my wife, why thank me? I gripped her hand tightly and looked at her earnestly. In the future, we'll have a baby that's truly our own. Her face flushed crimson, and she lowered her head and gave an but the corners of her mouth couldn't help curling up. After that came the standard dating routine. At the accessory shop, I picked up a pearl bracelet and wound it around her wrist. This suits you. I had the clerk wrap it up directly. At the dessert shop, I fed the biggest strawberry from the cake to her mouth. She picked up the milk tea she'd been drinking and handed it to me. You try some too. Looking at the lipstick mark on the straw, I drank it with a smile. At the cinema, in the pitch-dark screening room, she leaned on my shoulder. The moment the male and female leads embraced on screen, I gripped her hand tighter. When we came out, the setting sun slanted down, our 2 shadows overlapping. Today was really happy. She looked up at me. It's like I was dating you. I stopped and brushed the loose hair from her cheek. We are dating. Her heart trembled, her eyes growing warm, and she leaned in on her own, hugging my waist. Jean Meiting's affection, 99. At night, a high-altitude restaurant. Red wine, exquisite dishes, chatting from the day's amusing moments to the future. I really hope the days ahead can always be this peaceful. She gazed out the window. I held her hand. They will. In the future will definitely always be like this. She nodded heavily. Just then the terminal rang, Orihime calling. Husband, are you two coming back? Should I save dinner? We ate out. Rest early, all of you. I hung up, turned to look at Jean Meiting, and gripped her hand. Tonight, we're not going back. Her heart jumped violently, and she instantly understood, her face flushing, and she clasped my hand tightly in return. Presidential suite. The moment the door opened, she didn't hesitate at all, stepping forward on tiptoe to kiss me. I pulled her into my arms. The lights spilled down softly. Ding. Jean Meiting's affection +1. Current affection 100. The next day, as the sky faintly brightened. Phew. I let out a long breath. Finally handled. The system's description of her skill hadn't exaggerated at all. Strong. It truly was strong. If not for cultivating the desire Maiden Joy Union Sutra together, I might not have been able to hold up. Jean unlock rate, 40%. I flipped through her info. Name, Jean Meiting. Tier, In level, 81 race, human. Face, 92 figure, 98. Partner, Qixia affection, 100. Gene unlock rate, 18%. Skill, strong. Proficiencies, human resources management, financial investment. Bio, forceful personality, decisive and efficient, with an absolute sense of control in the workplace and a vulnerable side inside too. Ding. Detected that host's bond with N-tier partner gene mating is complete. Soul and body merged. Triggering the ultimate reward. Love's gift. Cross-realm projection. Drawing. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've obtained the N-tier skill. Partial enlargement art. Partial enlargement art enlarges only specific parts such as the hands, allowing long-range slapping, grabbing, and cushioning of blunt weapon impacts. After reading the description, an idea immediately popped into my mind, and I tried it on the spot. It worked. It really could enlarge. Remembering how much this woman could go last night, my anger flared up all at once. I immediately pulled the still groggy her up and vented. If last night was give and take, now, under the partial enlargement art, I was invincible. And so I witnessed a scene I'd never seen before. In the afternoon, sunlight sneaking in through the gap in the curtains, the two of us finally woke leisurely. I brushed the loose hair from her forehead. Mating awake? She blinked and pointed a slender finger at my chest, smiling. Husband, morning. I flicked her nose. Wife, morning. Husband, having you, I'm very happy. Naturally. We tidied up and returned to the villa. The moment we entered, Oraheim came to greet us. Husband, sister mating, you're back. Jean mating pulled a stack of gifts from her bag and handed them out to everyone. I bought you some little things. Thank you, sister mating. Yueru gave a humph beside them. Humph, finally willing to come back. I looked at her with a wicked smile. What? Baby missed your husband. Who missed you? I'm not your baby. I went over and pulled her into my arms. If you're not my baby, who is? Her face flushed crimson, and she turned her head. Humph. Xiaolongnu stepped forward, her eyes full of anticipation. Husband, when will you take me to cultivate the desire Maiden Joy Union Sutra? Seeing her so anxious, I laughed. Don't rush. Tomorrow it is. Yes. Husband, you have to practice with me tomorrow for sure. Her eyes lit up. I ruffled her head. Rest assured, longer, tomorrow for sure. At night, I pushed open Estetha's door. She sat by the window, a lock of hair twirling around her fingertips. Seeing me enter, she raised an eyebrow. What? Finally remembered me. I walked over with a bit of apology. Sorry, I've been busy trying new techniques these days and neglected you. Oh, are those techniques that interesting? She stood up and walked before me, her eyes carrying playfulness. Since you practice so well with them, how about trying with me too? Nothing I'd want more. I pulled her by the waist and pressed her against the wall, leaning down close. A textbook wall slam. I looked down at his death, a smile in my eyes. She raised an eyebrow, the corner of her mouth curling into a charm. Little guy, you're getting better and better at playing. Naturally. The next morning, the moment I opened my eyes, I saw my gene unlock rate had risen again. 43%. The Desire Maiden Joy Union Sutra speed really was no joke. Thinking it over carefully, I found a pattern. Cultivating with Yueru the first time yielded the biggest rise. After more times, the increase gradually dropped. Gene mating and his death were the same pattern. With the same person, the first time was most effective. After that, it was just consolidating the realm, with limited gains. In that case, I stared at the ceiling and thought, should I bring the women in my warehouse into the cultivation plan too? Just as I was thinking, Esdeath beside me woke, and seeing me frown, said, frowning first thing in the morning, what are you thinking about? I brushed the loose hair by her temple. Nothing, just mulling something over. She gave a soft laugh and hooked my neck. Early morning isn't the hour to be thinking about those things. I know. I leaned over. Next up should be the enlargement art. After lunch, I looked at Xiaolongnu. Longer, come somewhere with me. Everyone's gaze snapped to her. Remembering the way I'd taken Jean mating out yesterday, they all wore, we get it smiles, but tactfully said nothing. Xiaolongnu nodded obediently. Husband, where are we going? Somewhere you'll like. I took her hand. I took her to a remote mountain forest. Along the way there were occasional people exercising, and the moment they saw Xiaolongnu, their eyes went straight. Wow, this girl is way too pretty, like a fairy stepping out of a painting. This handsome guy's dashing too. The two of them standing together, a match made in heaven, so envious. Are they celebrities? Their aura is too top tier. As expected, to get a beauty you've either got to be handsome or have power. And me, besides being poor, I'm also ugly. It's fine, bro, don't take it too hard. You've still got ugly left, at least. Screw you. Holding Longer's hand, I ignored the chatter and headed straight up the mountain. Husband, are we here to climb the mountain? Climbing, and taking you somewhere along the way. The mountain path wound and twisted, walking and stopping. Longer handed me water and gently wiped my sweat, her movements as natural as if she'd done it 1,000 times. After climbing for over half an hour, we reached a secluded corner, a hidden ancient mountain cave. The cave was tidied up quite clean, clearly maintained by someone. I'd looked this place up online in advance and specifically brought her here. I pulled a rope from my bag, tied one end to a rock on the cave wall, secured the other end, and made a simple hammock. Seeing the hammock, Xiaolong froze entirely, her eyes reddening instantly. It was exactly like the one she'd slept in back in the ancient tomb. She turned to look at me, her voice a bit choked. Thank you, husband. I walked over and gently embraced her. I know you like peace and quiet. No one will disturb us here. Let's stay here a few days. I paused and looked down at her. Maybe we can even cultivate the desire maiden joy union sutra together here. Her face flushed slightly, and she leaned into my arms, nodding lightly. Afternoon. I pulled out the pots, pans, and utensils I prepared in advance, along with fresh ingredients and a small bag of rice. Longer watched curiously, took the flint I handed her, and imitated me, rubbing to make fire. The dry branches soon caught, and I added firewood, set up the pot, and poured water. When the water bubbled, I rinsed the rice and put it in, then set up a grill and skewered the meat on branches to roast. She crouched by the fire, watching the flames lick the bottom of the pot, then watching me turn the skewers, skilled in a way that didn't fit someone pampered. Did husband often cook like this before? Occasionally. It has more flavor this way. I handed her a bunch of washed greens. Help me pick these. She obediently took them, pinching the leaves with her fingertips, her movements gentle. The scent of meat mixed with the fragrance of rice, drifting through the quiet mountains, mouth-watering. The food was done, the meat roasted crisp outside and tender inside. I ladled it into a coarse porcelain bowl and handed it to her. Try it. She blew on it and bit into the meat, her eyes lighting up. Very delicious. The two of us sat on canvas, eating in the mountain breeze, occasionally exchanging smiles. Simple food, yet it somehow tasted of a different kind of warmth. The sky darkened, insects chirping, the bonfire crackling, lighting the two faces bright and dim by turns. Longer leaned on my shoulder, watching the flames. This is like the ancient tomb, but livelier than the ancient tomb. Do you like it? She nodded. Like the immortal couples written about in books. I gripped her hand. Then let's be a pair of immortal companions. I pulled over a thin blanket and draped it over the two of us. The firelight warm, the evening wind cool, hazy mountain shadows in the distance, each other's breathing up close. Deep in the night, I held her as we crawled into the tent, listening to her breathing gradually even out, a soft warmth in my arms. Xiaolong's affection, 100. I lowered my head and pressed a kiss to her forehead, my voice very soft. Longer, do you want to cultivate the desire maiden joy union sutra now? Her face flushed redder, but she still nodded, her voice faint as a mosquito's hum. Okay, I'll listen to husband. Longer, don't be nervous. With husband here, I'm not afraid of anything. Longer, I love you. Husband, I love you too. The mountain forest silent, the air in the tent gradually growing fervent. That night, tender and lingering. The next day, just as the sky faintly brightened, I woke. Longer in my arms was sleeping soundly, her features gentle, like a well-behaved child. I couldn't help stroking her cheek. As if sensing it, she slowly opened her eyes, and seeing me, her eyes instantly filled with smiles. Husband, good morning. Longer, morning to you too. I smiled. How's your body? Her face flushed slightly. Just my legs are a bit sore, everything else is fine. Then sleep a bit more. Like a little cat, she nestled deeper into my arms. I looked at my gene unlock rate. 46%. Satisfying. I opened her info. Name, Xiaolong. Tier, or level, 81 race, human. Face, 98 figure, 95. Partner, Qi affection, 100. Gene unlock rate, 30%. Skills, Jade Maiden Plain Heart Swordplay, Heaven and Earth Net Stance, Beauty Fist Technique, Weapon Pressure Point Strike, Ambidextrous Combat Art, Chuanjin Swordplay. Proficiencies, Zither Playing, Sewing, Cultivating Jade Bees, Reading and Writing. Bio, Cold by nature, unbound by worldly etiquette, broad-minded, lively and childlike inside, unwavering in love. Ding. Detected that host's bond with our tier partner Xiaolong is complete. Soul and body merged. Triggering the ultimate reward. Love's gift. Cross-realm projection. Drawing. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've obtained the R-tier skill, Breath of Thunder. Breath of Thunder. One of the 5 basic breathing styles, with speed and explosive power at its core, accompanied by lightning effects when striking. I was taken aback. It was actually a breathing style, and it was the Breath of Thunder, most suited to my instant kill swordplay. Ding. Detected that host has obtained the Breath of Thunder. Can be learned by consuming 600 bond energy. Yes or no? Yes. Deduction successful. Remaining bond energy, 3640. Learning complete. Breath of Thunder has reached the perfect realm. I gently moved aside Longer's hand draped over me and kissed her forehead again. Longer, I'm going out for a bit. She rolled over and kept sleeping. I dressed and stepped out of the tent. The air outside the cave was fresh and slightly cool, carrying the dampness of grass and trees. I took a deep breath, all the stale air dispersing. I drew the sky-splitting sword from the treasury of the king and held it in my hand. Let's try the Breath of Thunder. Focusing my mind, calming my breath, I suddenly exhaled a mouthful of stale air. In an instant, pale blue lightning wound around my whole body, crackling, a swift as lightning aura bursting out. I fixed on a tree ahead as thick as a bull's mouth, leaned my body forward, and turned into a bolt of lightning charging out. Draw the sword, swing the sword, sheath. 3 movements completed in an instant, leaving only an afterimage. Crack. The tree behind me snapped in response, its cut smooth as a mirror. That speed is vicious enough. The movement technique under the Breath of Thunder was another notch faster than my original instant flash. Let's try something else. My figure flashed, the rhythm of the Breath of Thunder flowing within me, the sky-splitting sword carving electrified arcs. Instant kill chain slash, waltz slash, each sword wreathed in lightning, screaming as it split the air. After practicing a few rounds, I grew smoother and smoother. This breathing style could elevate the speed and power of my instant kill swordplay by a large margin, complementing each other. I sheathed the sword. My mind stirred, and dozens of space rifts appeared behind me, the weapons in the treasury faintly visible. Could the Breath of Thunder attach to these weapons? Let's try. I infused the Breath of Thunder into the treasury and swung my hand. A long spear shot out carrying crackling electricity. Whoosh. The speed was twice as fast as before, slamming into a distant boulder with a bang, blasting out a crater half a meter deep. It worked. I then attached sword intent to a long sword, layering the Breath of Thunder on top. The long sword hummed, golden sword intent wrapped in blue lightning, as I fiercely shot it out. It turned into a streak of light, instantly piercing through the broken tree, then nailing half a foot deep into the mountain wall behind it, lightning still jumping on the blade. 3 stacked together, the power doubled. My heart settled, and I simply cut loose. The space rifts behind me suddenly expanded, over 100 treasure swords slowly flying out, each wrapped in golden sword intent and blue lightning, glinting with terrifying light in the morning sun. Go! Over 100 swords fired at once, a torrential downpour, the dense air-splitting sounds mixed with the roar of lightning, instantly covering dozens of meters ahead. The ground was plowed with deep furrows, rocks shattering, smoke and dust filling the sky. This move is my strongest killing move for now. The Breath of Thunder added speed and lightning damage. The sword intent added sharpness and power, combined with the massive number of weapons in the treasury. The 3 fused perfectly, the explosive force astonishing. I withdrew the treasury and looked into the distance. The morning sun was rising from the mountain peak, golden light spilling across the earth. With this move, my days ahead at university were bound to be even more exciting. 15 days later. The breakfast table was lively when the doorbell rang. Orihime went to open the door, and seeing the person outside, her eyes lit up. "Sister Bai, you're back." Bai Yuekue nodded and walked in. A simple trench coat, a cold and aloof aura, her gaze sweeping across the living room to land on the dining table. "Sister Bai, come sit, have some breakfast?" Orihime warmly pulled her to sit, then turned to go fetch breakfast from the kitchen. I looked at her. Why the sudden return? Did something happen? She picked up chopsticks. I researched a new type of gene enhancement serum. There's no need to stay over there for now, and staying longer would be hard to make a breakthrough. She paused and looked at me. I came back also wanting to hand this serum to you to handle. After all, I'm your woman too. My heart leapt with joy. Bai Yuekue's affection had only recently risen to 45, yet in her heart, she always remembered I was her husband, and she was even offering up her research results with both hands. The perfect girlfriend, that was her. Let me handle it. You mean, sell it publicly? Yes. This one's effect is far stronger than before, with a greater enhancement margin. Then the profit would be incalculable. I mused, then turned to look at Jean Mating. Mating, didn't you just start a company? The operation and promotion of this new serum, I'll leave to you. Jean Mating was both surprised and delighted, hurriedly nodding. Really? I'll definitely do it well and guarantee it takes off. I looked at Bayuekue again, sighing inwardly. She produced a new serum in just half a month. Truly a genius. Oriheim brought over breakfast and smiled. Sister Bai is so impressive. Let's eat breakfast first. I took the opportunity to introduce her. This is Bayuekue, also your sister. I deliberately emphasized the word sister. Bayuekue didn't refute and quietly ate her breakfast. Though Yueru, Longer, and Jean Mating didn't know her, hearing me say this, they all looked in surprise at this cold, capable woman. She was actually Qixu's wife too, and a genius who could develop new gene serums. They each gave her several more looks. Feeling their gazes, Bayuekue's expression remained calm, as if none of it had anything to do with her. The days that followed were peaceful and fulfilling. Jean Mating threw herself entirely into the new company and research institute, leading her team in overtime to advance serum production. From raw material blending to assembly line tuning to quality inspection and packaging, she handled everything, big and small, personally. The first batch of serum rolled off the line, and the company launched public sales. Since the effect far surpassed similar products, it exploded onto the market the moment it launched, orders flying in like snowflakes. Relying on precise positioning and efficient operations, Jean Mating captured a sizable market share in just 10 days. I didn't meddle much in the company's specific operations, only occasionally offering her some physical and mental pleasure when she was frazzled with busyness. I devoted more of my energy to myself, persisting in cultivating the desire Maiden Joy Union Sutra every day, occasionally sparring with Longer, Isteth, and the others. The company's profits climbed steadily, and everyone in the villa got a generous share of the earnings. Oriheim bought a pile of newly released desserts and comics. Yueru added a few suitable inscriptions. Longer was quite satisfied with the rare cultivation resources I exchanged the earnings for, and even the always cold Bayuekue, watching the numbers in her account jump up, had a trace of approval flash in her eyes. Every night when Jean Mating came home, she'd enthusiastically share the company's progress with me, her face full of a sense of achievement. Signed another big order today, a collaboration with the military. The serum's reputation is getting better and better. Lots of people are pushing for a second generation. I listened with a smile and ruffled her hair. Good work, my strong career woman. Being able to help you isn't hard work. She leaned into my arms, smiling with satisfaction. Once the company stabilizes, shall we go out and play sometime? Sure, I'll go wherever you want then. A dozen or so days later, my gene unlock rate reached 58%, and Bayuekue's affection reached 60%. The dining table was lively when my terminal suddenly buzzed. A message from Mom and Dad. Xiaoxia, we're getting ready to come home. I immediately replied, okay, I'll come pick you up. No need, we're already on the way, about an hour to arrive. Okay, then we'll wait for you. I set down the terminal and looked up at the women. My parents are coming home. What? Yueru suddenly stood up, her cheeks slightly red. Uncle and Auntie are coming back. That's right. How long until they arrive? Jean Mating pushed up her glasses, her tone a bit tense. About an hour. Then I'll go touch up my makeup first. Jean Mating stood up. Me too. Yueru hurriedly followed. Oriheim smiled. I'll go to the kitchen and prepare some snacks for Uncle and Annie to try when they get back. Bayuekue watched them bustle about, said little, and quietly ate. Isteth casually straightened her lapel, her expression serene. Xilongnu looked at me curiously. Husband, do I need to prepare anything? No need. I smiled reassuringly. My parents are very easygoing. Don't be nervous. An hour later, the doorbell rang. I strode over to open the door. Outside stood my hale and hearty parents. Dad, Mom, I want to greet them. Xiaoxia. My mom held my hands, very moved. Just then my dad noticed several young women also standing at the door, each with outstanding looks and distinct auras. He was taken aback and looked at me. Xiaoxia, this is? I stepped aside and introduced with a smile. Dad, Mom, they're all your daughters-in-law. Jean Mating, Yueru, Longer, Oriheim, Isteth, and Bayuekue spoke in unison, their voices crisp. Hello, Uncle. Hello, Auntie. My dad was stunned by this array, then nudged me with his elbow and laughed in a low voice. You kid, you've hidden this deep. My mom smiled like a blooming flower and hurriedly greeted. Ah, hello. Oriheim stepped forward. Auntie, long time no see. My mom took her hand and examined her carefully. Oh my, in no way. You're getting prettier and prettier. Thank you, Auntie. Yueru nervously poured tea and handed it to my dad first. Uncle, have some tea. Good, thank you. My dad took it, his face gentle. Jean Mating brought over a plate of sliced fruit. Uncle, Auntie, have some fruit. Ah, good, thank you. My mom answered with a smile, her gaze roving over the young women, growing more delighted the more she looked. Bai Yuekue sat quietly in a corner of the sofa, not talking much. Istef leaned against the sofa watching TV, occasionally glancing up but not chiming in. Xiaolongnu sat beside me, her expression a bit dazed, watching everyone exchange pleasantries, unsure what to say for the moment. Just sitting quietly with a faint smile at the corner of her mouth, well-behaved and gentle. Jean Mating walked over and smiled at the two elders. Uncle, Auntie, this is our first formal meeting. I didn't prepare anything special, but here's 1,000,000 credits, just a small token of my heart. My parents jumped in fright and hurriedly waved their hands. This won't do. That's too much. Right? How can you give so much? Uncle, Auntie, this is my filial regard. Jean Mating said sincerely. And these are all earnings thanks to Qixia. Please accept them. The two elders still refused repeatedly. That many credits, they really didn't dare take. Jean Mating looked to me for help. I understood instantly and coaxed from the side. Mom, Dad, this is Mating's heartfelt gesture. Take it. She's a little rich woman now. She's not short on money. My mom looked at Jean Mating's sincere manner, then at me, and patted her hand. Good girl, that's very thoughtful. Then we'll accept it. Thank you. We're all family, no need to thank me. Seeing this, Yueru scratched her hair, as if suddenly remembering something, and pulled 2 vials of serum from her warehouse. Uncle, Auntie, I didn't prepare much. These are 2 vials of youth-preserving serum. They can slow aging. Though they can't keep you forever young, the effect is quite good. For you too. My mom's eyes lit up, but she still declined verbally. This is too precious. Keep it for your own parents. It's fine, my parents have more. These are specially for you two out of filial respect. Yueru's cheeks flushed slightly. And, you're my parents too. Then, thank you, daughter-in-law. My mom accepted with a smile. Such a good child. Oriheim brought out the food. Uncle, Auntie, I didn't prepare anything else. I stewed some soup in the kitchen and made some side dishes. You can try my cooking later. Ah, good. Having a hot meal is enough to satisfy. No need to be so polite. At this point, Bai Yuekue also stood up, her tone flat, but clear. Uncle, Auntie, I have here 2 vials of a newly developed gene development agent. Even ordinary people can try to unlock their genes. Though the effect varies from person to person, it might be of help. My parents' eyes lit up. They'd been ordinary people all their lives. To say they didn't want to grow stronger would be a lie. But this serum obviously wasn't cheap, so they could only decline. This is too precious, we can't take it. I'm your daughter-in-law too. No matter how precious, it's worth giving to you. Please accept it, Uncle and Auntie. Then, thank you so much, daughter-in-law. Seeing everyone had given gifts, Xiaolongnu felt a bit embarrassed. I don't have anything to give. I leaned to her ear and said softly, It's fine, you just need to bear me a few chubby sons, and my parents will surely be happy. She half understood, her cheeks flushing, but nodded earnestly and said to the 2 elders, Uncle, Auntie, I'll bear husband many children, rest assured. At these words, the 2 elders burst into hearty laughter on the spot. Good. Wonderful. What an honest daughter-in-law. Isteth beside them also spoke flatly. I can bear husband many children too. Everyone hadn't expected her to say this and were stunned for a moment, then laughed along. Soon the food was served, the family sitting together, talking and laughing, warm and harmonious. My mom kept putting food in the daughters-in-law's bowls, my dad chatting with me, the whole house filled with the warmth of home. My dad raised his wine cup and lightly clinked it with mine. The 2 of us each took a sip, the wine warm. He set down his cup and looked at me. Xiao Xia, the start of school is getting closer. Have you got everything ready for enrollment? Mostly. My documents and necessities are all packed. That's good, he answered, but his tone carried a trace of melancholy. It's just a pity that your mom and I are both incapables. We can't even send you to the gates of an S-rank university. I understood his regret. S-rank universities were on S-rank planets, with entry requirements absurdly strict. It wasn't a place you could freely teleport into just by having credits. It required rigorous authorization review. Ordinary people had almost no chance to set foot there. My parents wanted to send me to enroll. I understood this sentiment. It was just that reality didn't allow it. I looked at him and said softly, Dad, it's all right. Once I get a firm footing over there, There'll always be a way to bring you to see it. By then I'll take you all around the entire S-rank planet, more meaningful than sending me to enroll. Looking at my resolute eyes, my dad's dejection faded a bit, and he smiled. Good, Dad will wait for that day. Take good care of yourself at school. Don't let anyone bully you. And don't push yourself too hard either. I know. My mom cut in. Yes, in a new place, get along well with your classmates. If you lack anything, tell the family, don't shortchange yourself. Mom, I've noted it. And don't bully these fine daughters-in-law. Mom, Dad, rest assured, I'll definitely cherish them well. These words made the two elders very happy, and also settled the hearts of the 6 women. The scene of the family, warm and harmonious, made me feel truly happy. I looked at the system. My accumulated draw count had already reached 30. Next, I planned to clear all 30 draws and see what tier of wives would come out. Remaining draw count, 30. Cumulative draw count, 37. Draw. The gacha pool blazed with light and began spinning rapidly. Congratulations on obtaining. End card, Kudo Yukiko. Bio, loves the spotlight, bold personality, a bit childish, competitive. Gray long wavy hair, an angel's face, a devil's figure, dressed very fashionably. Kudo Yukiko. Isn't this Eri Kisaki's best friend and Mori Rant's future mother-in-law? If I summoned them all out, that relationship web would be something else. Mother plus daughter, daughter plus mother-in-law, mother-in-law plus mother who are also best friends. TSK TSK TSK. Ahem. Stored in the warehouse. Continue. Congratulations on obtaining. R card, Zhu Qingqing. Bio, cold outside, warm inside, taciturn, values friendship, has a strong fixation on growing stronger. Black long hair, fair skin, a hot figure, a stunning face. Hiss. Isn't this Principal Zhu Debiao's daughter? I actually drew her. Back then, I turned down both Zhu Debiao and Zhu Qingqing, never expecting to meet her again this way. If Zhu Qingqing appeared as my heroic spirit, then those earlier misgivings would be completely gone. Stored in the warehouse. Summon her later. Continue. Congratulations on obtaining. End card, Lin Mingwan. Bio, extremely obsessed with science, but not much interested in love, hasn't dated to this day. A fitted white lab coat, orange short hair, thin-rimmed glasses, cold and exquisite features. Another person from reality. Lin Mingwan was precisely the genius scientist who did research together with Bai Yuekue and a top-tier beauty. I didn't expect to draw her, and she's never dated. A gem. If I summoned her out, I'd essentially possess 2 genius scientists, adding wings to a tiger. Stored in the warehouse. Continue. Congratulations on obtaining. End card, Lu Tianxian. Bio, frank and easygoing personality, natural and relaxed, indifferent to fame inside, genuine and free-spirited. A standard oval face, soft lines, fair skin, an extraordinary and refined aura, a perfect fusion of classical and modern. After Yangmi, another big star drawn. Fairy sister, well deserving of the name. But it seems her relationship with Yangmi is only average. When I put them in bed together, I wonder if the relationship can advance further? Stored in the warehouse. Continue. Congratulations on obtaining. End card, Lanchi. Bio, dual personalities. Gentle, pure, and friendly with blue hair, rough, wild, and greedy with blonde hair. Blue hair state. Blue long wavy hair, big bright eyes, delicate features, a slim figure, conservative dress. Blonde state. Hair turns golden yellow, curls more pronounced, sharp fierce eyes, violent personality, bold dress, a smoking hot figure. The first time drawing a beauty with dual personalities. Interesting. 2 personalities in 1 person, 2 experiences. Gentle and conservative to play with, coarse and bold to play with too. Not bad. Stored in the warehouse. Again, congratulations on obtaining. End card, Panjinlian. Bio, an ordinary woman unwilling to accept her fate, longing for dignity and a good life. Not inherently vicious, but her nature has a vain and selfish side. A complex character. Gorgeous looks, fair skin, eyes full of feeling, a graceful figure, carrying an innate soft charm. Oh ho, Panjinlian. This woman would drug her own husband for wealth and glory. A femme fatale. But that was ordinary ancient times. This is now a super tech universe world. She can't make any waves. Most crucially, I'm no useless Wu Dalong. Panjinlian has no reason to betray at all, and I can thoroughly conquer her from body to mind. By then, won't she just serve obediently? Conquer Panjinlian? A small problem. Stored in the warehouse. Keep drawing. Congratulations on obtaining. R card, Yukino Miki. Bio, A widow who never remarried after her husband's passing, gentle in personality, yet not lacking frankness. Fluffy, soft silver long hair, a pair of clear ice blue eyes, a beautiful face, a perfect figure with curves, her whole person exuding a certain cold allure. It's her, my enlightenment teacher, the widow from next door, Yukino Miki. She's a yokai. Her body is perpetually cool, and when her emotions fluctuate, she even emits cold air that can freeze people stiff. But these are all trivial matters to me. Even someone of Isteth's tier ends up kneeling and crying out. For Yukino, there won't be a second kind of outcome. Store it in the warehouse. Continue. Congratulations on obtaining R card, Kikyo. Bio, compassionate and gentle, intelligent and resolute, a strong sense of responsibility. Traditional shrine maiden attire, glossy black heim-cut long hair, delicate and pretty features, a trace of melancholy in her expression. A beautiful island nation shrine maiden. Beneath that pure, merciful, stunning face, what scene would unfold once the shrine maiden robes come off? Just thinking about it is exciting, hee. Store it in the warehouse. Continue. Congratulations on obtaining R card, Asuna. Bio, exquisite cooking skills, gentle and delicate inside, values loyalty and love, strong and resolute. Bright chestnut long hair, often tied in a slender braid, a fair oval face, delicate features, a tall and well-proportioned figure. An elegant, beautiful maiden knight. She's sure to be a qualified guardian. If she's not qualified, I'd be very glad to personally teach her how to protect her master and how to please her master. Store it in the warehouse. Continue. Congratulations on obtaining R card, Tifa. Bio, strong and independent yet not lacking gentleness, steady in personality, calm when facing matters. A standard oval face, willow leaf brows and apricot eyes, a high nose and cherry lips, combining Eastern softness and Western definition. Glossy black long hair tied in a ponytail, a tall figure, excellent measurements. The ace of the 3D world, Goddess Tifa. A dream shining into reality, right within reach. Possessing her is already a done deal. No rush, store her first. Continue. Congratulations on obtaining R card, Ram. Bio, gentle personality, wholeheartedly devoted to her lover, a total sister con, hiding inferiority and guilt toward her sister inside. Height 154, blue neat short hair, front bangs covering her right eye, a pair of big blue eyes, a cute face, classic maid outfit, a fuller bust than her sister Ram. I know Ram, the god of pure love, willing to risk her life for her lover, the perfect girlfriend. She's also the first loli I've drawn, one of the first pair of twins. If I can draw the sister Ram out too, then I can enjoy the pleasures of twins as well. Store it in the warehouse. Again, congratulations on obtaining R card, Ram. Bio, arrogant and insolent, often speaks harshly, yet gentle inside, deeply loves her sister Ram. Also 154, pink neat short hair, front bangs covering her left eye, big pink eyes, peach red lips, a modified maid outfit revealing slender shoulders paired with a short skirt. Dwell on it, and there will be an echo. A family has to be complete and matching. The twin sisters, done. By then I'll definitely have to taste what this pair of gems is like. Store them first. Continue. Congratulations on obtaining R card, CC. Bio, calm and rational, even a bit cold, takes life and death lightly, like solitude. Signature emerald green long hair, waist length, casually draped. A cold, distant gaze, delicate and petite features, a unique aura. I recognize her, that ageless, deathless witch, with no combat power herself, yet able to grant people unique abilities. If she granted me an ability, I wonder what it'd be. But abilities granted have big side effects if overused, a bit not worth it. Anyway, I have plenty of abilities, no rush to rely on her. Store it in the warehouse. Wives, keep coming. But the next 9 draws were either Rome Mama, or Chiu Qianqi, or the Ame Abyss, all old and ugly. Some had decent strength, but I really couldn't bring myself to touch them. Store them all first, use them as dog food, backups, later. The next draw, guaranteed SR. I took a deep breath. Congratulations on obtaining SR card, Uzumaki Kushina. Bio, straightforward and feisty, dares to love and hate, tough and brave, a strong sense of responsibility, gentle inside, values family. Signature fiery red long wavy hair, delicate features, fair skin, a bright and cheerful aura. A married woman, how is she SR? I pondered for a moment, then suddenly understood. The 9 tails inside her. Kushina, who could enter tailed beast transformation, indeed had SR strength. It's just that she couldn't unleash the Ninetales' full power, so she was stuck at SR. That makes sense then. Like buy one get one free. And she has potential. When I help her subdue the Ninetales later, her strength can shoot from SR straight to SSR. Not bad. Not bad. The guarantee is quite satisfying. Continue. Congratulations on obtaining R card, Uchiha Makoto. Bio, gentle and considerate. A typical virtuous wife and loving mother. Black long hair, often combed into a gentle low ponytail. Delicate features, dignified and elegant, gentle and quiet. Good, good, good. After Kushina comes Mikoto. Huh. The mothers of two good bros, both drawn by me. If those two knew, they'd blow up. Two stunning married women serving together, absolutely top-tier enjoyment. I just wonder if, after soul and body merging with them, I can obtain the Uzumaki clan's constitution and the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. 6 more draws. I hope more SR come out. As for SSR, I don't hold out hope. This gacha pool is truly rigged. Congratulations on obtaining N card, De Chiao. Bio, gentle and lovely, tender as water, tough inside, understanding. Peerlessly beautiful, nation-toppling, fair skin, a slender figure, a dignified aura. Another classical beauty. If I can draw Xiao Qiao, they'd be complete. Good luck today. Maybe I really can fulfill that wish for Chancellor Qiao. Stored in the warehouse. Xiao Qiao come. Congratulations on obtaining N card, Xiao Qiao. Bio, lively and cheerful, refined and intelligent, gentle and virtuous, considerate to the finest detail. Nimble and charming, fresh and refined, bright eyes, every move exuding a captivating charm. Nice, it really is Xiao Qiao. Chancellor Qiao, Qixia, have not failed your trust. The matter of the bronze bird locking the two Qiaos, I can finally help you accomplish. When the time comes, I'll lock both De Chiao and Xiao Qiao in bed and savor them well on your behalf. Stored in the warehouse. Delighted, continue. Congratulations on obtaining R card, Lux. Bio, lively and cheerful, optimistic and positive, loves life, glad to help others. A playful Western girl's face, blonde hair and blue eyes, quite a fashionable aura. Lux, this is my enlightenment hero from back when I played games. Mage attire, wielding a wand, her line Demacia, deeply ingrained in memory. Since she was my enlightenment hero before, then this time, I'll be her enlightenment teacher. Stored in the warehouse. 3 more draws, be generous. Congratulations on obtaining N card, Miyajima Tsubaki. Bio, gentle, caring deeply for family. Deep black long hair, partly braided into a side braid, mature and charming looks. Seeing Miyajima Tsubaki, I remembered back on Earth. This housewife's animation made the already weak me even weaker. After transmigrating, I've no idea whether the stuff on that computer was discovered. If it's still there, then let my family forget me. But before, I could only look. Now that I can actually be intimate and loving with her, I could die without regret. Store her first, summon her out later, and let this beautiful lady give me some good guidance. Congratulations on obtaining R card, Kocho Kene. Bio, gentle and kind, wearing a warm smile, a soft and warm voice. Glossy black long hair, purple eyes, emerald butterfly hairpins clipped on both sides. Fair skin, relaxed and elegant features, carrying a gentle, healing aura. The eldest of the 3 Kocho sisters, the former flower Hashira, who died in battle early. Such a gentle, beautiful young lady, so cruelly murdered by Doma. Beast. Now I have the fortune to let her live again, so I must cherish her well. Stored in the warehouse. The last draw. Congratulations on obtaining R card, Shiranui Mai. Bio, passionate and lively, dares to love and hate, proactive and persistent toward her lover, resolute in battle, yet privately upholds tradition. Signature high-tied black ponytail, a graceful figure, red and white kunoichi battle attire, a deep V and high slit, a flawless figure. Arcade goddess Shiranui Mai, the first sexy goddess I encountered in childhood. Gorgeous moves paired with bold dress. Back when I was a kid, I was blown away. Good, good, good. Wish fulfilled. Store her first. I looked at the interface. It was already past midnight, so I could draw once more. Might as well finish drawing. The gacha pool blazed with light and spun rapidly. Then, the light grew more and more dazzling. My heart tightened. This light had never appeared before. Could it be something good was coming out? The light dispersed, and I fixed my gaze. Sweet. Congratulations on obtaining Hidden Grand Prize, Affection Multiplier. Affection Multiplier. All wives drawn from the gacha pool gain plus 30 affection, including all already summoned, already drawn, and not yet drawn ones. All wives, plus 30 affection. Wonderful. Too wonderful. This way, the difficulty of winning them over plummeted, and some might even be at full affection the moment they're summoned. I immediately flipped through by Yuekue's info. Sure enough, her affection had risen to 90. Sweet. Truly sweet beyond words. Before, I worried about affection and didn't dare summon too many. Now it was fine. Releasing them all at once was no problem. Remaining draw count, 0. Cumulative draw count, 68. A guaranteed SSR in a month. Worth looking forward to. Let me take stock of my assets. 17 in cards, Mori Ran, Diaochan, Yangmi, Zheng Nai, Shizuka, Ran Bing, Su Xin, Jin Meiting, Eri Kisaki, Kudo Yukiko, Lin Mingwan, Lu Tianxian, Lanshi, Pan Jinlian, De Xiao, Xiao Xiao, Miyajima Tsubaki. 22 R cards, Xiaohe, Wu Qiuqiu, Madamine, Natasha, Jinx, Zilongnu, Ya, Huang Rong, Plum Blossom 13, Mikasa, Zhu Qingqing, Yukino Miki, Kikyo, Asuna, Tifa, Ram, CC, Uchiha Makoto, Lux, Kocho Kane, Shiranui Mai. 4 SR cards, Inoue Oraheim, by Yuekue, Lin Yueru, Uzumaki Kushina. 1 SSR card is Death. 24 junk cards. Synthesis rules. 20 in cards fuse into 1 R, 10 R cards fuse into 1 SR, 5 SR cards fuse into 1 SSR. To fuse anything else, I was still a bit short. I definitely wouldn't take the beauty cards I'd drawn and use them for synthesis. As long as I was willing to spend time, cards were plentiful, and fusing slowly wasn't too late. Besides, with so many wives now, I couldn't cherish them all by myself anyway. The plan was to go to the S-rank university, buy a villa, summon them all out, and cultivate the relationships slowly. For these last few days, spend them well with my parents. For Wu Qiuqiu and Zhu Qingqing, I felt it necessary to make contact again tomorrow, raise their affection a bit, so I could summon them later. In reality, only Dr. Lin Mingwan was left, but I didn't have much contact with her, so rashly approaching her now would have no effect. Just as I was thinking, there was a knock at the door. I pulled it open. Bai Yuekue stood outside. A loose nightgown revealing fair, slender legs and delicate shoulders, the moonlight tracing her cold silhouette. Remembering her now, 90 affection, my movements grew natural too, and I took her hand and pulled her into the room. Wife, looking for me so late. Pulled by me, she was slightly startled, and hearing the address. Her expression remained calm, only a trace of strangeness passing through her eyes. She said flatly, I just successfully researched a gene acceleration serum. Brought it for you to try. She handed over 3 small, exquisite serum tubes. Better than what's on the market, no side effects. The boost is limited, but it's somewhat useful. I took them and pulled her by the waist, smiling. Thank you, wife. With that, I brushed aside the bangs on her forehead and pressed a kiss to her smooth brow. She didn't dodge or push away, only a wondrous feeling rising in her heart. This close, she could clearly feel my breathing, and the warmth lingering on her forehead made her freeze slightly before she lightly pushed me. I'll head back first. Just letting you know about this. Have sister mating arrange mass production and sales afterward. I didn't force her and nodded with a smile. Okay, thank you, wife. She didn't refute the address, gave me a deep look, and turned to leave. Watching her retreating figure, I thought that building a research institute here for her back then really hadn't been in vain. I picked up a gene acceleration serum and injected it into my arm. A moment later, a gentle warm current surged through my whole body. Gene unlock rate plus 1%, reaching 59%. I injected the remaining 2. The third one's effect was noticeably weaker. In the end, 60%. You have to understand, the further along, the harder the unlock rate is to raise. Being able to add a full 2% on top of 58% was very good. You can imagine, Bai Yuekue's serum was sure to sell explosively. Once I had enough wealth, I might as well just buy an island for a territory later. That way I could summon everyone out and properly enjoy what it meant to be a lord. The next morning, after breakfast, I looked at my parents. Dad, Mom, let's go buy some things together. School's starting soon. Let me get you some daily necessities so you won't have to make another trip. My mom waved her hand. No need, no need. We can go ourselves. Oraheim tugged her arm coquettishly. Auntie, come along. We can pick out some gifts for you along the way, so you can be more at ease at home. Yueru chimed in too. Yeah, the gifts we gave before weren't enough. Let's take this chance to choose properly. The 2 elders couldn't refuse and had to nod. Bai Yuekue wanted to stay and continue her research. You all go. I still have experiments unfinished. I took her hand and smiled. Come on, keep my parents company. Treat it as relaxing. She looked at me holding her hand, then swept over the others' expectant gazes, hesitated, but still nodded. Okay. The group first went to the mall. Jean Mating and Yuru carefully picked out clothes for the two elders. Orihime chose practical daily necessities, and Xiaolong looked around curiously, occasionally asking me which suited uncle and auntie better. Surrounded by everyone, the two elders wore smiles all over their faces, mouths constantly saying, enough, enough, yet their hearts were warm. After shopping, we went to a suburban eco-park for fruit picking, then to the seaside. Sunlight bathed the golden beach, and the sea breeze carried a salty tang. I stood under a parasol, watching the figures not far away. My eyes lit up. Jean Mating wore a light purple one-piece swimsuit, simply cut, tracing her gentle curves. She walked over, pushed up her sunglasses, and asked with a smile, "Husband, does this suit me? I think the color matches my skin tone." Yueru wore a bright orange two-piece, full of energy, the cross straps revealing her smooth shoulders and neck. She flicked her high ponytail, spun around, and raised an eyebrow. "How's it? Is this young lady more dazzling than you imagined?" Xiaolong's swimsuit was pale cyan, elegant like a wave-treading fairy in the water. She walked before me, her gaze clear. "Husband, is this pretty?" Orihime wore a pink bikini printed with cute strawberry patterns, a perfect match for her disposition. She trotted over holding her skirt hem. "Husband, look at this one. Isn't it cute? I specially picked it." Isdeth wore a black high-slit swimsuit, her cold and gorgeous aura maxed out, a metal waist chain adding sharpness, every step carrying wind. She walked over, the corner of her lips curling. "What?" Stunned. "Doesn't this suit me?" Bai Yuekue wore a silver-gray one-piece, minimal and crisp, the backless design revealing her beautiful spine line just right, sexy amid the coldness. She stopped, her gaze landing on me, and said flatly, "Need a comment?" They walked on the beach, a moving line of scenery, drawing sidelong glances from surrounding tourists, exclamations rising one after another. "Oh my God, these several are way too gorgeous." Each with her own style, the orange one's so energetic, and that black one's aura is unreal. That guy beside them is way too fortunate, so envious I could cry. Is this what wives and concubines in droves means? I'm really not envious at all. Boo-hoo-hoo, why did I have to see this scene? Isn't this more painful than killing me? Listening to the surrounding chatter and looking at the several smiling faces before me, my heart was full of warmth, and I responded to each with a smile. "All beautiful. You all look beautiful in anything." At dusk, we had a lavish seafood feast together. After the meal, I glanced at my terminal and sent Zhu Qingqing a message, arranging to meet at a restaurant. "You all take my parents back first. I have something to handle." The women nodded. Okay. Having settled the family, I arrived at the arranged restaurant and found a seat by the window. Before long, Zhu Qingqing pushed open the door and entered, a black tight outfit tracing her exquisite figure, her makeup just right, both pretty and carrying a hint of allure. Clearly, she dressed up carefully. She sat across from me and said apologetically, "I'm not late, am I?" "No, I just got here too." I gestured for her to sit. "Order some food and drinks." "Okay." She ordered a juice and a few snacks. Once the waiter left, I spoke. "Have you found a way into an S-rank university?" She shook her head, her gaze landing earnestly on me. "No." I was a bit curious. With her disposition, shouldn't she have tried several more methods? She saw my confusion, her eyes sincere. "I've set my mind on you. You're excellent. If I can't grow stronger following you, then I'd rather work hard myself. But being together with you is naturally best." I could tell her sincerity and smiled. "The food's here. Eat something first." The two of us chatted while eating, the atmosphere harmonious. Near the end, I looked at her and said solemnly, "I want to invite you to go to the S-rank university together." Her eyes instantly went wide, full of delight. "Really? Really?" She beamed with joy. "Qixia, thank you so much." "Then, when do we go register?" "School's starting soon." I shook my head. I didn't want to prioritize registering with her, or it would be unfair to Isdeth and the others. "No need to register for now. I'll take you in when the time comes." She was puzzled. "Then what should we do?" "Rest assured, you'll know when the time comes." Coming home at night, I washed up, chatted a bit with everyone, then returned to my room. With my parents here, I had to keep a low profile. Just past midnight, I opened the system. Remaining draw count, 1. I tapped to draw. After the light, another old and ugly R card. A bit of a letdown. But now I happened to have a full 10 R cards, enough to fuse into one SR. I didn't hesitate and fused directly. Fusion successful. Congratulations on obtaining SR card, Wang Honger. Bio, proud and confident, brave and decisive, dares to love and hate, tough and persistent. Pink-blue wavy long hair, a slender and tall figure, stunning looks, often wears white fitted attire, a noble aura. It's her, the pure love goddess who'd sacrifice for love, Wang Honger. I'd always felt her death was too unworthy. Now that she belonged to me, I'd never let any mishap befall her. Likewise, I'd let her taste well what it meant to be loved. Just then, the system chimed. Ding. Detected that host has fused Wang Honger, triggering an auspicious effect, obtaining 8 full affection cards. Full affection card can instantly bring the affection of 1 SR card, 3 R cards, or 5 N cards to 100. Looking at these 8 full affection cards, I was immensely satisfied. With this item, I could skip winning over 9 beauties. As for whom to use them on, that was a sweet dilemma. I stored both Wang Honger and the full affection cards in the warehouse, not using them for now. There were still 2 days until the S-rank university anyway, no rush. I found Wu Qiuqiu on my terminal and sent a message. Qiuqiu, are you free tomorrow? I'd like to have a meal with you. The reply came quickly. Hee, I'm free. Why'd you suddenly think to have a meal with me? There's something I'd like to talk with you about alone. The word, alone, made Wu Qiuqiu on the other end of the screen blush, unable to help letting her imagination run wild. She wanted to confirm again, typing just the 2 of us, then feeling it was inappropriate, deleted it, and switched back to a simple okay with a smiley face. I didn't want to waste too much of my time with my parents, so I arranged for morning tea. I sent the time and place, then flopped down to sleep. I slept soundly, but I gave Wu Qiuqiu insomnia. The next morning, when I came out of my room, Orihime and Jean Mating were preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Seeing me, Orihime greeted with a smile. Husband, up so early today. I have something to do outside, so I'll skip breakfast. Then are you coming back for lunch? Yes. I smiled and patted her head, washed up briefly, and headed out. I arrived at the Yong River Hotel, the morning tea area already seating quite a few people, very lively. I found a seat and ordered a few classics, barbecue pork buns, steamed dumplings, and shumai. Before long, Wu Qiuqiu walked over. An exquisite dress, light makeup, clearly having dressed up carefully. Seeing me, she greeted with a smile. Morning, Qixia. Morning. I gestured for her to sit. You haven't eaten yet, right? Eat something first. The 2 of us chatted while eating, the atmosphere relaxed. After eating for a while, I looked at her. Qiuqiu, what do you think of me? She paused her chopsticks and blinked. You? Very talented and pretty strong, just a bit lecherous. She still remembered my words about marrying a wife a day. Though exaggerated, it wasn't unusual in the end product universe. Some planetary lords indeed had partners numbering in the thousands. I smiled and asked earnestly, then if I said I want to marry you as my wife, would you be willing? The words were too direct, startling her into both embarrassment and fluster. She hurriedly grabbed her water glass and gulped, patting her chest before recovering, and chided. Why are you so direct? Because I'm going to the S-rank university soon, and I want to take you with me. Just because of that. Nothing else. Seeing a trace of displeasure cross her face, I reached out to hold her hand and added, of course, that's not the main reason. The main thing is, I like you. Her cheeks instantly flushed, and she struggled lightly but didn't break free, the corners of her mouth unable to help curling up. That's more like it. I gripped her hand. Then I'll take that as your yes. She already had feelings for me, and now she didn't play coy, clasping my hand in return and smiling. Sure, Mr. Qixia, you'd better treat me well for the rest of my life. I'll definitely cherish you well. She revealed a sweet smile, picked up a shumai, and handed it to me. Hurry and eat, it won't taste good cold. The 2 of us finished and walked out of the hotel, strolling hand in hand through the morning streets. Are we going on a date? She lifted her face, anticipation in her eyes. I said apologetically, sorry, Qiuqiu, I'm leaving for school tomorrow, and I want to spend more of these 2 days with my parents. Once we're at university, we'll date properly, okay? A trace of disappointment crossed her face first, but she quickly let it go, nodding with a smile. All right, then it's settled. You have to make it up once we're at school. For sure. I turned to say goodbye, but saw her gazing at me with sparkling eyes, as if anticipating something. I was taken aback, then realized, and reached out to hold her waist, pressing a kiss to her smooth forehead. She instantly smiled radiantly, stood on tiptoe, and lightly kissed my cheek too, then let go with a smile. Then I'll go first. See you at school. See you at school. Back at the villa, the moment I entered I smelled the aroma of food. Jean Mating came to greet me. Husband, back just in time. Lunch is just ready. My parents greeted too. Come eat. We were just waiting for you. During the meal, I looked at the two elders. Dad, Mom, I want to take you out sightseeing these 2 days to see all the major scenic spots on Standard Planet E86. Really? My mom's eyes lit up. That's wonderful. With 2 days left, it's enough for us to visit quite a few places. Yeah, my dad smiled too. With hover trains and teleport gates, it's convenient to go anywhere. Yueru chimed in. Then we'll go along too. More people is livelier. My mom smiled. Sure, a family being lively together is best. Looking at my parents' happy faces, then at the smiling everyone beside me, a deep sense of happiness surged in my heart. Times like these, simple and warm, were exactly what I'd always cherished. Let's all go together. A family should be complete and matching. Sun Moon's sacred pool truly lived up to its name. The moment we stepped into the scenic area, we were stunned by the sight before us. The pool water was like a mirror, split into two halves. One half reflected a round jade moon. The other floated around golden sun. Sunlight and water light interweaving, forming on the water's surface the wondrous sight of sun and moon shining together, serene yet magnificent, as if all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged here. The banks were lush with vegetation, exotic flowers and rare plants exuding a faint fragrance. Occasional birds skimming the water's surface, stirring rings of ripples. This place is way too beautiful. Oraheim couldn't help exclaiming, pulling my mom quickly toward the lakeside. Auntie, look, the water's so clear. The Wanwan people living here were warm and hospitable. Seeing our group arrive, they came to greet us with smiles, inviting us to taste local specialties. Fresh fish soup cooked in pool water, roasted game wrapped in fragrant leaves, and sweet, juicy wild fruits. My mom tasted a bit of the fish soup and praised repeatedly. This flavor is so fresh, even more authentic than home cooking. We strolled along following the guide, watching the Wanwan people sing and dance, listening to them tell the legend of the Sun Moon sacred pool, feeling this simplicity and harmony far from the hustle. Looking at the warm, harmonious scene before me, I couldn't help sighing. A unified people, living so happily. I walked slowly holding by Yuekawe's hand. Though she wasn't used to overly intimate contact, she didn't break free either, letting me hold her. Passing a small stall, I bought 2 of the local specialty iced cheeses, broke one off, and handed it to her. Try it, the flavor's good. She took it and tasted a bit, her cold features softening a little. There's a fresh grass and tree fragrance. The 2 of us walked leisurely hand in hand, eating iced cheese. We hadn't walked far when there was a hubbub of voices ahead. There seems to be something fun ahead. I pointed to a venue not far away, marked Roam the Cosmos. Bai Yuekawe raised an eyebrow. The Cosmos. I've been there. This is different. It's a simulated immersive experience. I smiled and pulled her over, bought 2 tickets, and walked into a specially made cabin. The cabin wasn't big, just enough for 2. I naturally held her by the waist, feeling the softness in my arms and the fresh scent of her hair. Hold on tight. She held me and looked up, her gaze carrying puzzlement. This is the fun thing you mentioned? You'll know in a bit. At a staff member's call of, get ready, the cabin suddenly jolted and launched out. The surrounding scenery instantly transformed, as if truly shuttling through the cosmos. Stars flashed past, nebulae spread like colorful ribbons, weightlessness and pressure interweaving, yet strangely reassuring. Bai Yuekawe instinctively held me tighter, feeling the warmth of my chest, her earlier coldness replaced by a trace of curiosity. Look around. Countless stars suddenly lit up, as if the entire cosmos was flickering before us, dazzling enough to take one's breath away. Bai Yuekawe had seen the cold of the cosmos, but never such a beautiful cosmos. It was a dreamlike scene that couldn't possibly appear, realized only here. She froze slightly. So beautiful. I lowered my head, meeting her slightly widened eyes, in which the sky full of starlight was reflected, exceptionally moving. However beautiful, it's not as beautiful as you. I couldn't help leaning close and gently kissed her lips. Her body stiffened, then relaxed, and she closed her eyes to respond. Starlight flowed outside the cabin, the breathing inside intertwining, romantic and serene. After a long while, our lips parted. Looking at her flushed cheeks, I smiled. How is it? This cosmos is different, isn't it? She turned her face away, her ears slightly red, but gave a soft a trace of hard-to-detect softness in her voice.